DC. Eager voters are listening to Odyssey DC right now, and so are you. What would you like to say to them? Get started by calling Odyssey DC 202-971-8007. That's 202-971-8007. 202-971-8007 for Odyssey DC.
Hey, what's up? It's Danny Rouillet here. Selecting the right real estate agent is crucial. In fact, choosing the wrong agent could cost you thousands. Just ask Grant, who said Debbie and Sarah Reynolds are the best I've ever worked with. They came in with a clear strategy, professional staging.
The Allegretti thing's interesting. Clearly, they like him more than maybe fans do.
Like what?
Allegretti just getting his deal reworked a couple days after you cut.
Yeah, and it's what they like. They don't have to worry about the fans like.
Right. The cutting Biotish aspect of it is more. Allegretti getting his deal reworked makes sense. Creates a little cap space, keeps him around. He's probably happier because there's more guarantees. But doing it on the heels of cutting Biotish is a pretty big statement about where they were on Biotish. Of the big picture stuff around the league, like it was kind of both the Super Bowl and the Combine were relatively boring because there weren't super compelling storylines. And when the draft doesn't have a bunch of quarterbacks, it's not like there's not crazy talk about trades and stuff. Like there will inevitably be draft day trades, but it won't be the significant manner that we've seen. Like hell, last year the Travis Hunter trade was wild, right?
Yeah.
The A.J. Brown trade is still probably the biggest thing that seems like it's happening. New England makes a ton of sense, but if you're Philly, I read this and I find it interesting. Do you have to get a stud wideout back? Are you comfortable with just picks?
You're not going to get a stud wide out that matches A.J. Brown. So you're going to have to be happy with picks, or you're going to have to be happy with another position But you're not going to, if you're trading away A.J. Brown, you're not getting A.J. Brown back.
Graziano says teams have contacted the Eagles about a potential Brown trade, but word is that Philly's asking price remains too high.
Of course. I mean, I don't want you, but if I let you go, I'm going to ask for an astronomical number, and most people are not going to be shysted like that. You decide to get rid of somebody, you have to understand that people come in because they know he's ran that race with you now. And normally when it's just like when the guy comes to his last year of his contract. They know you're going to let him go.
Kansas City's in it there's a lot of really interesting kind of times here. What would you do with Mike Evans? Veteran receiver, going to the Hall of Fame at some point, dealt with injuries last year. Would you have any interest in Mike Evans in Washington?
No. We have gone into this thing saying we're trying to get younger and move on. So now you're going to go get a 30-plus-year-old guy who just dealt with injuries? No.
Rashid Shaheed, Romeo Dobbs, Jawan Jennings.
Rashid Shaheed, yes.
You like that speed, B?
Bro, he can run.
He can definitely run.
And, you can have multiple things with him.
Yeah, I mean, you did just draft Jalen Lane, so do you want to move on from him as your returner?
I mean, Jaden proved himself last year. So,
what about Tyquan Thornton? Young guy, a little bit of height, won't cost you a ton. Already been on 2 teams, which is kind of weird. He's a second rounder that I think got traded. The Pats got rid of him to send him to KC, I believe. Mm-hmm. Maybe he was released. Does Tyquan Thornton interest you, Brian?
Anybody that can play interests me. Anybody that can play consistently interests me. If they go out there and they feel Tyquan Thornton is a guy, go with it.
It'd be hard to say.
But I need to see him play.
Now, he's dealt with a lot of injuries, but.
Well, I don't want to see him play then. I mean, you answer the question yourself. If the dude deals with a lot of injuries, been injured a lot, no.
What is a name you want to see?
I don't get caught up in the names. I just want to see players who come in and can give me something consistent.
You agree they have to be aggressive?
Yes, I believe that. I think they got to go out there, but I don't get caught up in the name of players because I've seen players come in with names and not perform. I've seen guys that play great one place come to Europe and they don't. I need whoever they get, whether it's going to be a rookie or somebody that was somewhere, I want to see them hit the ground here and perform like we need them to play.
The one thing I definitely meant to talk to you about this earlier, Carnell Tate, who we've talked about possibly at number 7 for Washington. His 40 time was slower than expected, right? Mm-hmm. The league had him officially at 4.52, but there were a bunch of people who said they had him 4.45, 4.47. That's a big disparity.
Yeah, well, but
0.5 of a
just
second.
like when we talked to Cynthia the other day, Freeland, and she said when they talked about Bain, you basically were talking about this right here. That much.
Yeah.
The 4.57 and a 4.47 and a 4.52. You know how far that is apart? Probably like that.
Do you care?
He's 6'3", right?
Yeah.
No, I don't care if he's 4'5", because he's 6'3". So he can go above you and do things like that. But in those games when you saw him running, a lot of those cornerbacks were checking him with 4.3s and 4.4s, right? And he ran right past them.
Well, I think you still want defense anyway, right? At 7?
Like I said, if I want a receiver, if we're going to go offense, we go to receiver. But what I'm saying, when we start thinking about this stuff, so they showed, who was it yesterday? 2 receivers doing was it receivers? I think it was 2 receivers doing their 40 time. Where they do the overlap. And one was a 4.45
Those are pretty cool where they show them all running at the
But
same time.
one was a 4.42, and the other one was like a 4.46. And you look at the race, when they took off, the bigger guy was first. Then the guy came back and got second. Moved up. This is changing. All of this, and they just showing at different times. And they come across at 4.424. They look like they were damn identical. But one's a 4.42, one's a 4.46. So that smidget doesn't bother me when that guy is 6'3".
Gotcha. Good to know.
If he was 5'8", it may be a problem.
That's why people want your perspective, me. Chris Childers joins us next, talking college hoops.
Beat Mitch and Philly are presented by
He seems like Jeff in the club.
Y'all gonna share filet mignon?
Do you think Akon would share a steak with me?
Probably not.
I generally don't share.
Probably not.
Fillets are
He
small.
would look at you crazy.
So I generally don't share a fillet. But B, if it's a 22-ounce ribeye,
Jay,
that
you
is too much
offered to
steak
share
for any
8-ounce
one human.
filet mignon last time I was around you.
I think. All right, I'm getting reports. We got sources. I'm gonna have to text Doug because I'm getting upset. Per my Ashburn source, it's snowing hard in Virginia.
Okay. You're in Maryland. I mean, you're in D.C.
It means it's coming. It comes west to east.
It may not. This one may go around you this time.
800-636-1067. Is it snowing where you are? Playing a simple game
Yeah,
here.
let us know.
It's not snowing here, correct? I just looked out the window. Doesn't look like it's snowing here. If you're out western,
I don't see a window.
is that a window? We have Chris? Okay. We're gonna talk some.
It is.
We're gonna talk some sports right now, and then we'll get a snow update. Chris Childers joins the program. Chris, what's up, man? How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Good to be here.
Good, man.
Yeah, thank you, man. You can give Chris a follow at Childers Radio, hosts a full ride on Sirius XM, all sorts of work. And, dude, I want to talk college hoops with you, but looking at your Twitter profile, seems like you're a NASCAR guy. And
Yeah.
B. Mitch and I kind of opened the show talking about Michael Jordan's race team.
Tyler Reddick.
This kid, Tyler Reddick. How significant of an accomplishment is it to win the first 3 races of the year?
It's unbelievable. And I think it's so badass that it's Michael Jordan. That he
Yep.
and there's layers to it. Like, first of all, it's cool that it's MJ. So you're talking about it. You know, the fact that Michael Jordan has a guy that's won 3 races in a row, that 23-11 is all the talk, that MJ's all over social media. Great for the sport of NASCAR.
Totally.
What's incredible, though, MJ's the guy that's been fighting with NASCAR. MJ's the guy that sued NASCAR. Him and Denny Hamlin were in a courtroom fighting over the charter system, and it was dramatic as hell. So this is like NASCAR's biggest pain in their ass. And the irony of him winning 3 in a row, of this team winning 3 in a row to start the year, is insane. And not only that, it's how they've won it. They won at Daytona. They won in Atlanta, which is two different kinds of super speedways. And then they won at a road track, COTA. And the guy who finished second, Shane Van Gisbergen, has dominated street racing. He pretty much wins every single street race. So for Reddick to be able to beat him and to win 3 in a row, and this is not one of the big money teams. So the 23-11, the 11, is Denny Hamlin.
Yeah.
Denny Hamlin drives for Gibbs because Gibbs is a team that is better equipped to win races. 23-11 is supposed to be mid-pack, okay?
Wow.
That's what's so incredible about this.
Is that kid that good of a driver, or that car is just special?
Well, he's that good of a driver. I mean, you compare him to Bubba Wallace.
Yeah.
You know, Bubba Wallace is his teammate, so they're going to have the same setup. They're going to have the same car. You know, there's going to be a little tweaks here and there by their team. But, you know, I think the driver's great, and the crew chief, too. You know, the thing about it is the crew chief essentially is like a coach who's calling the race. You know, he's telling him what to do, where to go, how to, you know, when to pit. All those things factor in. It really is a team sport, even though you always kind of associate success just with the driver's name.
That's crazy, man. I mean, I'm just a total MJ mark. He's my favorite athlete in my life. So, like, I just am really into it because of that. You know what I mean?
And I think it's going to be cool. Like, their merchandise is really kind of awesome with the, you know, the Jordanish kind of branding. And I got to think with them having success, they're going to sell a ton of merch. They're going to sell it through the NASCAR website, and NASCAR is going to be the better for it, which is just, again, if anybody's followed the lawsuit, it's just completely ironic.
Didn't they win that too?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
They've been the thorn in NASCAR's side.
Good. I mean, the whole premise of NASCAR having like just one family owns everything and all these other teams have to spend hundreds of millions of dollars with no stake in the game is pretty silly anyway.
Ridiculous. Absolutely insane. And that's why Michael Jordan had the power to stop it too. You know what I mean? Like he's got the
juice,
cloud,
yeah.
he's got exactly. So without a guy like that, NASCAR would continue to do whatever they wanted to.
All right, we're talking with Chris Childers here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Want to talk college hoops. I want to start with the ladies and then get to the guys. Over the past like 5 years, as I'd say, UConn's really good, but like, what is the biggest story in college hoops?
I think the biggest story is that we kind of had parity in college basketball for the last, handful of years. We've had teams that, we kind of knew who was going to go to the Final Four, but we didn't necessarily know who was going to win the national title. For years, that was not the case. And it was always Gino Auriemma, and it was always UConn. There was that run they were on where they won like 100 and something odd games in a row that finally came to an end in the Final Four at the hands of Vic Schaefer in Mississippi State when he was in Starkville at the time. But they were winning everything and winning everything big. Then came the South Carolina win, and then, we've seen LSU, we've seen some other teams win it over the last couple of years. UConn won it last year, and I just think it's a foregone conclusion that they win it again. It's hard for me to believe that there's anybody that's on their level. They're so balanced with AZ Fudd and Sarah Strong, and they just got so many different weapons they can throw at you. They're deep on the bench. This team is just really loaded, and they crush everybody. I think yesterday they won by 36 or something like that. So it's not a matter of, if they're going to win. It's by how much they're going to win by, especially in the Big East. So I just think that Gino's kind of got them back to being dominant, to being that team. I think everybody else is playing for second place, including UCLA. Now, Lauren Betts is a matchup issue. She is a absolute beast inside, and she's somebody that, even if she's not scoring a lot of points, I watched her game a little bit yesterday. She didn't do much at all from the field. She had 5 points, but it's the length. It's the 15 rebounds. It's the altering every shot that comes in the lane. So even if she's not playing at a high level offensively, doesn't matter. She still impacts everything on the other end of the floor, and she's worth her weight in gold. So, when it comes down to it, could she be a matchup issue when it's all said and done and potentially help UCLA win a championship? Maybe. But I just think this UConn team is at another level right now, different from the South Carolinas, different from Texas. I love Vic Schaefer. We have Vic on all the time on Full Ride. He glows about Madison Booker, and rightfully so. And Maddie had 21 points yesterday in a road win against Alabama. But, for me, it's just I think this UConn team is above and beyond.
AZ Fudd is a DC girl, went to St. John's.
Yeah.
The other question I wanted to ask you on the women's side of things are the Terps. Brenda Fries knows what she's doing in March. They're probably a 3 or 4 seed, maybe? What do you think? Could Maryland get hot and get to a Final Four?
Yeah, and they need, the thing about it, they could. Would I bet on it? No. Would I think Sweet 16 is probably a more appropriate expectation? Probably so. Brenda's been doing this for a long time. Yes. Brenda's had success. Brenda's won national championships. Brenda is, if you look at where women's basketball is today, she's a big part of the growth. She really has been one of those lifers that has breathed a lot of life into the game, and certainly has done great things for that program. And, with the movement into the Big Ten, they really haven't flinched very much. They've been hot up until they ran into a really good Michigan team, and give Michigan a lot of credit. That is a women's basketball program that they've invested in. I mean, that they were kind of they were just existing for a long time, and they've put together a nice little program with some good talent, and Maryland just kind of ran in to a little bit of a buzzsaw, which to me kind of goes to show you against some of those better talented teams, it could be a little too much when it's all said and done once you get past the Sweet 16, just because there can be such a matchup issue when it comes to length and depth. But I think they put themselves in a good position with the way they finished off the last 2.5 weeks into the season to definitely improve their seeding. That's a team that has the ability to put the ball in the basket. They're pretty good on the offensive end. So, I think Elite Eight may be the ceiling there, but certainly Brenda Freese is a coach that knows. And we can draw. I think when you look at college basketball with 1 week left to go in the regular season, you can kind of look at, I think, for example, I'll just pull up the rankings in front of me. I got the AP in front of me. I think after 7 is where you draw the line. But I think there's 7 teams in those top 7 that absolutely could win the national title, and we can kind of go through it. Duke, we all know about Boozer. We all know about how loaded that team is. They beat the living snot out of Virginia.
They sure did.
On Saturday. That's a Virginia team that really likes to play good defense, play good ball control, keep the game low scoring, and the only team that was low scoring was them because Duke took it to them from the word go. You know what I mean? And they were able to put up over 70. Arizona's got Koa Pete back in the lineup, which is huge. They got a freshman, Brendan Berries, that can score in bunches. Michigan did lose its backup point guard, which could be an issue for depth, but they've got Jurassic Park in their front court. They've got 7-footers that are they're athletic as hell, and they are a size mismatch for everybody. You saw that against Illinois on Friday night. Illinois just could not deal with the just overwhelming nature of Michigan's size inside and what they do to impact shots when you get into the lane. Iowa State, maybe I don't believe too much in them, and we saw a brain fart moment from them over the weekend, but I think UConn is a team with Alex Karabin, who had his number retired, that absolutely could be a national title team. They're playing kind of nasty again. That Danny Hurley beats you into the ground, beats you over the head. But the team that I think a lot of basketball experts are kind of watching saying, damn,
can we guess?
Their front court is coming through is Florida.
Dude, that's
when
what
you
I was
look at.
Yeah.
I watched that game against Arkansas Saturday night, and it was like, that looked like the Gators team last year that's just going to shoot you out of the gym.
Exactly. And they got good size, and the question was, do they have the guard play this year? Because they had to replace some real studs from last year's team, and those guys have developed. They've come on over time, and I think, with the fact that you guys, when you look at, Haw and Condon inside, now with Boogie Flan and Xavion Lee playing at the level they're playing and adding the threat at least of the three-point shot and being able to get to the basket and taking some attention off the big guys, I mean, they scored 111 points in 40 minutes of basketball. I think that speaks for itself against Arkansas, which is a good team.
Right. With pros.
They made Arkansas frustrated.
Dude, did you think watching that game there was about to be a full-out brawl?
Yes. I was
Yes.
hoping for it.
It was wild watching it because you could see Calipari's just beyond frustrated. Golden is pissed because Arkansas is playing legit dirty, and it just felt like something big was about to happen. The refs did, I think, a pretty good job of keeping that under control. Who is that human victory cigar that the Gators bring in at the end of games? The crowd went nuts for that guy. He's like 8 feet tall.
Yeah, that's Florida is a place that has got a lot of weird traditions. Have you ever been there?
No.
Oh, dude, it's so Gainesville. People think like Gainesville's on the ocean and stuff, which it's not. It's like rurally Florida kind of a thing.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's one of those. It's kind of like it's just got this weird quirky vibe to it, and they got these weird traditions and he is enormous, though, isn't he? Like he is the size of a building.
Wow.
And but that's just like what Florida does, man.
Oliver
like they have this.
He's 7'9".
There you go.
7'9".
Have you ever looked up 2-bits? Okay, 2-bits, dude. You got to look up, like, that will give you an idea of how kind of bizarre the Florida, the Florida.
You said Tubis?
2-bits, man, their football program. But it's just kind of wild. And, of course, they've got, like, Barnum and Bailey's. I mean, the kid is literally how is 7'9" real?
I don't know.
You know
dude.
what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But it looks like it's the, like you paid money to see P.T. Barnum and his sideshow of freaks. And here comes the 7'9" guy at the end of the game that everybody goes nuts for.
It's just absolutely
It's a weird spot, dude. It's the home of 2-bit, so just understand that.
I will look for it.
Yeah.
Talking with Chris Childers here from SiriusXM. As you go, I think, the top 5-8 teams, like you mentioned, all look loaded. In that next tier, though, like could Bama get to a Final Four? Could Houston get back there? I mean, some of those, like Nebraska, as much excitement as there is about them, like I don't think they've ever won an NCAA tourney game.
Nebraska would be a great story. Houston absolutely could get back there, and they got an absolute dog. Everybody's talking about this NBA draft and the freshmen and how deep it is. And if you just want a guy with the game on the line that finds a way to win, it's Kingston Flemings. He's that kind of dude. So could I see him get them to the Final Four and put that team on his back? Absolutely could see it. That's a really good defensive team with a dog. And I think when you put that together, that equals a team that's going to have a chance to go far in the NCAA tournament. That next tier, like Illinois, is a team that, they've looked a little wonky the last week, but that Wagler kid, like they beat a lot of top 10 teams on the road. And Wagler is the freshman nobody knew about that ended up being this like lottery pick prospect, which has been insane to kind of see on the fly. As far as teams like Texas Tech, I don't know what to do with them. J.T. Toppin's been out. He's out for the year with an ACL injury, but they just went to Iowa State and won. That's a top 5 Iowa State team. They don't lose at Hilton Coliseum, and they did it without Toppin, and they've won 3 in a row without Toppin. How is that possible when Toppin was their glue? He was their everything. So, Grant McCaslin potentially has a team that can make a run. Alabama, their interior depth is the reason why they brought in Charles Bediako.
That's the NBA
So
dude?
if there's... What's that?
That's the NBA guy?
That's the NBA, that's the G League guy, yeah. So they don't necessarily have good depth on the interior, which could hurt them, especially if there's foul trouble in the NCAA tournament. But with the way they've been shooting the basketball, and LeBaron Philon, if you saw the game against Tennessee, he's got that dog in him. He's got that killer in him. And I think this team right now has kind of, so much of the conversation this year has been about Charles Bediako and the G League. And meanwhile, over the last 3 weeks, they've kind of rounded into the second best team in the SEC, sort of out of nowhere, when all the talk was about Bediako and the lack of interior depth. So I'll say this, if they shoot the way they're shooting, absolutely, because that's how they did it a couple of years ago.
Is that they're going to continue letting those players come from pros to play in college?
Well, that's a whole another situation, because Alabama's argument for that is that the G League is not the NBA, and that all the European kids that are playing pro basketball are coming over to play college, so what's the difference? Now, to me, it's all ridiculous. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, if you played college basketball and you leave, you're done.
I'm with that.
Who's the next Indiana in football? Like a forgotten program that maybe you can't get lightning in a bottle between Signetti and then a committed NIL base, but like, is there another team you could see that happening with?
It's funny because I immediately, the second you asked it, the first thing that popped into my head was Kentucky.
Oh, wow.
Because of Will Stein, who's their new head coach. I think he's special. I think he's an offensive wizard. I think he's a little different than Signetti because he's young. And he's got, kind of a different energy. Signetti kind of brings that Saban vampire, snuff you out in the middle of the night kind of vibe. But as far as a guy that I think can come in and really jumpstart, and that's a Kentucky team that they have money. I mean, they got boosters with money that will spend it if you give them a reason to. And I think Stein's going to give them a reason to. So I could see Kentucky being that team.
I've heard Duke I've heard Duke is starting to commit real resources, and then in the ACC has an opportunity. I don't know.
They are, but they lost their quarterback.
Yeah,
they
they
got stolen from Miami.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Literally stolen. At
Kentucky
the
got the money to get behind it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was honestly a thievery because it was like at the end of the 11th hour where Duke was helpless. They couldn't do anything to fix it. But Duke has done an amazing job as far as giving NIL money to their program.
Mm-hmm. Interesting times. Hey, Chris, thanks for the time. Really appreciate it, man.
Yeah, no problem. Anytime.
All right, man. Take care. Chris Childers, Sirius XM.
Stuff,
Give him a follow at Childers Radio. I love dudes you can talk anything with. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
NASCAR, college football, women's college basketball. Time for everybody's favorite game. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Is it snowing where you are? Call in and tell us. 9-inch nails through each one of my eyelids. This was TRL. Like, I mean, Eminem just like took over the world, dude. Taking over our world right now is more freaking snow. We're playing everybody's favorite game. Is it snowing where you are? Let's start with Jeff in the Navy Yard. Jeff, because we're basically in the studio version of a casino where there's no windows, no natural light. You're able to look out the window.
Are they pumping oxygen in here?
Is it snowing right here in the Navy Yard, Jeff?
Not at all. The only thing is snowing is parking tickets. So if you park your car outside, go get it.
It's not snowing in Fairfax.
Beamish reporting it's not snowing in Fairfax. Let's go to Mark is on 270. Mark, where are you and is it snowing?
Oh, yeah. I'm going by where the old Marriott headquarters used to be. And it's like driving through like a powdered sugar cloud.
That much snow?
Oh, hell yeah. I wish I could take a picture, man, but everybody's doing like 7, 8, 10 miles an hour.
Wow.
It's snowing that hard?
Yeah.
Is it sticking on the ground?
Not really, but you ever pick up a powdered sugar donut out of a box and that kind of whitish cloud that blows off of it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it looks like.
All right. We've got reports of a powdered sugar cloud. That's like Bethesda, Rockville.
Where is that?
270 Spur.
Okay.
Right by the old Marriott headquarters, right by Walter Johnson High School.
I know exactly it.
Steve is in Bowie.
What's up, Steve?
Steve, is it snowing?
Hey, what's up? Yeah, it was snowing, but it has stopped now. But it was so hard. We got a light dusting, very light, almost like a donut, but not quite that thick. But we got just on the grass only. But it stopped now.
Is it sticking on the roads?
No, just on the grass. That's it.
Okay.
But it stopped. Like I say, we got I don't know. I'm looking out the window now, like maybe 20 flakes are falling at a time. So it's kind of stopped. It was really coming down about 20 minutes ago, which I couldn't believe. But yeah.
All right. There you have it.
None on the sidewalks or pavement, though. None of that.
Okay.
None of that.
Appreciate it.
We'd like children to be in school tomorrow. I've gotten multiple reports per sources of a blizzard in Ashburn.
In Ashburn?
It's coming down in Ashburn.
If you're in Ashburn and you know my number, send me a video.
Let's go to Jacob in Arlington. Jake, you getting snow, dude?
Yeah, it was just snowing a little bit ago, super light, but it kind of stopped now. It's a little intermittent, but it was really light.
Did anything stick on the ground?
No, not at all.
Nah.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Jacob.
Not snowing in Alexandria either.
I feel like Alexandria just being on the river like that rarely gets a lot of accumulation.
Well, they should.
Let's go. Juan is in Chillum. What's good, Juan?
What's going on? Yeah, I'm in Chillum, man. I drive a dump truck. So, yeah, it's coming down out here in Chillum. It ain't coming down like that, but it's coming down a little bit.
Any action on the...
Coming down a little bit.
Nothing on the road, though.
Yes, sir. But I just want to tell y'all, I called last week, and I talked to you guys about, the trading my pick away for in the draft. I take that back. I watched over the weekend. I watched the combine, and I watched the highlights of Good Love. Yeah, I'm taking Jeremiah Love.
There you have it.
Gotcha.
Thank you, Juan. Duke can play.
Yes, sir.
All right.
All
See you,
right.
buddy.
Reports. Hold up. We getting a little flurries outside.
Uh-oh. Damn, White Brian is shook. Look at that kid right there, B. He's dying. White Brian, why are you so upset, dog?
Well, I choose to drive to work like once every 2 weeks.
Oh, you
and
chose
today
today?
happened to be that day.
So you scared of driving the snow?
Yeah, what?
I have two-wheel drive. Doesn't do great.
It's gonna
I'm
be
more
all
scared
right.
of the people driving in front of me, not knowing how to drive in snow.
It's going to be gone. Don't worry about it. You'll be all
Aren't
right.
you from New Jersey?
Yeah.
Yeah, no one knows how to drive in snow down here.
Oh, yeah.
Including you, apparently. You're spooked. Jeff, how hard is it snowing? Scale of 1 to 10.
Can we go under a 1? It's like a 0.5.
Okay.
It's like,
I'm here for 3 more hours.
It's
If
a
this gets
0.5
bad.
and White Brian is shook. Since when are you here 3 more hours? It's 12:30. We're off the air in 90 minutes.
I'm doing the first hour of Grant and Danny.
Who's out? Toby
Going in for
Alberhauser?
Claire.
Oberhaus.
Toby Alberhauser, scared of the snow. I've got a report that it's snowing like crazy.
Ashburn's snowing, but it's turning to rain as soon as it hits stuff. I mean, water.
Joe in Rockville, what do you got, Joe?
What's up, fellas? How you doing? I just got off Route 200 going to 270, and it's snowing like it's up in Buffalo.
Wow.
I used to live up there in Rochester, in Buffalo. But it's not sticking. It's not sticking. Look, I just want to give you guys a shout-out. I drive for a living. I got my own limousine service. And you guys that have constantly on the radio, people get into the car and they say, who you got? Who you listening to? You guys are funny as hell. I really, really appreciate you guys.
Thanks,
Appreciate it, brother.
Appreciate
Thank
it,
you, man.
Joe. We'll take some free limousine rides. Thank you. All right, I pulled up NOAA.gov. This is weather from the government. It says snow likely before 4 p.m. Well, yes, it's already happening. Total daytime snow accumulation of less than 1 inch possible. Tonight, it's saying could be some snow. It doesn't seem like this should keep the kids out of school, and I don't know what other school districts are doing, but Montgomery County announced their plans for adding days to the calendar. Listen to this, B. So I think Montgomery County was scheduled to end June 17th, but they have to add 5 days. So I think June 17th is a Wednesday, so they add June 18th, which is a Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
They're off June 19th to celebrate Juneteenth.
So they only did 5 days in the beginning?
I don't know the specifics. I'm just telling you what the plan is right now.
Huh?
So they're supposed to be done Wednesday the 17th. They add the 18th. They can't go to school on the 19th. That's a federal holiday. They come back Monday. Then that Tuesday are county elections, which I didn't even know they had county elections in June, but here we are.
Okay.
Then they got a pair of half days Wednesday, Thursday. That is crazy. It's adding a full week.
Well, I think built 15 snow days into the year. Loudoun County does. Fairfax built 5, and they got to add 10 more.
That's crazy. My boy Casey up in New England.
Yeah.
They've missed so much school up there that if they had to make it all up right now, the kids would be in school till right before July 4th.
They should.
They're asking the governor for like a waiver or something.
Go to school.
All right, Carl is in Great Falls. Carl, is it snowing where you are?
So it was not. I've been sitting around for an hour watching flakes come down in Great Falls so slow I can count them. But I had to deliver something. I'm on my way to deliver something in Leesburg. And as I drive, I'm in Sterling right now. It's definitely snowing and sticking on the grass beside the road.
In Sterling?
In Sterling. So I expect by the time I get to Leesburg, it might be even heavier.
Oh, man.
All
right. Good reporting, Carl.
Yeah. Goodbye.
You can always trust our B. Mitch and Finley weather reporters.
Yeah.
I have Brian Burrows reporting from the Nokesville, Bristow area. Not snowing. I'm outside hitting golf balls.
Are you hitting them bad, Brian?
Joey reporting from Chinatown. No snow currently in Chinatown.
Well, it's snowing in Sterling and Bremerton area.
And all right, let's go to George in Silver Spring. George, what do you got?
Little snow. It's coming down, but it's not sticking to anything. But it's a steady fall, but nothing serious right now.
All right. Appreciate it.
So it's definitely snowing now. And this is earlier than people were expecting it to.
I guess.
Alejo is in Wheaton. Alejo, what do you got?
¿Qué pasó, JP? It's Alejo.
What's up, brother?
You know, from the old Bethesda days.
Yeah, man.
It's snowing, man. You guys are like the meme right now with from Family Guy. With it's snowing. Yeah, it's snowing, but it's not.
All right, good to hear from you, buddy. Thank you.
Yeah.
I just got this on Twitter, Brian, and I'd argue this is downright mean. BJL 1906, Big John, has checked in.
Okay.
He says, it's not snowing, but it is breezy and 79 degrees here in Fort Lauderdale.
Hang up on
I'll be sure to keep you posted.
Send him back the one finger salute. That's what you do to him.
Tailgate Ted lives right by the Costco in D.C., right there off New York Avenue. Says they've got flurries. Flurries of activity.
That's around the corner.
That's snow.
Yeah.
Flurries is snow, baby.
Is there anybody out there that still wants snow? I think we're all done.
Yes. Kids who do not want to go to school.
Bro, I even think the kids are done.
I take whatever life deals me, man. And then I just keep moving.
Sure, but that's not the question. Do you want more snow?
Nobody ever wants snow.
There are people that want snow.
They're
but I
crazy.
bet even those people at this point are done with
Well, that's just people that just trying not to go to work and other stuff.
All right. If you call in, cool. We'll take the calls. Nobody go anywhere. It's freaking snowing again, and I couldn't be more done with it. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch and Finley are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Find out how much your home is worth in less than 30 seconds at JONSellsDMV.com.
B. Mitch and Finley here to tell you about our friends over at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Listen, it might be snowing. It might not. The weather sucks, but it doesn't impact your house if you get new windows and doors from Paul Henry's Windows. My windows keep my house nice and cozy. No matter how crazy cold it's been this winter, no matter how much snow and ice we've gotten, the windows and doors in my house, we got no drafts and everything is comfortable. Working with Paul Henry's been great for me and my family. It can be great for yours. And if you call right now, you get 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door.
Rolo, just like my house, I got Paul to do all the windows. I got him to do all the doors. Had him do a pergola outside. I think I need to get him to do a little, redo something in the front of my house right now. Got this little walkway where I got to get that thing fixed again. Like I said, when you have other people do your work, Paul will come in and fix it right. I had some other people do some stuff, didn't work out, so Paul's going to be coming in and take care of that. That's JP Stakes. You're not going to have to worry about drafty windows or doors once Paul checks in. If your house is supposed to be warm, it's going to stay warm. If it's supposed to be cold, it's going to stay cold. So reach out to Paul right now. Get 10% off windows. There's something wrong with my line.
When I dial my baby's number, I get a
Click every time.
when I dial.
Wizards playing the Rockets tonight means Kevin Durant is in town. Kevin Durant just spoke with some reporters. We're going to try to turn that around. Right now, though, a bunch of people called in about the snow. Let's get out west. Purcellville. That's out by the West Virginia border, right?
Way out there, yeah.
Josh, you got snow out there, dog?
Yeah, man, I'm out in, I just drove through Purcellville. We're out here in Hillsborough right now. It's not quite as bad here, but Purcellville, there's about 1.5 inches on the grassy surfaces. Roads are great. You know, it's just wet, but it's coming down.
All right, man. Be careful out there.
All I'm hearing, you fellas have a great day, dude. Thank you for the call. Purcellville, I mean, that's legitimately...
That's where Zabe live out that way.
I mean, we're talking, that's 50 miles away or something, right?
Yeah.
If it's not on the roads...
No, it's not that far.
I mean, dude, according to Google Maps...
Purcellville is over 50 miles from here.
According to Google Maps, from our location to Purcellville, Virginia, is 52.5 miles.
It's like, I mean, I drove out there a little bit ago because they got that brewery out there I like, and it's like 20 minutes past Leesburg or something, right?
How far you think Leesburg is?
Yeah, it's 50
all right.
miles.
All right, I guess. From here, yeah.
And slow down in that damn Mustang, man. That's why you drive too damn fast.
Here's my point. If it's not on the roads in Purcellville, kids have to go to school tomorrow. I'm throwing the gauntlet down now.
JP is the out-of-school Grinch.
JP ain't dictating nothing.
JP got little kids. That's what this.
They're going to be right at school. They're going to be at home with you.
All right, Eli's in Bethesda. This is a home game for me. Eli, what do you got?
What's going on, man? I just I'm actually right around Stroger's, getting my favorite chicken salad sandwich from one of these spots over here. But it's coming down, man. It's coming down. It's not crazy. Looks like some wind is going, so it's like snow is sideways. Snow is coming down, but it's not on like everyone's saying. It's not going to stick. It's kind of wet out here. So it's gonna be cool, man. And y'all my first call, man. I don't know if anybody got Verizon, man, but Verizon, I'm done with them, man. So I'm T-Mobile, so y'all my first call. I was like, let me make sure this phone working. Let me make sure I got some service. So hopefully y'all not sponsored by them because they're gonna be mad at me. But man, I'm feeling good. I feel like I just got out of a bad relationship, man. Verizon every month the numbers change, man. I be all sleepy in the morning. I'm saying, let me see my bill. I said, man, it's different than last month. So I'm done with them Bammers, man. So peace out, fellas.
Eli,
love y'all, man.
Where'd you get the chicken sandwich?
When snow calls go wrong.
Oh,
you get the
JP,
chicken
you ain't
sandwich?
ready for this one, man. I got one for you. It's this place over here by Stroger. It's called Edith's Pizza. And the chicken salad sandwich,
not
man.
Stroh Snyder's.
Oh, man, I'm from D.C., man. I call it Stroger's, man. That's how I'm saying.
That's not even how it's spelled.
Streegeners. But no, I'm Edith's, man.
You're like skipping half of the syllables in the word.
Man, this place is it's actually super good, man. Next to Grandma's, it's fresh. It's a nice chicken salad sandwich.
I've been there. I've only gotten pizza, so there's a chicken sandwich I need to be aware of.
Man, chicken salad sandwich, man. Get one, man. Put it on anything, baguette. Put it on sub. Put it on I don't know, man. Whatever you like, man. Yeah, man. Actually, no, it doesn't. I'm sorry, it does not have onions in it.
All right,
it's just like Grandma's, man.
I love chicken salad. Now that's a phone call right there. We covered a lot of bases.
You know how we do, man. You know how we do.
Thank
Come
you,
on
Eli.
now.
All right, brother. There's no snow in Oakton.
You got to grow up. No onions and chicken salad.
No onions
going
ever.
chicken salad.
I'm committed
and
to an
tuna
onion-free
salad.
lifestyle.
Man, this man just don't know how much onion he actually eats.
But raw onion in a sandwich will kill me.
It won't kill you.
Death.
You still living.
And hold on. Jeff is the dude that had a taste of cocktail sauce and was almost dead. He was sweating.
It was spicy.
And he wants to come at me about onions?
Onions are not spicy.
Onions,
they're disgusting.
Hey, I know you ate about 13 of them when I cooked that gumbo.
It's one thing cooked. Like, honestly, you cooked all the shrimp the other day. There's onions in the pot. Like, I could tolerate it. But a raw onion, dog, goes straight to my cerebral cortex. I'm cooked. Joe is in Asheville. Joe, what do you got? Joe, you there?
Joe or Gerald?
Gerald,
whoever you are, you're up, brother.
All right, so B. Mitch, I'm on Claiborne Parkway. It's snow. It's sticking to the grass, but not to the street.
Okay, cool. As long as the streets are staying cool, that's cool with me.
Yeah, because that means kids will go to school. Thank you, Joe, Gerald.
You only care about the kids going to school. You don't really care if it snows or not.
Trick, love the kids.
I need the kids to go to school.
My man.
Oh, look at that. You and JP
My
the
man.
same.
That's what we need.
I'm not worried about kids going to school.
Yeah, because you don't have young kids. Sean is in Sterling. Sean, what do you got?
Oh, boy.
Oh, man, listen, I'm going to piggyback on the Ashburn guy. It is coming down. I'm out here in Cloud Alley. That's where all the data centers are. And, yeah, it might not be sticking to the ground, but it's definitely sticking to the data centers. That's for sure. All right, let me say it's definitely on the grass. It's going to be icy tomorrow. That's a fact. And
kids may not go to
it's
school.
coming down hard enough. Yeah, it's coming down hard enough that the visibility right now, you can't see you can't see everything.
Be careful, dude.
That's all I'm confirming from Sterling. Yeah,
All right, bro.
Good reporting.
Let's find out what the temperature's supposed to be tonight. That's what you got to worry about. If it dropped down into the teens, you may have a 2-hour delay.
It says low is 31. That's not low enough.
That could freeze.
Nah, dog. It's got to be like 20 to freeze.
No, 31. 32 is freezing, dog.
Our boy Los in Severna Park. Los, you got snow?
We got some flurries out here, but listen. Look, you guys sound so disappointed, like that guy that called into the radio station wanting a honeymoon trip on the dime.
I forgot about that.
What's wrong with snow? Listen. I'm Hispanic. My name is Carlos, and we're supposed to love, hot weather. But snow, give me snow every day. All right, I have snowboarding over golf, and I love golf. Snowboarding over golf every day, in my opinion.
You
all
must
right?
suck in golf, then.
Yeah, dog, nobody wants snow every day. You want snow every day? Move to Greenland. They only got 60,000 people. You
He
can run
must
for
suck
mayor.
in golf. That's why he's talking about snowboarding over golf.
Listen, they call me the brown Sean White. I'm just saying, man. Snowboarding every day. If we could snowboard to work and snowboard to school, man, listen, I would love it.
You should try it out.
Good luck.
22-degree weather, over 99-degree weather any day.
Give me the heat.
Why?
Give me the heat, dog.
All right,
Los, see ya.
Carlos, see, I used to think you were crazy. Now I know you're crazy.
That's crazy. Straight crazy talk. All right, last one on snow talk. Mark, what up, dude? Go quick, please.
Hey guys, how's it going? In Landover Hills, we got big flakes, buddy, and it's been coming since as long as I've been waiting on the phone for you. Maybe 10 more minutes than that, man. It's huge flakes, all different size, but no powdered donut yet, but it's still coming.
Is it sticking at all?
No, it's too warm, JP.
All right.
Like I like to say, and you like to bring up Mr. Bill Shakespeare. Much ado about nothing. And that's about this one, brother.
Appreciate you, Mark. Thank you.
All right,
dude.
bro.
Quick break. Checking in on the Defenders, and Kevin Durant is in town. Nobody go anywhere.
Beat Mitch and Philly are presented by
Hanging with us on the YouTube stream at the 106.7 The Fan page. Appreciate everybody watching us on Monumental Sports Network. When Joey actually puts us on camera, B will give a wave to everybody at bars and restaurants. If you're at a bar in downtown D.C. right now watching us and there's snow coming down, just order another beer. You know you want to. Anytime it's snowing and you're at a bar, you want another one.
Yeah, get you another one.
That's the math. Also appreciate everybody listening in their cars, driving around, listening on the app, listening in the future as a podcast.
On the treadmill, wherever.
Yeah, wherever you are. Yeah. And we're excited right now to go to the Rude Guest Hotline and welcome in Sam Kidd from the DC Defenders and a local boy. Sam, what's up, man? How are you?
What's going on, man? I'm doing great. I actually just got out of practice. Appreciate you guys having me on.
Dude, I appreciate you joining us. And, you know, we root for the Defenders. B and I try to get to some games. It's always a blast there at Audi Field. But for you, as a guy that grew up in Reston, what's it been like for you to play for the Defenders?
Oh, it's been amazing. It's been a journey for sure, but it's been a huge blessing. Like you said, being from Reston, you know, we got 5 home games, so you know it's easy access for family and friends. And I mean, you know, God was definitely looking out with that one.
How do you cope with it? Like, you all live in Texas, right? And
that's right.
Y'all travel for the games?
Yeah. So I'm in Arlington, Texas right now. Okay. And then we do camp, practice, everything out here all season. You just fly, you know, wherever the game's at. You go there the day before and then fly back right after the game.
Wow. So do you live in Arlington, Virginia in like the off season, and then Arlington? So I'm curious about this. So you played your college ball at James Madison. Did you also play your high school ball at James Madison?
Yeah, I did. I did in Vienna, Virginia.
That's got like how many people went to the same high school and college?
I know exactly where that's at.
Probably not a lot. I don't know.
I mean, dude, not a lot of people can make that claim. You can.
James Madison, real close to Princess Jewelers, right?
Yeah.
Yep. I've been there.
Right there, right off 123.
There you go.
Well, how excited are you guys for this upcoming season? I know the season's about to, like, we're right in the middle of it here, getting ready. Mm-hmm. How excited are you guys as, you know, training camp starts up? It's the end of the month, right? Is the first game in St. Louis?
Yeah. March 27th is game 1 in St. Louis. That's correct. I mean, everybody's super excited. You know, it was great that you know, the league, a lot of changes in the off season. But for us in DC, you know, our head coach is back. A lot of the staff is back. Both the coordinators. A lot of the guys are back. Some new guys too. A lot of new talent. Great players. So, you know, everybody's just really excited. You know, we got an extra week of camp, which we just finished up. We're starting week 2, and, you know, we've used that to, you know, gel with communication and, you know, get to know everybody, and it's been great.
You know y'all going to be the hunted this year, man.
Yeah, defending champs.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So,
man.
Has Coach discussed that?
All the time. All the time. You know, we'll have a target on our back for sure. But, you know, it's a blessing to be in that position, you know?
Totally.
So, you know, it's exciting.
So I think you guys got screwed, by the way. Defending champs should get to open at home. And not only do you guys open on the road, but it's my understanding that St. Louis has like the best home field advantage in the UFL. Like, do you guys look at that at all or not even pay attention to it?
Yeah, I mean, it's talked about for sure. But at the same time, you know, wherever you're at, you still got to, you know, line up and strap up. So it doesn't really matter. But it would be cool to have, you know, game 1 coming off of a season like that back at home. But, you know, it'll just have to wait a few weeks. I think week 3 we'll be back in Audi.
All right.
Yeah. Also, are there new teams in the UFL this year? Is Louisville new?
Yes, there are 3 new teams. Orlando's a new team, Louisville's a new team, and Columbus, Ohio is a new team.
All right.
Okay.
They are technically like, there's still only 8 teams. There was 8 teams last year, there's 8 teams again, so they kind of just replaced 3 old teams with those 3 teams. Yeah.
All right, cool.
So when you're down at training camp right now, are all the teams are there in Arlington, Texas, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
that's right.
Is that kind of weird, or do you kind of just hang out with these other dudes and it's not a big deal?
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool because, I have some guys, there's some other, JMU guys out here, which is cool. And we all go to the same building. Like we're in a hotel right now, and the Louisville team is in the same hotel as us. So, in the building we use, all 8 teams use it. So, you're going in and out, guys you may have played with in the past or college or whatever it might have been. So, but you don't, at the same time, like people are on different schedules a little bit. So you kind of see people in passing, but, you kind of are designated to your own area and you spend most of your time, just kind of with your team.
How does that work when you just whip?
Fly there and back on the same plane. So, it could definitely be interesting.
Has that ever gotten contentious on the way back?
I haven't personally experienced too much, but there's definitely the winning team's usually a little bit more excited than the losing team. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I bet. Like you guys are drinking beer and hooting and hollering, and the other dudes are just like, man,
sulking.
The ref stole it.
Give me a ginger ale.
No, it's an interesting setup for sure, but it's just a lot that goes on, with this league can be exciting and different, and I just kind of try to embrace it and enjoy it.
So
it's an opportunity you're getting, man.
Speaking of exciting and different, the UFL this year's trying the 4-point field goal. Is that right? Like, how did they roll that out to you? What do you make of that?
They just told us in one of the beginning meetings, we kind of had, a video presented to us with a few of the new rules. And it's just another thing to make the game more exciting. It's different, but it'll definitely, because you also are not allowed to, once you cross the 50 as an offense, you can't punt the ball anymore. So you either go for it on 4th down or you kick a long field goal.
I like
so
that part.
They're encouraging it.
I like that.
So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. It's kind of like if they just made up a 4-point shot in basketball or something.
Right.
It's like, it totally changed the game.
Well, dude, I got to say, as the NFL gets more and more aggressive and the kickers can kick from deeper and deeper, I think from a developmental standpoint, too, because, listen, I understand your focus is on the St. Louis Battlehawks in a couple weeks, right? But I think most, maybe all UFL players are also hoping they could put the tape out there that shows that the NFL is going to call them, right?
Yeah.
And I think those kind of developmental things that might be a benefit to the big picture goals of the league as well.
You kick enough. If somebody kick enough 60-yarders, they will be in the NFL real quick.
Right.
That's a good point. That's that's a really good point. It's a good perspective to have on it. But yeah, like you said, most I'd say most everybody's, goal is to, take it to the next level. And that's why, just grateful for the opportunity in this league.
Speaking of the next level, we're talking with DC Defenders Sam Kidd joining us. Played for the Defenders, won that title last year. But interestingly, you played your college ball at JMU. I assume you were there with Cignetti, right?
Yes, he was my coach. I did 6 years at JMU. First 2 with under Mike Houston, and then my last 4 were with Coach Cignetti.
I know some people that did 6 years at JMU. It had nothing to do with athletics. Shout out to Casey Cope. But Harrisonburg's a fun little town, man.
It is.
So you play under Kurt Cignetti in Harrisonburg, playing for the Dukes. What was he like as a coach?
He was awesome. I really appreciated him. And, he is, I'm sure you've seen a lot of the interviews and, what's amazing what he's done over there at Indiana with those guys. But, he tells it, he puts it out there like he really is. He takes care of your body. He wants everybody fresh for game day. And, you handle your business and buy into the process. And you've seen what he's been able to do with that.
He always had that debt stare.
Yeah. That's definitely traveled with him. I think that's not something new.
He doesn't seem like he's very fun. Is he fun?
He's definitely about his business. When it's work time, it's time to work. But he's definitely got he'll crack some jokes every once in a while, and he'll lighten up, here and there.
Okay.
Well, are you surprised how fast he was able to find a national championship at Indiana. I mean,
He's been, 2 years?
When
3
he
years.
took 2 years. When he took that job, Indiana was the most losing Power 5 program ever. And are you just surprised the level of success he's been able to find there kind of right away?
I mean, I wouldn't say I'm surprised to find, to see the success he's had. I don't know if I would have been able to tell you they're going to win a national championship in a couple years, but to have the success they did, I really don't think so. Too. I mean, you see him now, Aiden Fisher. I didn't play with D'Angelo Pons, but he was right after me there. I've seen those guys, and, they're some really good players, Kalon Black, Elijah Surratt. So, I knew what they were capable of, and I knew Signetti's process, so it really didn't shock me to see them having success that quickly.
Sam, you all in Audi Field, y'all have, the fans have this little tradition with the beer snake.
Yeah.
Okay. When you go other places, do they have different little traditions around in those other stadiums? Anybody as wild as they are in Audi Field, because they're wild over there.
I haven't seen anybody who gets quite as rowdy as the fans do in Audi, and the beer snake, definitely not anything like that. That's special, and I love it.
Can you guys notice third quarter there's a commercial or something, you got a little bit of time, will you sneak a peek at the beer snake going from one section to the other and 500 cups in that thing, whatever it is?
I'd say maybe not too much personally, but I've definitely peeked over there, whether it's after a touchdown or something. I'm like, oh, look at that thing go.
As somebody that grew up in the area, are you a DC sports fan? Did you grow up like a Skins fan, a Wizards fan, Caps?
So I actually grew up, my dad's from Long Island, New York, so I actually grew up a Giants fan and a Mets fan. I know. But I honestly, I grew up, kind of going, I didn't go to many, Redskins or Commanders games, but I went to a good amount of Nationals games, so I kind of followed them a good bit, and the Capitals too. But yeah, I grew up a Giants and a Mets fan, really.
Well, you're a young man. There wasn't a whole lot to root for much of your time, so I can kind of understand it.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, just going forward, what's your message for fans? They don't get to see you guys at Audi until week 3, but what is it's got to be unique for you, because I imagine all your friends and family, or a lot of them anyway, are here, so I'm sure they're supportive. Yeah. But what's it like, just the level of support you guys get here?
No, it's amazing. I mean, we talk about it all the time. We got to defend Audi because it is such a special place, and the fans do, bring such an edge for us. And we're very grateful, and we love it. It really makes it more exciting, the environment, and we really I can't emphasize enough how much we appreciate the support that we do get from the area. Because like you said, I am from there, and I know how passionate people are about DC sports, and especially when they bring it to the Defenders, it's very special, and we really appreciate it.
Good stuff.
That's great, man. Well, hey, man, we really appreciate the time,
you, Sam.
And good luck this season.
Yeah, definitely.
We'll get down there for a game and maybe contribute to the beer snake.
Absolutely, man. Thank you guys too. I appreciate you having me.
Yeah, all right, we're gonna try to put 30 cups in the beer snake.
Just between the two of us. Might be a heck of an afternoon right there.
Double it.
Oh boy.
Thanks, dude.
All right, man. Take care.
All right, yeah.
All right. That is
good kid, man.
Yeah, man, that was fun.
Yeah.
Sam Kidd grew up in Reston, went to JMU, then went to JMU again. DB has been, a big part of their defense over the years. That was fun. Jeff, what's your deal? Do you DJ any Defenders games or any of that? That'd be a good gig for you, dude.
I don't, but if somebody listening, why not? Let's get it going.
Look at you, Jeff.
I think DC United season just started.
Yeah.
I saw some of those guys the other night at that event I went to over at Audi.
DJ
Audi car
Explosive.
dealership.
DJ Explosive that works our sister station El Zol.
Yeah.
He's the arena host there now.
Oh, I knew that.
Yep.
That's cool. Speaking of Rowdy Audi, so DC United, this coming Saturday, is playing Miami Inter Miami. So Messi is the big draw. They're taking it to Baltimore to play it at M&T Bank.
Because they about to put the some level
like the minor league
up there. Yeah, that's probably why they're doing that.
I get it. I get it. M&T is an awesome stadium. You want to be able to get more fans into the seats. Yeah. And I bet M&T is 3X what Audi is. Audi's about 20. M&T is probably 60.
70.
Right. So, conceptually, I understand all of this. Why isn't that happening at Northwest?
Because they're about to put a team in Baltimore. That's all it is. So if you're about to put something there, like when they were trying to put the Carolina Panthers down in Charlotte,
South Carolina, or whatever.
Guess who played football in Chapel Hill? Us and the Ram and the Falcons.
I understand it. I just wish Messi played here. You know what I mean?
I see what you're saying, but this is not just that play here. This is the long-term play, what they're trying to do.
I get it. Dude, I started watching it flying back from Indy. There's a Messi documentary on Apple TV called Messi's World Cup, and it's only 4 episodes about the last World Cup. I'm getting into soccer mode. We got World Cup coming. I watched Leeds play over the weekend. I'm getting into soccer mode, right? So Saturday night, we had a lot go on at the house. It was just me and Shelby at home. And God bless her, it's a great thing, but she always just wants to read. And sometimes I'm like, you got to take a break from reading. And so I said, do you want to watch this documentary on Messi?
She sounds just like you, dude. That's all the hell you did when you were younger.
She knows Messi because all the kids wear the jerseys and stuff. So we're watching the last episode of the documentary, and it's the World Cup game. And at halftime, they're up 2-0. Argentina is, before Mbappe goes nuts the last 10 minutes. And she looks at me. She goes, tell me right now if they win. I need to know if they win. I can't keep watching this if they don't win. And I was like, baby, you just got to watch. That's why we're here. Dude, when Mbappe got those goals, she was freaking out. It was so funny to watch it. It just has me excited to watch the World Cup.
She just sounds like her dad. Wants to just skip to the end. I want to know what happened.
I blame Lauren for that. We got to do yesterday in history. Kevin Durant in town. The Rockets play the Wiz tonight. There were only 2. It was our people from News 4, Kerwin and Heather went, and then Michael Lee, I assume from the Washington Post still. I'm not sure where Michael Lee works now, but they were the only 2 people there talking to KD. Some of the KD audio is pretty interesting, including his plans for the Commanders' offseason. Nobody go anywhere. It's Pete Mitchell Finley. Durant.
Durantula.
Undeniably one of the greatest basketball players of all time.
Yes.
I don't feel the need to get into some arbitrary, like, where does he rank type conversation, but he's fantastic.
He's damn good. That's where he ranks. That's where he ranks.
Fantastic. Been fantastic a long time. Two-time NBA Finals MVP. I mean, his bona fides are 16-time All-Star, 4-time scoring champ, future Hall of Famer.
Definitely.
I mean, Durant is pretty much that dude.
It's badass.
My favorite Durant era, and in hindsight, of course, it wouldn't work, but when they had Harden, Westbrook, and Durant on those OKC teams, that was fun, man. They were just so young and so good. They got to that finals. They lost, but they got to the finals.
Mm-hmm.
I am glad he was able to win a ring with Golden State. I did. When he signed with Golden State, I was like, damn. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And there was the hope that maybe he would sign in Washington, which was obviously just never going to happen. But, like, as he's grown older, Durant's, I don't think I've ever met him. Have you ever met him?
Mm-hmm.
He seems very comfortable in his own skin.
Very.
And certainly doesn't care what people think about
That's
him.
why I like him so much.
He's not scared to give the one-fingered salute.
Yeah, I mean, it's like people sometimes feel they got to change for others to accept them. To hell with that. Be who you are. And listen, man, you're going to always have detractors. That dude does so much for this area. And people should just accept and stop worrying about all this stuff.
So that, Chris, I want to play the audio, and then I want to let people call in. Durant famously wouldn't even take a meeting with Washington during the free agency process, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was like 10 years ago now, right? I mean, that was a long time ago. Remember KD to DC? That was a thing.
Yeah.
It did not materialize. And Durant is prickly, I would say. Like, he fights with people on social media.
But what he does is he gives what people give him. And guess what? You find out they can't handle it. That's just all he does.
So shout out to Heather McDonough, Chris Kerwin, and Michael Lee for going and talking to Kevin Durant this morning. He's in town. Wiz play the Rockets tonight. Kevin Durant talked about a number of different topics. So let's just play it, and then it's the thing at the end that I'm kind of most interested in.
Obviously, you're a big Commanders fan. They have a draft coming up.
Yeah.
What do you make of everything that's going on there? And if you were Adam Peters, put your GM hat on, what would you do?
I don't want to put my GM hat on. I trust Adam. Like I said, just like the Wizards, I think they're putting together talent. They got great coaching staff, great leadership. And the game is about putting the best players on the field and on the floor. So I think that's what both organizations are doing pretty well. And once you have that, just that continuity, you'll start to grow as a group. So I'm excited about DC sports. Wizards and Commanders are doing some great things that you'll start to see come to fruition down the line, I think. So it's a great time to be a fan.
You follow DC sports. Trinity Rodman, did you follow any of that and what's going on with the Spirit? Obviously the Mystics too, but Trinity specifically.
This should become the highest paid player.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I follow Spirit. I follow the Mystics. We got young talent all across the board, I think, in DC, and I'm excited about it. Our rookies for the Mystics did well last year. Trinity is just setting herself up to be one of the greats in the game. So like I said, it's great to be a fan of DC sports right now.
Message to the fans of the DMV that continue to support you tonight and always.
I'm born, raised, made in this area, and I spent a lot of time coming to this arena, watching games. So to be here in my 19th season and have so much love and support, I truly, truly appreciate it. Every time I step out on the floor, I represent this whole area, not just Maryland, D.C., but Virginia as well. And I take pride in being from this area. So hopefully we put on a show and beat the hometown team tonight.
19. That flew, dude.
For sure.
19 years.
19 years. And wow. Ups, downs, whatever. Whenever I've watched KD, I've always thought he's from here and I root for him.
Mm-hmm.
And I think for some people, maybe that got complicated. So I'll open the phones, and I want to ask everybody here, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Listening to him talk about the Commanders, he's like, I trust Adam. Like, we know how real his passion for the Burgundy
he
Eagles
comes to games and stuff.
And then to hear him complimenting what the Wiz are doing.
Yeah.
There were a lot of years where he wasn't very complimentary of the organization.
Because they wasn't doing anything. It wasn't. What they're doing now is what they were not doing before. Damn, when he was a free agent, they damn sure wasn't doing it. So what they're doing now, I can see it catching other basketball players' attention. Before, they were like, nah.
I mean, we heard LeBron and Steve Nash talking about him too, right?
Mm-hmm.
But here's my question. Like, at the end there, I love when he's like, man, I'm from here. I love it here. I love when the fans support me. There was a period of backlash when he wouldn't sign here, wouldn't take an interview.
Mm-hmm.
I personally, and kind of hope everybody has landed in the always got love for KD camp. Are you in that camp?
I've always been in that camp. Even when he didn't. Listen, man. When you of his ilk, when you're of his talent, you don't just roll into any damn place. You know what I mean? And let's be real. This team, if it's honest with himself, when at that moment, if they were to compare them to what they were doing and what they're doing now, they would say that they didn't do enough. They weren't doing enough. You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't piss when he didn't come here. Yeah, I would, like, you want to cheer for a person, but you also want them to have an opportunity to get to the end, the mecca of where you want to go win the championship, do something like that. Was he going to get there here?
No. Jeff, you are from Prince George's County. Kevin Durant, proudly from Prince George's County. Is it always all love with KD? Was there ever a period where it wasn't?
Let's bubble it down, because Prince George's County, man, he's directly from Sea Pleasant, where my family is from. We will always support KD, even when they did a parade for him. I was out there. We will always support KD, because it's no way, if you're in my age group or older and you were watching basketball around the area when KD, Mike B, all of them were they packed out gyms, So just feeling that impact, feeling how he gave back to the community by building up Sea Pleasant again, the rec center, and stamping Sea Pleasant on the shoes, he always got my support. Because that's a guy, no matter how big he got, he know where he came from, what made him, and he was running those hills in that city. So I will always have his support.
And that he's done a lot.
Support him, my bad.
Yeah. No, it's well said, dude. He's done a lot over there, right? Didn't he build a new Boys and Girls Club? And I don't know. I think supporting your hometown doesn't always mean going back and playing in your hometown. And, dude, how many people have we heard that coming back home to D.C. is not an advantage for them?
Yeah.
Even Chase Young. I remember talking to Chase before he was getting drafted, and everybody knew he was getting drafted at 2. And he said something to me that stuck with me. He's like, man, I hope it's all love and not fake love. And I don't know exactly what that means, but I understand. Like, I've talked to Wylie about this a lot, where he gets nervous when kids that are from here end up playing here. And I think for me, with Kevin Durant specifically, it's always going to be a dude I root for.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah.
Let's go to Eric in Silver Spring. Eric, you always going to root for KD? Where are you at?
Man, I'm in Bethesda now in the snowstorm, man. Yeah, man. Gentlemen, let me tell you something. KD, my favorite player, man. And, if he didn't miss them 2 seasons, with injuries, man, he'd be right now probably right up there with LeBron. He missed 2 whole seasons. So that's about, let's say, 4,000 points maybe, right about there.
At least.
So, yeah, man. So let me tell you something about KD, man. You B. Mitch, the man don't care about nothing when he don't even brush his hair, man. when a black man don't care about his hair being brushed, you know he does not care about what nobody has to say about him, man.
Yeah.
And from somebody that has family that played in the NBA and had friends that played in the NBA, you don't want to play for that city, your home city. It's too much pressure. Everybody's on your back. I mean, LeBron's able to do it because, you know, he can handle that. But it would be on Katie's mother, people trying to, man, get tickets to the game. And why should he, back then, why should he entertain and been like he wasn't too keen on the Wizards back then? He didn't play for the Wizards. So why would he be so happy for them? Just because it's your hometown? Look, the man roots for everything around in this area, and I love him for that, man. He's just different. And he is an all-around ball player. Like, he's that dude that you like, yeah, all he thinks about is basketball and nothing else. And, man, I wish I could get to the game tonight, but unfortunately it's tax time, and I work in an accounting firm, so I can't get there. But
you're busy.
Man, yeah, I'm busy, yeah. But, man, I'm going to be watching tonight. I'm going to be peeking watching. But he just, man, everything. Then he talks. I was watching the game, I think, against Miami. He's talking trash to Tyler Hero, and he's telling Tyler Hero, why y'all rushing me? And Tyler Hero's like, the whole NBA rushes you. Like, we got to double team you. You're good. And, you know, he's talking trash, and he's just, man, just the guy, man. Hey, and I forgot his name. Talk about C. Pleasant, how he held C. Pleasant down. Like, like everybody, like LeBron holds down Akron. KD holds down C. Pleasant. He holds down this area. He's just a good dude, man. And that's the one person, when he retires, I'm going to miss. He's the one person I'm going to miss when he retires.
Appreciate the call, man. Thank you.
brother.
I don't know this. KD, is he married, kids, anything?
Oh, he ain't married. I don't
No
think he's married.
kids. I think we would know.
I wonder if that dude, like, perspective changes a bit when he has kids. I don't know. It'll be interesting. Nobody go anywhere. We got to do yesterday in history and make some bets.
Beat Mitch and Philly are presented by John Leahy and the fine
3 o'clock, the boys are welcoming Andrew Wylie onto the program. Wylie just signed an extension with Washington, so you can listen to Grant and Danny talk to Andrew Wylie, Commanders offensive lineman, at 3 p.m. We got a bunch of things to do. Starting with tomorrow, I got an idea for a segment. It's called GOATs, and we can do it about anything, right? We can talk best wide receivers ever, running backs, safeties, whatever you want to say, but it doesn't have to just be sports. It could be best sodas ever, best movies ever, best rappers ever,
idea.
Best guitarists ever. So I told B about this idea, and he said, "Oh, I can't."
You better not.
There's no way I can. B likes the idea, but his first idea is one that we'll have to have in the break and not on the air. Jeff's clapping.
Jeff, you're the GOAT.
Jeff's clapping, and you shouldn't be, young man.
I was clapping because I was laughing. It was a reaction.
What do we want tomorrow to be? Tight ends? Best tight end ever?
Let's do that.
That's a good one. And then we'll open
We
the
talking
phone
about football?
lines. Talking about football,
Oh,
yes,
okay,
sir.
all right.
Talking about football.
I have somebody else in mind.
I'm kind of curious what that answer is.
Hey, yo.
All right, tomorrow, I'd like to do it at noon, and then we'll open the phone lines up. Best tight ends ever. Who's the GOAT at tight end? And then, ideally, we keep doing it every Tuesday. Right now, though, we got to do yesterday in history. Jeff, what do you got?
Yeah, I know y'all are not going to get this one. Okay?
Yeah.
So, in
We haven't
2000,
gotten any of them.
in 2003 today, there was a world light heavyweight boxing championship that happened to win the WBA heavyweight crown in Las Vegas. The guy who lost was John Ruiz. The guy who won was who? Think boxing, 2003.
Roy Jones.
Roy Jones beat didn't
Ooh, hold on. I thought y'all wasn't going to get that one.
Because like John Ruiz, he lost that one and then he disappeared.
Yeah, I'm going to have to get some harder ones because that was too easy. I thought it was going to take y'all some time.
That wasn't too easy, but like 2003, I remember that era, and I'm just thinking who was the best non-heavyweight. Like
my boy, Roy Jones was dropping people and songs.
Yep. Hell, he was beating people. He'll go play basketball, then go box, or he'll box, then he go play basketball.
Little bit of breaking news here from the least surprising breaking news ever. Washington has communicated with Marshawn Lattimore that he is to be released.
We're letting you go when the new year start. Bam.
He's going to save him almost $20 million on the cap. 18 and
got to do it.
This one was always happening.
Mm-hmm.
The only definitive you messed up on Adam Peters' report card so far.
Yeah.
You traded for him, he was still hurt. He started playing, he wasn't good. You have to release him. You know, hindsight, right? When they traded for him, people are like, well, they really need a corner, and Lattimore, when he's right, is really good.
Yeah.
So that one is official. Lattimore to be released. And there's been a zillion reports about this before, and none of them were true. And
now it is.
Now it is.
Yeah.
All right. You can hear Andrew Wylie with Grant and Danny at 3. Now we're going to make some bets.
Heard it here first. Heard it here first. What I got to say was
heard it here first.
All right, let's everybody gather around.
Heard it here first on B. Mitch and Finley.
What they got to say was heard it here first.
New week, new us.
Yeah, since I won last week, I think I'm going to go first. Give me Norfolk State.
Did you even win last week?
Yes, I did. Over Morgan State.
Boo.
You don't remember? We are the champions.
Oh, yeah, you did play that.
Yeah, I'm taking it straight.
Norfolk, Morgan at 6 o'clock.
Yes.
You're taking the Norfolk State money line.
Yes, because I have a feeling that Morgan could cover. So I'm not going to do that.
You very rarely get that right, where you take the money line when it's actually advantageous to you, and you did. So congratulations.
All time.
Now, I'll be rooting for Morgan State, just so we're clear.
Me too.
Duke plays tonight against NC State. That game's in Raleigh. That arena will be raucous. What do we like tonight? Wiz are playing. No hockey tonight. Oh, I'm sure there's hockey. There's no Caps tonight.
Cleveland State -1.5.
That's the Horizon League opener?
Yep.
All right. Cleveland State's mascot is what? The Bulls?
Viking?
Vikings? I have no idea. Wiz are getting 2 touchdowns at home tonight. 14.5 against the Rockets.
Damn.
That's a big number, isn't it?
Yeah, I stayed away because the Rockets been putting up some points.
Yeah, they've been
the Rockets can go
slaughtering some people, dog.
B, what do you think about Northwestern State versus UT Rio Grande Valley?
I don't think about it. Give me the Clippers -1.5 and Boston Celtics -4.5. Although Giannis is coming back tonight, Celtics gonna still beat him.
Kind of surprised he's even coming back.
Well, you know,
I'm gonna take Iowa State. The Cyclones getting a touchdown in Tucson. Arizona's good, but that's a big number in a conference battle. Give me Iowa State plus the 7.5. Chris, you want to make a pick?
I mean, I was honestly going to go with the Rockets, even though the Wizards get the points. But
that's fine.
Yeah, I think Rockets are just going to slaughter them.
Chris is taking the Rockets. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to our friend Chris Childers for joining us, and to Sam Kidd. Wishing him luck with the Defenders this spring, rather. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
Jeff owe you a goat.
2 a.m. summer
Welcome in, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Just after 2 o'clock, we're with you for 4.5 hours. Commanders offensive lineman Andrew Wylie will be on the show at 3 o'clock. He re-signed with the team last week. We've also got a Beltway Blitz coming your way at 4 o'clock, and at that time, right at 4, in 2 hours, we are giving away tickets to go see the Harlem Globetrotters right here in the nation's capital. Danny, how are you on this Monday?
Down in the dumps a little bit, my friend, as the great Maximus Decimus Meridius once said, there was a dream that was Rome, and this is not it. Four Screens' dreams of a run to the championship ended last night at the hands of Purple. They were the better team. They deserved to win. Them and Lime, the two best teams in the league all season long, are going to meet for the championship, as it probably should be. But the boys were down yesterday. We got throttled pretty good. Tip of the cap to a very well-coached Purple team. They were better on defense, better on offense. And if there were special teams, they'd be better on that too. They kicked our butts 6 ways from Sunday, and they're on their way to the title game. So it's that post-game speech stinks because it's over. That's it, And it's like for these sixth graders, they never get to do this league again. That's it. It's over, Johnny, and it's just a memory. So it's one of those. Thank you guys. See you at the team party. There'll be some Pupatella. Tough speech to give as a head coach.
Big week for the Grant and Danny radio program. First thing Wednesday morning, we fly to West Palm Beach. So we will be live in West Palm Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. From Nats spring training, we'll have interviews with all of the brass in the front office, coaching staff, all of the players that you want to hear from. The Bustin' Loose Baseball Pod will have all kinds of access and interviews coming your way as well. So we're going to be down there celebrating the return of baseball to the nation's capital here a few weeks early as we get you warmed up with spring training from Florida. We fly out first thing Wednesday morning. I jokingly told my wife yesterday that I was going to start packing today, and she knew that wasn't true. Tuesday night at like 11 p.m. before our 6 a.m. flight on Wednesday morning or whatever, I'll come into a very dark room while she's asleep and start clanking around and throwing things into a suitcase. That's normally how that goes. So that's the packing procedure. But I said, maybe I'll just pack tomorrow. Maybe I should just start. She's like, yeah, maybe you should.
Maybe you should do that.
But she knew.
Are you really gonna pack like after everyone else is in bed Tuesday night?
That's how I do it.
For a 6 a.m. flight or whatever it is we're flying out?
Yeah, what I do is, so it starts with laundry. Even if things are clean and I'm pulling them out of a drawer, everything goes into the washer and the dryer together. It's all one familial experience for the clothes that will be making the trip. And then they get folded while warm and dry, tucked into the bag.
You're tucked right in.
A little mental checklist. I'm not writing anything down, but my move is always to bring one book that I will not crack open. Because it used to be that I would read a book on the airplane to and fro. Now that's a podcast or that's something else. I'll listen to a book on my phone or whatever. But there's really never a time where I'm going to crack the book open. But that's on the list. It's phone charger. Mm-hmm. I had to get the new wallet, so I got the wallet coming today.
Oh, that's awesome.
That'll be packed, and hopefully I'll remember everything. We won't have to go to a store first thing when we get to West Palm Beach on Wednesday. But should be a great show experience. Darius, Toby, myself, Danny, all making the trek down there, and we will be there through the 8th. So on Sunday afternoon, we'll be coming back in time for next Monday. But why don't we start the show with the latest on the Commanders? Plenty of news today, including, we'll go in chronological order here. On the offensive line, we found out a couple of hours ago that veteran center, Nick Allegretti, got a new 2-year deal. He was under contract through this season at a pretty high tag number, by the way, about $7.2 million.
Yep.
So the extension for 2 years out will lower that number, knock his rate down against the cap this year, and keep him around to be the presumed starting center going into the training camp that looms in July. 3-time Super Bowl champion with the Chiefs, just 2 starts at the very end of last season at center, but after the release of Biotish, I think he'll have to compete with someone they bring in here, but he is the next man up and the first guy to get a crack at that position.
Yeah, it seems like the table's being set, right, for him to have the inside track to be the starting center. I think maybe internally, whether it was Blau's input or somebody else, I think they like him just as much, if not better, which is that was the first part of the set of moves that's made, is the release of Biotish.
So that was their first batch of explaining that they did after the Biotish release was, well, Allegretti is very similar. And when he played at the end of last season, they thought most of last year, there were people in the building, that if they had to play Allegretti over Biotish, that his production would be comparable and that they wouldn't lose anything. And then they actually got the chance after the Christmas Day injury in weeks 17 and 18 at the end of the year to see what the line looked like with Allegretti. How would he bark out some of the protection answers? And I think they liked what they saw. So that freed them up, even though they didn't save a lot of money, to move on from Biadasz, who was scheduled to be the 6th highest paid center in the league. And now by extending Allegretti, you've also lowered his cap number this year. So you save some space. Again, do they go get younger? Do they try to bring someone in to push him? I would guess yes. But right now, this moment, if I had to put money down on who's going to be the starting center in week 1 of this coming 26 season, I would say Nick Allegretti.
Me too. And again, the thing that you and I want, I don't want to speak for you, but I think I got a pretty good pulse on it, is a major upgrade in blue chip talent at as many places as possible. As much salary cap space as they have, and there's an announcement that the Marshawn Lattimore deal or the cutting may happen as soon as possible, or is imminent, etc. But they still got a pretty good chunk of cap space, but that goes fast. The instant you start blue chipping, if you go get a top-of-the-market player at 1 or 2 spots, that's pretty much your cap space, right? Then it's the regular, you fill out your roster, 28, 29, 30 bodies. Some are training camp bodies, some are backup, some are special teamers, plus your draft class, etc. It's not an indefinite resource, right? So there are inevitably some places where you have to go, what can we get away with? Even with as much space as they have, you've got to do a couple spots where you go, we've got good enough here. We don't have to break the bank for it. This is smart. We'll save a couple million here, a couple million there, but we've got good enough at a spot that we don't consider as premium or as important. Seems like that's the plan to me. If they go out and get somebody that's a star at center, I'm putting that in quotes, I'd be stunned, quite frankly.
They're not going to do that because you're not going to cut Biadasz for fear of having to pay him top of the market money, only to spend more money. With the cap exploding, linemen and every other position are going to make more on a new deal this year than he made 3 years ago. So you can't even get a Biadasz level talent at the same amount of money. It would cost more, right? And yeah, I guess I'll agree with you what you said. If they did that, it'd be shocking, but it's just not on the table. It wouldn't appear. The better question is, what kind of player are you bringing in to push Allegretti, or do they do that at all? And the point I was making on Friday was, you've got a million needs. Why would you create another one? They might say, we didn't. We have Nick Allegretti. We have our starting center. So you're viewing this as who's going to play center. They're seeing this as Nick Allegretti is going to play center. But to that, I would say, okay, well, then you still need an Allegretti-like backup.
Yep.
I view the offensive line as like a 9-deep depth chart, not just your 5 starters. Because look at Washington, look at every team. 6, 7, 8 guys are going to end up playing a lot of football.
It's like a pitching rotation. Staff, exactly.
You know, so you had Allegretti, who you can plug and play at center or guard. Well, now if he's your starting center, your guard depth got worse and your center depth got worse. We'll talk to Andrew Wylie about this. Again, he's coming on the show today at 3. He was extended by the team and staying around ahead of hitting free agency last week. I want to talk to him about Allegretti, who he knows better than anybody, the chances of him being the starting center. Those 2 guys were together in Kansas City, winning Super Bowls, 2 rings. I mean, think about how close like the Nats were, all those guys that won the World Series together. Imagine winning 2 Super Bowls with a line mate and then ending up in the same city at your next stop, too. He's got to be crazy tight with Nick Allegretti. So we'll talk to him about this.
I love that. And that kind of insight is invaluable, right? Because you're in the locker room, guys know who's good enough to do it. Right? There's deep down in places you don't talk about at parties, there's oh crap, it's going to be that guy at center. Like, we're screwed. Or there's the opposite, which is like, yeah, we'd be just fine if he was the dude. And maintaining that, what am I trying to say? Like, sort of good culture and good character when it's like someone that's a backup is just as good and isn't a problem, that's actually an underrated thing.
It just seems like there's way more flux and way more time being spent around the offensive line than I thought. Dating all the way back to the coaching staff. At the end of last season, most of us agreed this was a top half of the league line pretty easily. And I think a lot of us thought this was probably a top 10-ish offensive line going forward into this year. And then you changed your O-line coach, Bobby Johnson out. That didn't make a lot of sense to me. Then you promoted from within with Darnell Stapleton, who had never done it before. Well, with a coordinator and play caller who's never done it either, that was surprising to me. Then you got rid of your center. I didn't see that coming. Now you're promoting Allegretti to the starting center. I wouldn't have thought that was the solution. The Wylie thing, it looked like he was going to leave. They kept him around, which I think is great. I'm glad they did, but I didn't necessarily think that was the plan either. That one made a lot more sense, though. So it's just a room of the house I didn't think we'd be standing in. Like, you think about it like a house with the kitchen, the living room, and the dining room, and the foyer, and all this stuff. And that room no one's ever in there. We don't need to spend any time over there. We'll dust, we'll vacuum at the end. But all we're doing is rearranging things in that room. We got all this other stuff to do. That's the surprising part, but we can ask Wylie about that.
Yeah, I think it's a good analogy. I mean, to me, there are active fires in 7 different places, inside and out, that are threatening the livelihood of the ability to ever use the house again. And they're dusting. They are dusting in the formal dining room. At some point, would be nice to have a nice formal dining room where we can use the china that we got from our wedding registry. I want the hose to come out and put those giant fires out that are preventing me from ever using my house again.
Well, before we move on from the O-line to get to the Marshawn Lattimore news of the day, I think most Commanders fans probably have not heard of Titus Howard, this tackle from the Houston Texans, who is Jaggy McJaggerson. He's fine. He had an okay season, did some good things as a pass protector. Was the right tackle in Houston. Got traded today and is getting a $21 million per year extension. 3 years, $63 million, $21 million a pop. He was the 58th ranked tackle via Pro Football Focus. I think they had 89 qualifying tackles. He came in at 58. Laramie Tunsil on that same list ranked 6th for them. And that's just a metric. Doesn't matter if you like or dislike PFF. Tunsil, since 2023 over 3 football seasons, has the best pressure rate allowed at the tackle position. In a world where Titus Howard is getting $21 million per year, what in the heck is Laramie Tunsil going to make?
Keep waiting until the end of August. Keep dragging out these kinds of processes. Keep waiting and figuring out, just making sure that you scratch and claw. This has been the time to get this signing done for weeks. Like my watch has been working the entire time. Every time a new second hits is a great time to have that deal done.
And you'll get the people that come out and say, correctly, it takes 2 to tango. Would Laramie Tunsil even sign right now? Because he'd be smart to wait. There's really no reason for him to get a deal in place ahead of the market when all these tackles are about to get paid, and there's some truth to that. But I would present 2 pieces of evidence in my frustration with this thing dragging on. Number one, I would just point out that the one time they've had a chance to do this as a regime, it dragged out.
Yep.
And it's how they did it in San Francisco where Peters learned, so to speak. So it's not like there's a guarantee that they are desperate to get it done as soon as possible. And second, if you can present to me the evidence that they have already tried to make him the highest paid tackle in the league.
There it is.
And Tunsil said no, then I am going to stand down. But I am skeptical and dubious that that is the case. I would be willing to bet just about anything that they have not yet presented him with a contract where he would be the highest paid tackle in football, and he said no.
Now, this regime, they deserve a lot of credit for a lot of things. And one of the ways that they conduct business is they don't generally, I don't know how to, this sounds very dismissive and condescending. It's not meant to be. They don't kind of play games through the media. In other words, they are very tight-lipped, and that's their prerogative. And they make sure, as a paradigm of an organization, they don't let people know exactly what's going on until they are darn good and ready, or until it's done, or whatever. You can do that. That's totally fine. I think that's fair. They don't owe anybody anything, how you want to run your business. Here's what I would tell you, though. There would be value in being able to say that exact thing that you just said, where I go, all right, here's the deal. Text whoever you want to text. We're begging him to come to the negotiating table. We're asking to make him the highest paid tackle in football. We're going to give him this huge offer, whatever. He's not interested. He's in wait and see mode. It, as you said, it buys you all sorts of time.
Right.
It now makes it the onus is on the player. And now the player can be the good or bad guy. I know at the end of the day, you want a harmonious thing, and everybody's pulling the rope in the same direction. You want the culture.
His agent knew before this deal that it was going to be $21 million as a price tag for Titus Howard. He knows right now which tackles will be available and which teams they're talking to and how much money they're probably
Remember, Tunsil represents himself.
Yes,
right.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But Tunsil knows that in this case.
Mm-hmm.
In general, agents know these types of things, right? So it is a well-known thing. By the way, my favorite part was Laramie Tunsil liking the tweet where Titus Howard, his former teammate, got $21 million per year.
I'm sure he's happy for his friend, right? That's why he was...
I think a big part of it is that he's happy for his friend.
That's why he was
There's another small part of it, which is that guy's worth $21 million a year.
I'm worth $640 a year.
There are not secrets in this game.
Right.
Even as a guy who doesn't have a true agent NFLPA style, he's reaching out to and talking to people, and he knows what the market is for everybody. And so he's not going to accept necessarily a deal right now. Does not mean you should not be trying to get something in place as much as you possibly can. And I need some information coming out that they are working to do that. Also, on the Commanders front, again, I told you, a lot of news today. Within the last half hour, Adam Schefter of ESPN reporting that they have informed Pro Bowl cornerback Marshawn Lattimore that he will be released ahead of the new league year, which begins about a week and a half from right now. $18.5 million in cap space will be freed up. That takes them from just over $70 million in cap space right now to closer to $90 million in cap space. And based on my math, they would go from being the team with the fifth most money to spend in free agency to behind only the Tennessee Titans, having the second most cap space in the entire league when they free up what is the easiest $18.5 million decision in the history of the team. And they get that money back after a disastrous 2 years of Marshawn Lattimore.
I get why they made the move. I was in favor of it. The analogy I used was you're driving in a race and you're stunned that you're towards the front. You didn't think you would be, but you are. And your tires broke, right? Your tires popped. And somebody offered you tires. And you're going, I shouldn't be in this race. It's probably not exactly where I thought I'd be, but I'm here. I don't apologize for that. I got to pay a premium for these tires. It was worth a shot. I would have done the same thing. Once it went bad, I also would have done something else, which is not gone into this year with him, and I would have gotten out of that pain-free and gone into the free agent market and grabbed one of the 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 guys for less money or equal money that dramatically outperformed Marshawn Lattimore. But be that as it may, this is inevitable. This is correct. This is time. I know it's hard to admit a mistake, and I get, at least I can understand why you double down on it. Again, I thought it was wrong, but I get it. You paid so much. You still believe in the player.
Well, yeah, you didn't spend your money on him.
Right.
So it's easy for you to tell someone after they got this faulty thing in the mail that they spent money on, stop wasting time trying to fix this thing. But they did spend the money and the effort and the time and envision themselves using it.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to go to the end of the earth here to try to get something out of it. And they did that. That was last year. But now your get-out-of-jail-free card comes due, and you've got all this money, and he has given you no return, and he got arrested earlier this offseason, and he's coming off a torn ACL, and it's just the easiest decision they're going to have to make. It's not personal against Marshawn Lattimore. If he was playing at a high level, you could just pay him and keep him. None of this is complicated.
No.
He isn't. He has not been a fit here. It doesn't work. And oh, by the way, you're going to a different defense now where it makes even less sense, I would say, to employ his skill set. So free up $18.5 million. You're going to be number 2 in cap space going into the league year, very likely. Last thing I'll bring up on the Washington front here in our first segment. Did you see Jeremiah Love at the Combine over the weekend?
He went pretty quick, didn't he?
4.36 for the Notre Dame running back on the 40-yard dash. He ran the same 40 time as Jahmyr Gibbs, despite being about 15 pounds heavier than Jahmyr Gibbs. Now, it is not news that Jeremiah Love ran a fast 40 time. Fast running back, runs fast 40 time, more at 11. But 4.36, even by the standards, just asking some people down there that know the player inside and out, turned heads. Like, this is not what people were anticipating, and now we've got him throwing up Jahmyr Gibbs times. By the way, the other 40 that he clocked was like 4.37. So, I mean, it was about as authentic as... It's not like it was a 4.41 and a 4.36.
Yeah.
He just ran that twice at the Combine. I feel like every single player that Washington has been linked to at 7 is now supposed to go before them, and that mathematically can't happen.
It keeps happening.
I saw today Todd McShay saying Love won't be there at 7 anymore. If he is, it's going to get interesting because that is a gift horse you're looking in the mouth possibly for a team that wants speed and weapons on offense.
This is a performance that's solidified what a lot of people think. I mean, as it's not like I've watched the tape, but when the scouts do, they tell you it matches the tape. In other words, when something looks out of whack, where a guy runs fast but then is getting caught from behind in every game, or he looks quick and runs a slow 40, you're kind of going, what's going on there? This matches what everybody saw all season long, pretty much. So, yes, kind of solidified himself as the exception to the rule that that's a high first-round pick as a running back.
Who's the fastest player on the Commanders right now? I mean, Terry McLaurin ran a 40 like this, by the way, at the 40 Combine time that he got. It was like a 4.35 40 guy. That was nearly a decade
That's
ago.
a long time ago. So Jalen Lane, is he the fastest?
Maybe.
Yeah.
They do not have players that touch the football that are that fast. And I don't know what McLaurin would run now, but it wouldn't be 4.35, I don't think. So the combine is now in the rear view. Let's start here. We'll open up the phones on this. Among the names constantly linked to Washington, think about Sonny Styles, Jeremiah Love, Arvell Reese, Reuben Bain, one of the receivers maybe, one of the corners, David Bailey. Let's play love, like, hate coming out of the combine. Of the realistic options, which would you love the most as a pick at 7, like the most as a pick at 7, and is there anything they could do that you would hate among the realistic options? 800-636-1067 on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Offensive lineman Andrew Wylie is on the show, and in 90 minutes at 4, ahead of the Blitz, we'll give away those Globetrotters tickets. Welcome back, Grant and Danny, with you on the Fan. Thanks for making the program part of your day. The Combine is behind us. We want to know which pick you would love, like, and hate among the names that most get linked to Washington. We're going to open up the phones right now at 800-636-1067 for you, at 800-636-1067. So, Danny, we'll start with the love pile. We can go back and forth here. But I've got 3 guys that I would love for them to take that exhaust my list. 2 are on defense, 1 is on offense. You give me your first name you would love.
David Bailey. David Bailey, a prototypical edge rusher. Fast, length, lean, production at a pretty high level of college football. Ran 1,000,000 miles an hour also at the Combine. Not that defensive ends are running straight line as much, but still nice to know he's got that kind of explosion, athleticism. Just sort of looks the part to me. If he's there at 7, I would be thrilled.
Yeah, he measured in huge.
Mm-hmm.
He ran fast. He is uber athletic. And you mentioned the production. The numbers he put up in college leave nothing to be desired here. This was a guy that was at Stanford for 3 years, really sharp kid, moves on to Texas Tech in the Big 12, and then explodes. 19.5 tackles on one of the best defenses in America this year. 14.5 sacks as an All-American. I've got him on my love list as well. Sonny Styles, who had the best, most impressive and incredible combine of anybody in Indianapolis in 2026, is also on my love list. This is a 6'5" green dot inside, second-level linebacker off the ball, who is going to change the position, in my opinion. Back in the 90s, when shortstops started being 6'4", 6'5", like Cal Ripken Jr. and then A-Rod and that group, used to be you had to play third. That's what Sonny Styles is going to do at inside linebacker, the way he runs. We went through some of the metrics on Friday, but this is a guy with a vertical of Nate Robinson in the NBA, like that rivals LeBron at his peak.
Insane.
He's the size of Calvin Johnson, but the speed of a running back or a wide receiver in the NFL. It's just an incredible prototype. This is like the first to hit the shelves, so to speak, of this model. I am completely enamored. I don't think he'll get to Washington at 7, but I would love it if he did. So I've got him on the love list as well.
Arvell Reese is on my love list. I have Styles too, just for the record, but Arvell Reese is on my love list. The production in terms of pass rushing, not there, but it's because I think he didn't do it as much, right, as what we think is going to do at the next level. Basically the starter kit for a Micah Parsons type impact player. And I don't know if he's a traditional this or traditional that. I don't care. I want my defensive coordinator in the lab mixing potions, looking inside the beakers and the microphone glass to figure out what you can do with Arvell Reese. I think he's a weapon. I think the sport is moving towards a little bit less. This is the outside linebacker. He stands here. It's now moving towards find the matchup and exploit it. He's a dude that can exploit a lot of matchups.
Last one for me on my love list. We'll part ways here. I love. I'm a romantic. Jeremiah Love from Notre Dame, after running a 4.36 40 with the 1.5 10-yard split. This is a uber productive player, 24.97 yardage total over 2 seasons with 35 touchdowns at Notre Dame the last 2 years. And he's got that mentality of someone you could just feed the football to. He could be a 3-down back and go get you 25, 28 carries in a game without a problem if you want to wear him down on this first contract, because he didn't get overworked in college in just the 2 heavily used seasons. By the way, 20 or more carries only 3 times at Notre Dame. But it's the urgency of his movements, the strides, the fact that I think he can catch the football. He showed some athleticism in that regard, did everything at the Combine. He didn't have to, by the way. What a competitor he is. To go out there, you knew you were going to kill the 40, so I'm not going to make him a hero for running that at 4.36. But then after that, when everyone's just high-fiving about your 40 time, you're going to do everything else? When you've just ran your way into the top 10 and maybe into the top 5, you have nothing to gain here. What are you doing? Football player.
Football bar.
He's just out here to do activities.
Football
he wants to have some fun. So I would love Styles, Bailey, or Love. Is your list complete?
I've got mine is Bailey, Styles, and Arvell Reese.
Okay. The pick that you would like, does Jeremiah Love show up here?
He does not. Pick that I would like is Cornell Tate. I think this is a better player than people realize. At Ohio State, the Ohio State University. They have an embarrassment of riches. We just talked about multiple Ohio State players just in that group of a few.
We didn't even get down
on
to
our
all
love
of them.
list. Yeah.
Caleb Downs, Sonny Styles, Arvo Reese, just on the defensive side of the ball.
There's a million guys. Tate, to me, his pro comp is Chris Olave. And the fact that he didn't run this like blazing fast time and Adam Schefter has to carry water for an agent about it, I think was a little embarrassing. But most prototypical receivers who are excellent run right in that same range. He's big, doesn't drop the football. He is a star in the making, in my view. When he gets out of the shadow at Ohio State and will get more targets in the NFL, this is a position that they need desperately. I think he's better than people realize.
For those of you not tracking what Danny was referencing with Schefter, he ran a 4.5 and change, which was fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
Right.
He was supposed to have run a little better, but nobody cares. It's like the same time that Devontae Adams would run, who's going to be a Hall of Famer. A bunch of guys in the league that are wide receiver ones have run that time, right? But Schefter came out after the fact, clearly based on an agent asking him to, and told everybody that the official times are slow, and a bunch of teams actually had him better than that. It was like less than a half second faster. Dude, nobody cares.
Yeah,
it's
good.
fine.
We're
Like
good.
it's like if you just keep walking around the party being like, no, seriously, I've had 3 beers, and everyone's like, dude, you're fine.
Yeah, it's cool,
Go
dude.
sit down. Like no one's wondering what's in your cup.
Oh, I thought you had 2.5. No one cares.
It's just so embarrassing. But that's Shefty. Okay, I've got 2 here. You already mentioned Arvo Reese. I would probably, honestly, love this one too, but I'm going to put it on the pile because I wanted to differentiate between liking Bailey more than him. It's a for me. It's a strong but if I'm picking between the edges in my perfect world, give me Bailey. If I'm picking between Styles and Reese and they're both there, I'm taking Styles, who I've just smitten with. So I'm going to put Reese down. Right now, if I'm choosing between Reese and Love, and I've got to do something in free agency to allow me to make this decision. But if I have my druthers and I don't need an edge, I just am choosing between the guy that helps me more right away, I probably am taking Love over Reese. Now, Washington's not going to have that ability to, because they're going to need an edge so badly that you probably will need to take Reese over Love. But I'm going to have Reese on the it list. He's just a little more raw, and I haven't seen it. And I'm not a scout. I don't pretend to be. A lot of these people can look at players, and they can do projections of what it's going to look like and how it's going to work. I don't have that ability. It's like looking at an 18-year-old baseball player. Someone can tell me, look at the loft and the swing, and he fills out, and this is going to turn into power. I'm just looking at numbers and saying, right now, what am I seeing? How am I projecting this? And so I'd like it a lot, but it's not on the Bailey level. The other one I would really, really like of the guys linked to them a lot, we have not spent nearly as much time as a show on Caleb Downs as most other players.
That's my second player on my list.
But Caleb Downs would just be a very safe feels like a pejorative here, but a very safe, very helpful pick. And I don't discriminate this year against positions. There are plenty of years where I would push running backs down the board, or I would push safeties down the board. This is a year where the best players are not a lot better than other players in the middle of the first round, by and large. And more importantly, the best players are at non-traditional spots. So if there were players at the high-priced positions, maybe it's different. But when the best player in the class might be a running back or might be a safety, that means more to me than what position they play. So I would like if they picked Downs, even though you're not supposed to do that at number 7.
Yeah, he's really, really good. And I think that speaks to what you're talking about. I generally try not to major in non-premium positions with my top 10 pick. Once I get out of there, there's a fine line somewhere. Okay, fine. If the best player on the board is a safety, we can just do that.
But every draft year is different.
And that's
this
the point.
draft year, more than any, playing that game is dangerous.
And that's the point.
Best players are non-traditional.
That's the point, is that sometimes you make exceptions, and that would be mine. Again, Downs is just so good. Started for 3 years at Alabama and then Ohio State. Just a really good player that will help you from day one the minute he walks on campus.
So we've gone love, we've gone like. Now it's time for hate. And the game is love, like, hate, right? So this is probably a little overstated. There's nothing they could really do at 7 that I'm going to be mad about. I will say I have zero interest right now coming out of the combine in Malachi Lemon. You hear a lot of things about the meetings going poorly, and the combine just did not treat him very well. But I will say that the arrow's trending down on the receiver position in general. And so a wide receiver right now, Tate's the only of the 3 probably that I feel pretty good about, because on Tyson, the medicals were bad.
Yep.
So I am really lukewarm on wide receiver. I could get by and get down with Tate, but just generally probably closer to hate picking a receiver at 7. It would feel like a reach. The other one I'll say is Reuben Bain. And again, hate is excessive. I'm going to feel fine if they take Ruben Bain. But I'll like it a lot less than Styles, Bailey, Love, Reese, Downs, some of those guys. It's not just the arm length. I've kind of felt this way all along. To me, he looks a little more like a D tackle. I don't really see him as a great edge at the next level. I think he'll be a good player, not a great one. I don't see the ceiling there of some of these other guys we're talking about.
The only name that I hate that I've heard a couple smart people link to Washington in some of their early mock drafts is Mansour Delane. Now, I know that's going to bother some folks as a former Virginia Tech Hokie turned LSU Tiger. Not an elite athlete. Now, obviously, we're talking about NFL players. This is all within the realm of there. But among that position group, not thought of as a great athlete. I'm kind of scarred in that regard. I kind of did that thing with Josh Norman, or I did that thing where if you're going to not be that great of an athlete in terms of quick twitch, ability to turn and run with people, you've got to be massive. That 6'2", 6'3" corner with the condor wingspan. He's not. Just a regular sized corner that's not an unbelievable athlete. His pro comp is Quinyon Mitchell. So, that's a pretty good one, obviously been named after, but still, it just doesn't feel right to me at 7 to take a guy that's not going to just be able to be, like, he can't be wrong on any play. Does that make sense? Like, if he's wrong, he doesn't have the makeup speed to get there, doesn't have the makeup twitch to get there. Whereas a guy that's a true elite top 10 corner to me, you can guess wrong and still kind of make up for it. I don't really see that as something that would excite me. Again, hate's too strong, position of need, good player, obviously, but that's not something I'd be thrilled about.
We're starting on the draft here out of the Combine, which was on all weekend. Got to watch a lot of it. What would you love, like, and hate at 7 among some of the realistic options for Washington? Andrew Wylie of the Commanders scheduled to join us at 3, 800-636-1067 if you'd like to join us on The Fan. is the Fan. Andrew Wylie of the Commanders stops by in less than 15 minutes. We're playing a little Love Like Hate NFL Draft Edition for Washington at number 7 out of the Combine. So let's pick one player for each bracket. I'm going to go love Sonny Styles, like Caleb Downs, hate wide receiver Malachi Lemon, in that order.
Love David Bailey, like Carnell Tate, hate Mansour Delane.
Where you guys at coming out of the Combine on the options for Washington? David is in Hamilton. What's up, David? How are you?
What's up, guys? Grant and Fanny, how y'all doing?
Hey, buddy.
Very well, sir.
Hey, listen, I don't think there's really much to talk about. If Jeremiah Love is there at 7, and you don't pair him, and you don't pick him up to pair him with Jaden Daniels, when you got Saquon Barkley, and you got Williams for Dallas, and you got Scatterboo for New York, this is a game-changing player. This is somebody that can take the ball at any time. It's not only he's a receiver. He's a receiver too. Like you could throw. He could run routes. To even think about anybody else, if he's there, yeah, Sonny Styles, Caleb Downs, yes, absolutely, sure. If he's gone, if you don't pick him up, it will be the biggest mistake Peters will be done, because this kid is not only a top talent, he's a generational talent.
Appreciate you, buddy. Let's workshop this for a second. Mm-hmm. What would have to happen on the back end? What would Jeremiah Love have to become for it to look really bad that they passed on him? Because I think the first part is whoever they took would have to not pan out. So let's just say they took Caleb Downs and he becomes an okay safety. Not a great one, not a Pro Bowler every year.
Oft injured, never realizes potential, doesn't really help.
He's just a good player, but he's undersized, he's not special. He doesn't turn into the elite weapon on defense that everybody thinks. But they passed on Love to take Caleb Downs. Or let's say it's even easier, because I think it's a direct path. Like if you were to take Carnell Tate, the wide receiver, and he's middling and a disappointment and turns into, maybe it's not a bust, but just not a great player. Mm-hmm. What does Jeremiah Love have to become for that to look really, really bad? Because I posed the question to people, if you know he's going to turn into Jahmyr Gibbs, if you know he's going to turn into Bijan Robinson, do you take him? And I still get no's occasionally.
That's actually really hard. Because, I mean, again, I keep going back to the Ashton Genty sort of example here. I know it's not apples to apples, but bear with me. No one's telling you Ashton Genty's bad, but that's not a great team build, right? Like when you have parts on fire and you go, the drapes are going to be beautiful, and the house is on fire and you're picking first again the following year after taking Ashton Genty, it's not the same situation, but they're closer to that than they are team that needs the cherry on top.
Well, let's see how it looks after this year.
Totally right.
When you've
totally
got
right.
a quarterback, maybe, in Fernando Mendoza 1-1, and you've got a better offensive line that they invest in and spend in, and he's not running behind quite literally the 31st.
The worst offensive line there is.
32nd best offensive line in the league. Let's go to Trey in South Boston on Grant and Danny. Love, like, hate out of the Combine at 7.
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call. For Love, I'm ironically Jeremiah Love. That's where I'm going to go. I'm going to say trade back with the Jets for 16 and 33 overall. And then for hate, going against the grain here, but I'm going to say I hate Sonny Styles. I think it's just a good combine. I don't think it translates on the field.
Wow, that is tough. I don't think he missed a tackle this year at Ohio State. And that's not an opinion. I think that's like the stat I saw floating around. There was not a single, was it 2 tackles, Toby says? There's a stat out there that said he had 0 missed forced tackles as PFF does it, but I guess there's also a metric that says 2 missed tackles. I mean,
we'll take him off the board if it's 2.
Well, but the video is really good, is my point.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, this is not just a combine warrior. That's happened before.
Of course.
I remember this guy, was it Stephen Austin? There was a receiver that I think the Jets eventually drafted. This is when I was covering the league. No one would remember this guy. Like 12 years ago or something. And he just came out of nowhere. It was like, I think it was Georgia Tech wide receiver, big giant of a guy, ran an unbelievable 40. And it was just a combine creation. And it's like, everyone needs to take this guy. You've seen that before. This is a great
It's the
player.
Mike Mamula rule. Oh, my God, this world-class athlete is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Just not that good a football player.
He was
I don't like that style.
A heart and soul player for a defense that gave up points just below 20 once to Miami. Like that was the worst it got for them this season, was giving up points in the teens to a team that played for a national title. Let's go to Shane in Oxon Hill. What's up, Shane?
What's going on, guys? I just want to say I love Jeremiah Love, like Sonny Styles, and I would say I would hate for us to draft Ruben Bain at 7. I think he'll be a pretty good player, you know what I'm saying? But at 7, I think that might be a little too steep for him right now. I don't think that short arms will bother him as much because he's got good technical skills with his hands, you know. Yeah, I just wanted to say that. And also, pick Jeremiah Love, please. Adam Peters, if you can hear me.
Sounds like we're reading from the same notes, you and I.
The pulse, by the way, among Washington fans is Jeremiah Love or bust at this point, by the way.
I wouldn't say that. Because, like, even he, like, as the card-carrying member of the Jeremiah Love fan club, like, I'm not going to stop talking about this guy. Mm-hmm. It's not or bust. That's where I would stop you.
I don't know. A lot of people have decided that's it.
I don't think so. This would be fun. But those same people, I guarantee, if you say, what if they take Sonny Styles? They're happy, like the caller. What if they take Arvell Reese? They're happy. It's just, like, well, I'm over talking about him because I need everyone to understand you have no speed, you have no weapons, you are unattractive, overweight, and have bad breath. Stop saying you won't go to the movie with the attractive female. This is somebody that you need. Go to the film. Take her on the date, please.
I mean, the tone on the Junks this morning, it was like, would you be okay with this like really high-level defensive player, or is it Jeremiah Love? And like everybody calling, all 4 Junks basically were Jeremiah Love in it. I'm just saying, I think that train has left the station, and it's full.
It'd be nice if Andrew Wylie got the block for Jeremiah Love next year. The Commanders' offensive lineman will join us next. He got re-signed last week. We'll talk to him about that on Grant and Danny in moments. Sports Junkies fame. All of that coming up at 4. That's when we're giving away Globetrotters tickets. In an hour, you better be listening right here on The Fan.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condor and Morat can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Let's go to the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And welcome onto the show, Andrew Wylie, the 31-year-old offensive lineman with the Commanders. At 6'5", he has played tackle, he has played guard, he's moved all over the place. And just last week, he re-signed to come back to Washington for a 4th season, what will be his 9th year in the NFL. Andrew, thanks for the time on Grant and Danny here in D.C. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on the show, guys.
Absolutely. So let's just start with how this played out, that you avoid the market and you decide you're going to re-up, stay in Washington, and be a part of what they got going on here. What were the conversations like, and why did you want to be in D.C.?
It started out, with just the feeling that, I knew I wanted to stay here in D.C., and so, that was the first thing, I expressed when I left the building, at the end of the season last year. So, I told them I would love nothing more than to be back. And then, throughout contract negotiations, my agents, staying real close with these guys, and they're working hard on the numbers. And, we got real close. And, to me, that number, such a great deal, for me and my family and my agent. And we all, and the Commanders, and we loved it. And so, we really didn't feel the need to go test free agency at all. So we're just super stoked to stay in town.
I love hearing that, and it's a good sign for the organization, that players want to be in the building. 2 years ago, you're an integral part of a team that gets to the NFC Championship game. This past season didn't go nearly as well. Are the vibes for you similar, though, this offseason from a year ago, despite the results? Like, just how different is the feel? It sounds like you still wanted to be around, so there's still some good juju there.
Yeah, absolutely. And when we were in this spot last year going through a contract restructure, I told those guys, I signed back and I took this deal because, this culture here, and we're so close to, getting to the big one and, trying to get a ring out of this thing. And so, I still believe that as an organization, we're so close to that. And, that's truly what my goal is, is just to show up, work hard, be a good teammate, and get a ring out of this thing. So, truly that's the goal.
You've played all over the offensive line, both guard spots. You've played tackle. I mean, what's on your business card at this point after staying in D.C.?
Just expanding that resume any way I can, I guess. It's fun, and that's something that we experienced, this last season in training camp. Bringing in the young and talented Josh Connerly, who was just holding down that right side. So, for me, to get in that lineup in any way, he had to rotate a few positions, and we had a guy unexpectedly, go down and practice, on the left side. So I jumped over there, and kind of, brought back some of that undrafted stuff in my early days. Truly trying to figure out what position that I can excel at. And, so I've been coached well at them all. And, so I guess it's just however I can get in that lineup. I don't think anything about it. I just like being out there. So
everybody talks about the flex tackle, who's the third guy that can play either side. You don't hear that term as much for guard, but it's valuable to have one. And Andrew Wylie's become that guy on the interior for Washington. He's obviously got the versatility to be kicked outside if need be at tackle as well. He's joining us here on Grant and Danny. The O-line is actually one of the groups I've felt best about coming into the offseason because of the depth, where a guy like Brandon Coleman, a third-round pick, was a backup last year, because you've played a ton, and your depth at this point, because Allegretti can do so many things. But now if you look at it, we're not really sure what's going to happen at left guard after Chris Paul played so well. He's a free agent. And I was really surprised by the release of Tyler Biadasz, which creates a vacancy there, although Nick Allegretti re-signs today. Maybe that's his job in waiting. Were you surprised to see what happened to your buddy Biadasz there this week?
Yeah, I think it caught everybody by surprise. And, he's a hell of a player and a great teammate too. So, I know he's going to land on his feet. And, I think, there was some shock, just on the players, but things like that happen with every team every season. So there's always going to be a handful of those, but I will reiterate the fact that he's a great room guy and a hell of a player as well. So.
Allegretti's been one of my favorite guys to get to know over the last couple of years. He's just a mensch, really cool dude. He gets re-upped today and paid to stay around, and at least for now, it looks like could be the center. What did you see when you got to see him play some center last year out of him?
Yeah, and just for him being such a close friend with me. I mean, we're dang near family, and so we've talked in depth about it, and I feel like that's truly a position where he wants to play the most and where he feels like he can excel at the most. Just being at the helm of the offense, getting us going in the middle. So, I think that's where he thrives his best. And so, I'm really excited to get out there in OTAs and training camp and see how he takes handle of things.
For a few of the Commanders fans that might not connect the dots, obviously Wylie and Allegretti were winning titles together in Kansas City. You guys are basically like on the same bus all the time. You come from the Chiefs to Washington. You're getting, extended and staying around here this offseason together. Like you talked about your relationship. I mean, I would imagine your families are pretty close. So you guys, when you win championships together, that stays around. That cologne stays for a long time.
Yes, it definitely builds, a stronger type of bond, one that lasts for a while. And yeah, I know me and the wife, we're thinking about going down to Chicago and seeing him and his family soon anyway. So yeah, we are close, families wide and everything. So I'm just, super stoked that, we get another chance to go out there and try to get a ring together again.
Who pays for dinner? I mean, you guys both got new contracts. Who's picking up the steak tab?
Splitting that thing right down the middle.
That's the right way to do it, probably. Andrew Wylie on Grant and Danny. What about Josh Connerly? Rough start to the year, but one of the things we looked at last season was you could not have scheduled a worse first month of edges for a rookie tackle. It was like, let's line up all the best pass rushers in the league for this kid to play. And as the year went on, he got better and better. What's your assessment of him?
I feel like, that second part of that, like as the year went on, he got better and better. He is, such a smart young man. And, that's just a test of how well he takes his coaching. And, every week it was always something new. We're developing, a punch plan, a set angle and things like that. And, he took, every bit of coaching from coaches down to players too. We had great mentors in the room last year. And so, he's truly just soaking it all in and you could tell that it was clicking. And so he has all the gifts in the world to go out there and be a franchise tackle. I mean, the kid, has one of the smoothest pass sets I've seen in a long time. And so if he continues to develop and take this coaching like he did his rookie season, I mean, the sky's the limit for Josh.
He also is the youngest looking NFL player in history. I don't know if, you've been around 9 years now in the league, so you're old enough to be one of the true veterans. But when you see players that now look like they could be in high school football, that has to make you feel a little older. That's what it did for me.
It definitely it ages you a little bit, seeing all the young rookies come in. And the thing that surprised me most about him, he's not a caffeine guy. You make it through college, you think you're acquire a little taste for some coffee, but he avoids it at all costs, and I feel like that can harden you up a little bit. Maybe it could help with some facial hair or something.
Yeah, that might be what it is. That's the trick. Now we know.
Now we know.
Eastern Michigan product Andrew Wylie on Grant and Danny here with us for a few minutes on The Fan. So we got to know Bobby Johnson the last few years as your O-line coach. He's one of the few guys on offense that have left the building, but Darnell Stapleton was promoted. His assistant. Fans don't really know him. What can you tell us about the new O-line coach?
He former player for the Steelers and highly touted player as well. He played guard. He played offensive line over there. He's been to the big game. He knows what it takes, and so just having his outlook, and him being in that head role, more outspoken role this year, I think is going to help us a ton. He's super even keel on game day. His coaching points are short and to the point and accurate. And so, he knows so much about the game and he communicates it very well. And so I'm just super stoked to have, Stape, at the helms of the O-line room because, just what he showed day in and day out last year, proved that he was ready for that role somewhere. And so I'm just glad that we'll be together for this one.
Well, the O-line has to be fired up about the road ahead here. David Blau takes over, another internal promotion, and he's talked a lot. He came on our show a couple weeks ago, and one of the things he really harped on was Marion running pass and play action, wanting to get under center more often. When you hear those things as an O-lineman, what comes to mind?
Yeah, it really helps. Not really setting, that type of offense that, it's either you're all one way or all the other way. And so he's truly a student of the game. Former quarterback, he knows so much, about the intricacies of an offense. And so, that sounds good to hear because when, the defense doesn't know what to expect, it makes the offense easier to move the ball. And so, marrying up all those different types of plays, it sounds great. And so Blau is such a young, talented mind in this league, and I feel like he's going to excel a lot.
So just to tap into your expertise as a player, I look up a lot of the numbers on the good offenses, percentage under center versus in the gun, and there is a correlation, so there's something to it. Is there, as a blocker, if you're up front at guard, is the difference of being under center versus in the gun even noticeable play to play, or what would you tell me about that?
Not necessarily. Certain plays, yes. If you're faking the ball or rolling out a certain way, or it's a dive, or you're handing it off. Mainly, it's just that defensive tackle's alignment might change a little. He might tighten down a little closer to the center because it makes him a few inches closer to the quarterback, and so they can use that as an advantage, using their get off. But honestly, it doesn't really change too much up front.
All right, as a guy who's been all over the line, Andrew Wylie on G&D, what would you say, this is actually kind of fun, what do you think is the most difficult position to play on the offensive line of the five?
I would probably have to say tackle, and then out of the five, left tackle. It really just depends on your side of strength, your post foot and what hand you feel stronger throwing. But it's not easy switching from side to side. So I would say left tackle just because, something does go a little south. The quarterback doesn't necessarily have eyes on you. So
yeah, there's no net. It's like being a trapeze artist out there on that island.
Yes, and so it can truly feel like that sometimes, but that's why we got the big guy over there holding it down. So,
all right, the last one then I would ask you, just in terms of kind of you playing analyst for a second. I was doing a pod last week with Logan Paulson, longtime NFL tight end, and we were talking about length of arms mattering or not, because there's so much talk about this kid Reuben Bain, top 10 projected pick out of Miami, having the shortest arms at his position since 1999. And I'm not suggesting you watch the tape or know anything about him, but in terms of actually blocking and the length of an edge or someone across from you, underrated, overrated, length of a D lineman, what would you say about that?
Yeah, I tend to not, put too much merit into, the physical stats because, I think that, you can tell certain type of edge rushers can get the job done, with just extreme effort and not giving up on a play. And I feel like those certain intangibles that get measured, they're kind of attributes, positive attributes, but not necessarily negatives. So I think, if you're just looking at how hard a guy works, and how true he is to his craft and how much he wants to get better are the true things you need to look at. And then all those, body type measurements and comparisons, they really only can help an argument, in my opinion. They don't necessarily hinder a player.
Andrew Wylie on Grant and Danny. All right, before we let you go, this is how we wind down a lot of our player interviews. Some non-football fun questions just to get to know you a little bit here.
Yeah, sure.
You get a cheat meal. No one's judging you. You could be as fat as you want to. What is your meal?
Oh, man, this one's too real for me. I'm a big fan of Culver's. I think to me it's an elite fast food burger. Fresh patties, never frozen. I could talk all day about it. But, I'm probably going to get 2 double butter burgers, all the condiments, cheese, curd, onion ring, a concrete, mixer. Maybe a 4-piece tender is a nice kicker at the end too. So
let's go. You are getting after it. By the way, not having a Culver's here is criminal. They are so good.
It really does limit your fast food burger options.
Well, I had never had it until a couple years ago, and I had a couple buddies in the Midwest that are like, you got to try this, you got to do this. And I just now do not pass it up. If we're somewhere and I see one and it's lunchtime, we're eating at Culver's because you don't know when the next time you're going to get to do it is.
Exactly. It's to the point where if you see a sign on the highway and it says like, oh, the Culver's is like 15 miles away, you really do think about it. You're like, we could really handle this 45-minute detour for this.
You're like, this is kind of going to derail my day, but all right, we'll figure it out.
Worth it.
It sounds like you could be the answer to this, but you can't say yourself. Eating contest, offensive lines together, who's going to win?
You saying our offensive line?
Yeah, or it could be any teammate you've ever had, I guess, if someone's memorable and epic from Kansas City. But yeah, just like, wow, you put on a show.
This is going to be a weird answer because he does it with like healthy foods, but Sam Cosme, he's got this Viking frame to him.
He does.
And he can just house plates and plates of food. And, but it's not necessarily bad for you, because he cares about his body and, and how he wants his food to work for him. So not necessarily the Culver's type deal, but he can put down some calories for sure.
Favorite show you've binged on Netflix?
It might honestly be our current watch. We're going through The Wire right now.
Yeah, great.
It's
Baltimore.
Incredible. Yeah, Detective McNulty.
That's right.
And everything. So we just finished season 4. We got one more season left. And, speaking of binging, we'll probably get that done this week.
It's probably the best show of all time. And then lastly, a teammate of yours has to be a stand-up comedian. Who are you picking? Hour-long show. They've got to go up and do like a 10-minute set to open for a comedian.
So I've had the blessing and the opportunity to have a locker in the same section as Von Miller last year, and some of the stuff that he talks about off the top of his head is just absolutely hilarious. Like we'd have guys like just cracking up in our row of lockers, and then we'd have guys coming over seeing what we're laughing about, and it's just Von talking about life. And so I feel like he could do that with a mic in his hand and be pretty successful at it.
Just holding court. All right, then finally, the best gift you've gotten from a quarterback, like those famous, the quarterback gave you something things. What's the one you used the most or enjoyed the most?
Well, this was, a little while ago. I am a watch guy. It's one of the, few things I'll spend some money on. It comes with one of my mentors early on was a big watch guy too. So I got into it early in the league, and one of the wildest gifts I've ever received in my life was a Rolex watch from a quarterback, a little engraving in the back with your name, and that's something I wear, every week. So I think about it often, and it was one of those gifts that some thought went into, and it's always nice being an offensive lineman and feeling cared about.
That is Hall of Fame.
But plenty of great gifts in my time. It's one of the things that the quarterbacks all do well, and super thankful to all my guys.
You guys deserve it, man. You get, we're sitting there tweeting about you if you miss one block in 68 snaps about what a bad game it was. Like, you better get a Rolex out of the thing at the end.
Yeah, it was one of those gifts that definitely felt over the top, but super appreciated.
Well done. Well, Andrew Wylie back in D.C., an important part of the depth of this offensive line, very likely to play an important role this coming season as Washington reshapes its front. Thanks so much for a few minutes. Really appreciate it.
Hey, appreciate you guys.
Commanders offensive lineman Andrew Wylie on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Next, pretty big trade was made by one of the NFC contenders, moving on from a running back. What does the pecking order look like in Washington's conference at the top? We'll get into that next on The Fan. In 30 minutes ahead of the Beltway Blitz, right at 4, we'll give away tickets to see the Globetrotters. We've got a 4-pack for the family. So make sure you're listening to Grant and Danny. Big thanks to Andrew Wylie for stopping by the program. If you missed any part of that conversation, you can download it, podcast it, wherever you get your audio. Danny, surprising trade in the NFL today. David Montgomery shipped from the Detroit Lions to the Houston Texans in a deal that I love for Houston. He comes over now to replace Nick Chubb, who last year averaged just 4.1 per carry, ran for 506 yards. Their leading running back was Woody Marks. I think it's still a timeshare, right? David Montgomery was part of a timeshare in Detroit over the last few years with Jahmyr Gibbs. He's a battering ram. He's gone for 800, 1,000, and then 775 and 715 the last 4 seasons, 3 of them with the Lions. He's run for 1,000 yards just twice in his career, but he's mostly going to be right around 4.2 to 4.5 yards per carry, and you're going to feel it when he runs the football. The Texans did not run the ball well enough last year. If you remember 2 years ago when they had Joe Mixon who went for 1,011 touchdowns, it was just a better running attack.
Yeah.
I really like this trade for them.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, they are short of being able to grab, some super explosive, high-flying home run hitter. This is kind of the next best thing. It's a better version, maybe, what you already have. Montgomery's pretty good. Now, he's not great. He's not the style that I love, but there's still a place for guys like this in the league. I think, 30-some touchdowns over the last 3 seasons? I mean, averaging 10, 11, 12 per year. There's a reason for that, right? Like, there's some yards after contact. There's some bruising. There's some of that inside stuff that still has to happen, the unsexy part of football. He's good at that.
He is sub 6 foot, and he weighs a little over 230 pounds.
Yeah.
You just don't want to have to tackle him.
Nope.
He is a physical, imposing guy, and he's only 28. I would have thought he was older than that. But he's had a pretty long track record of success.
It's 3 years, 3 years in each stop, so it feels like he's been around forever.
Yeah, 4 with the Bears, 3 with the Lions, 7 years in at this point. And if you look at his numbers, he's never had like a bad season. Again, the carries have gone down, so have the total yards. But his yards per carry, really since his second year in the NFL, have mostly been well over 4 yards a pop for his career. Over 4 yards per carry. Nothing special, but as a secondary physical runner, and I think a nice compliment to Woody Marks, it makes sense. Now, Washington's in the NFC, so I always care more about the NFC side of these 2 conference trades. And I want to look at the Lions for a moment to have a bigger discussion about the power structure at the top of the NFC. What does that look like right now? It does feel like Detroit is sliding downhill. Last year, after losing both coordinators, they were not the same. Without Ben Johnson, that offense fell off substantially. Now you lose one of the 2 members of that backfield that have made it a weapon. Jahmyr Gibbs, their best running back, is still there. Their receiving core is really good. Amon-Ra St. Brown is special. Jamison Williams is a weapon. They drafted Isaac Tisla in the 3rd round last year, and he'll come on more than he has to this point. But they have to fix their O-line because they're one of these teams with a quarterback who's immobile in Jared Goff, that if there's pressure around him, you're in big, big trouble. But I just feel like the step backwards last year for the Lions might not have been momentary. Their window may have closed a little bit as the top 2-3 team in the NFC.
Yeah, as other teams are ascending, especially the Bears, no longer pushovers, right? So the only pushback I'd have on Detroit's offense, still 4th in the league in points last year. So it wasn't like they fell off a cliff. The defense was still bad and didn't improve anywhere near enough that they needed. It was like, once we're healthy, once we get Aiden Hutchinson back and a couple of these pieces, as you said, the coordinators were gone. They were still horrendous on that side of the ball.
It felt like they feasted on the bad teams like Washington, though. They didn't fire their offensive coordinator midseason because everything was going well.
No, totally right. Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not telling you it was the same offense. It wasn't. They were worse, but it wasn't as if they fell off a cliff. It just feels that way because we're used to them scoring 35, 40 a game, running trick plays when they're up by 30 late in the 4th quarter, and just outscoring everybody. They couldn't do that to the same degree last year, but they still only trailed the Rams and the Patriots and the Seahawks in terms of point totals. But, yeah, this is a group that's not trending in the right direction. I think their window, quite frankly, I don't want to say it's closed because you never know. When the way sports goes, you get some good injury luck and a couple key pieces that turn out maybe more than you bargained for, but it doesn't feel like they're trending in the right direction in the NFC.
I don't think it's even just bigger picture, the conference. It's the division. You mentioned the Bears. Last year is going to be tough to replicate. The 2025 Chicago outfit feels a little 24 Washington to me.
Yep.
And so it's going to be hard to run that back, but they're still pretty good. I think the Vikings are going to improve at quarterback to push J.J. McCarthy. Last year, they went into the season and they kind of said, we're going to sink or swim with him. They're not going to do that again. The rest of that roster is actually very solid. Kevin O'Connell as a head coach is really good. And if they would have won one game that they lost, there was actually a game heads up against Chicago where they had a lead. The Bears rip off a long kick return and kick a game-winning field goal at the end in the waning seconds. If they win that game, they would have made the playoffs. With all of what they dealt with last year and with J.J. McCarthy and Carson Wentz having kind of been a mess. Now, I don't know what they land on at quarterback. Do they trade for Kyler Murray? Do they sign Kirk Cousins? Do they go get Derek Carr up? No idea.
Yeah, no answer is great.
There's no great answer, but they're going to have a better QB situation this year than last year. So I put them into the fringe playoff mix. And I would still add, I know that people want to be down on them because LaFleur can't get it done in the playoffs and whatever other narratives are out there. But the Green Bay Packers are a perennial double-digit win team. And if I told you right now with all that talent that they win 11 or 12 games this year, that shouldn't surprise you.
No.
So I don't view Detroit as a top couple team in the conference. So then my question is, in the NFC, who is Washington hunting? Seattle's the obvious answer, coming off the Super Bowl with all their talent and explosiveness on both sides of the ball. Terrific speed, great coaching. Mike McDonald's just getting started. So I'll put them in Sharpie. Let's build a list.
Yep.
Who's number 2 in the NFC right now?
It's the Rams with an asterisk.
They were number 2 this past year, probably.
Yeah. The asterisk is Stafford. Now, you're going, what are you talking about? The guy's great. Yeah, the MVP. Remember, we were, I don't know what, a balance beam act early in the season of, hey, if he can't go, what is this team? Remember? And they were right there in the NFC title game. His back didn't allow him to practice, didn't allow anything to go on in the preseason, and it was lingering, and we were told, there, don't worry about it. And, of course, in retrospect, that's funny to think about, that before the year, the guy couldn't do anything and then went on to win the MVP. But my goodness gracious, that's how close this whole operation was to shutting down.
He will turn 39 before next year's Super Bowl. So I'm with you in saying I have a hard time putting them in Sharpie as a great team. I'll write them in pen, though. The other thing for the Rams is they've never really been able to go back-to-back with great seasons. Early on under McVay, they had the 11-5 and 13-3 years, but those weren't both seasons where they made deep playoff runs. They lost in the first round, then got to the Super Bowl. The next time they got to the Super Bowl and won it in 21, they didn't make the playoffs the following season. They've had a really hard time basically following up the type of year they just had with another one. And it's hard to do. I'm not knocking them. San Francisco's in the same boat, I would say, with health. But when you're older and you go with this stars and scrubs approach, it is very health dependent. And what if next year doesn't go like this year? What if you miss Puka Nacua for 5 games or whatever it is? So,
because that has happened, yeah.
They've only had one year where they didn't win 10 games over the last 6 seasons, so they're going to be around. But are they 12, 13, 14 wins good? To your point, I think it's Matt Stafford or bust there. But let's put them on the list. Let's say they're in that elite crop in the NFC. I would volunteer Philadelphia still. The Eagles, like the Lions, to me, feel like they're going in the wrong direction. I'm not sure if A.J. Brown's going to be on that team. If A.J. Brown, their best weapon, is not on that team and it's Devontae Smith and someone else, how big of a loss is that for a team that didn't utilize him like they should have last year? I would still say massive, because the Eagle, he's still that easy button that gets them out of trouble.
Yep.
Like, they still benefit immensely in games where he just turns it on and goes for 157 yards on 7 catches and 2 touchdowns or whatever. That's gone, and you put a little bit more on the plate of a fairly pedestrian passer. He doesn't want to run that much. All of a sudden, I think you're asking a lot of Jalen Hurts.
You mentioned the Rams' history. The Eagles' history is pretty clear on this. The last 4 years, 14-3, Super Bowl appearance, 11-6, this discussion that we're having right now about them trending in the wrong direction, coordinator's gone, things don't look quite right with them, what's the deal? 14-3, Super Bowl appearance, they win. This year, 11-6, with one side of the ball not looking right. That's on offense. Howie Roseman's the best executive in the sport. There will be a retooling. I have confidence in that organization, unfortunately. They are the bully in this division. I don't put them ahead of Seattle or ahead of the Rams, but that's a team I will not be counting out. Again, their bad seasons are 11-win seasons.
So you would still say they're podium. To your point on Roseman, I think the world of him. Yeah, they're not going away, and they should win the East. You know who I do think has a chance to be a lot better this year is the Cowboys. Their offense is sensational. And if they bring back George Pickens opposite CeeDee Lamb, looks like they're going to tag him, and they will. Javonte Williams is staying at running back. Dak Prescott was as good a quarterback as anybody in the NFL. I'll put him up there with Stafford and Drake May last year. Those two guys vied for the MVP award. All they have to do is fix their defense. And it sounds like a big deal, but they've got an entire offseason, and they're freeing up a bunch of money with restructures. Jerry Jones is vowing to be aggressive. I don't think they're going to be able to do a ton in the draft because they don't have mid-round picks, but they have 2 picks in the top 40, I think it is, or I think they have 2 first-rounders, if memory serves. But, right in the top 35 or so, they're picking 2 times. So you might get 2 impact defenders there. You could sign 2 or 3 impact defenders. What if their defense, instead of being dead last in EPA per play like it was last year, is 20th? That's a playoff team, and nobody wants to see that offense in the playoffs, I promise you.
I think you're right about that. Again, it's a point guard situation for Dak Prescott where you got weapons. Javonte Williams is pretty good. You add in the 2 receivers, especially if you can get Pickens to be gruntled. Not quite disgruntled, not quite, on board, but just competing, knowing that a contract is on the line. You get some buy-in from him, especially when it comes to the end of season. That offense is terrifying.
So we go Seattle, the Rams, and then of the rest, so San Francisco, we haven't really broken down. Philly, Dallas, I would throw Green Bay in there. Who's the third scariest team in the NFC going into free agency?
Seattle, Rams, Philly are my top 3.
Do you put Eagles over Niners?
I do, and then I go Niners.
I think I would have 49ers third. I don't have good vibes on Philly. It feels to me like a little bit of a house of cards going into the offseason.
I generally agree with you. I made that mistake once before. You know what I mean? That collapse when they went 11-6 and then they fell off.
They lost in the first round. That was like about as phony an 11-6 as you
it was a tire fire 2 years ago when it was like, or I guess now 3 seasons ago. Like, what a disaster! What an embarrassment! They're firing coordinators. They couldn't get right after after Halloween. They were terrible. 14-3 the next year's Super Bowl. Like that gentleman in there in that seat will fix it.
Double play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. I've got some details on our trip to spring training to see the Nationals this week.
One of the best shows that exists. It is back.
Next on The Fan. Reports today that the Commanders have informed Marshawn Lattimore that he will be released ahead of the league year. That would free up $18.5 million in cap space for Washington, would move them into second of 32 teams in cap space going into the offseason. I just saw from NFL research, Lattimore's career arc, his first 5 seasons in the NFL. He was Rookie of the Year, led the league with 74 passes defended, made 4 Pro Bowls, and was tied for second among defensive backs in Pro Bowl appearances, while posting 13 interceptions and 5 forced fumbles. So that was over 5 seasons. In the last 4 years, 0 seasons playing more than 10 games, no Pro Bowls, 24 passes defensed, down 50, 3 interceptions, down 10, and 0 forced fumbles. Just a complete fall off after those first 5 years.
I would love to find the penalty stats. The It's All About Me extracurricular penalty stats. The times getting burned and pointing at somebody else like it's their fault stats. Enough. Thank goodness that's over.
He fights with Mike Evans. I think he leads the league in those still over the last 4 years.
If that's on the back of the football card, that's awesome. It's in bold ink.
Him and A.J. Brown getting into it in the playoffs as Brown was just torching him in the NFC Championship game. It is time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports.
It's time for the double play.
Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers, now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today.
Formula One Drive to Survive Season 8 dropped on Friday, and my God, it is just so good. How can they keep it fresh, Danny? I don't know how they do it. They're really smart. They're excellent at this. They take a sport or they take a thing that I normally would not care about in any way, and they make it must-see, gripping television. So at the beginning, I've only gotten through one episode, a very busy weekend, but I literally cannot wait to go back and watch more. They did this launch event, right, for the year of Formula One. And basically all the different guys, and there's a whole bunch of new kids on the block, and it's a kind of a new era in Formula One where a lot of the old guard is gone, and people are kind of looking at the future. A new team that never wins, won the whole thing last year. They're at the top of the grid, the whole deal. Not that you care about any of the specifics, but there was a guy that was sort of I don't want to say our hero, but he was the lead-in. He was the person that you saw the most in the first couple of seasons. He had the idea. I think he was one of the visionaries that said, I see the value in this, maybe when nobody else does. Mercedes, for example, didn't participate in the first season. Then afterwards, they went, oh, we get it now. And then they went in like everybody else did. But this one guy went from kind of the, sort of semi-heel main character to hated and despised. And again, I don't know how they get everyone to sign up for this stuff. This would never happen with Hard Knocks, where a moment that's perceived as kind of negative to the league or any like main character. The first thing we see is a vociferous, and no mistake about it, giant booing of this guy when he takes the stage at this launch event. For every other team, even guys that have never won or just, I like to turn left, like they stink. This dude comes out and he can't get a word out. Boo. The anger, the whistles, the hatred. It is incredible television. Incredible.
I think that the leagues, the only thing I can think is maybe they feel like they need the eyeballs or something.
Yeah.
But the ones like F1, not to say that it's not immensely popular globally, because it obviously is.
Sure it is, yeah.
And it's growing in popularity in the United States massively, and I think the show's a big reason why. But they know there's still a lot of room for improvement. And there's a ton of sports fans they can reach with programming like this. It is not taken for you that you're turning on these races on Sunday morning, or for me, but plenty of people have. And I think they go, let's give them the access. We got nothing to lose. Wrestling did the same thing.
Yep.
They completely opened up their backstage to Netflix in this Untold series or whatever the heck it is.
So good.
Where basically, the wrestlers are taking you home with them, and you're seeing them work in the matches, and you're seeing the fights behind the scenes. The NFL doesn't allow anything like this. And I've always gotten upset when people talk about that Hard Knocks is not as good or they don't enjoy it as much, because it's my favorite show in the world. But when you watch one of these and then you juxtapose it with Hard Knocks, it is really clear that the NFL over-edits this, does not put anything out that doesn't make them look great. It's a little bit of a puff piece where you're going with this person to do their charity event, and then you're talking to this coach as he's getting there at 4 a.m. to pour over the tape. Still cool, but I can kind of write one of these episodes now. Like Bobby Wagner watched a movie on a plane and didn't get to hear the audio, and we'll laugh about it in a meeting room. You're not going to get the arguments, the fights, the telling the guy that he's getting cut, the coaches going after each other. Remember back in the day when the Browns were on Hard Knocks?
I was just thinking of that.
And it was Hugh Jackson and Todd Haley. And they were
and
like
Greg Williams.
And Greg Williams was in it because, of course, he was.
Good teams don't hit the quarterback. We'll protect his ass then. Amazing.
But in all those meetings, they're at each other's throats. We wouldn't get anything like that now.
None of it.
But in these shows where it comes to F1 or wrestling or whatever, they're okay with it. And the league really should take a page out of their books. They don't have to.
Right.
They're already winning, and everyone is watching, and maybe that's the point. But their programming is getting a little bit worse, where these other ones are getting better in the way of these behind-the-scenes shows.
100%. Again, this show is so good. And I basically have to have a decision to make. Every once in a while, I'm tempted to check the standings of Formula One. Not because I'm going to start sit down and watch races and pretend to be a fan of somebody, but so I can kind of see what's going to happen. And I restrain myself from doing it so I can be surprised while watching the show as a recap of the year. I love it, dude. It is such great entertainment.
That's real deep. It's not like you don't want to know who won the NASCAR race on Sunday for the show on Thursday.
Right.
You basically are waiting 6 months to know anything that happened.
Yeah. Now, if it comes across my desk, so be it. But
your lack of interest in the sport helps a little bit in avoiding it.
Yes.
I mean, it's not like you're watching it in general.
But it's also like, I couldn't avoid that with baseball, with basketball, with football. I don't have like a cultivated Twitter feed for it. So it's not like Sunday morning happens and boom, I got 9 notifications. It's like Max Verstappen wins again. I don't have any of that, right? So I can keep myself in suspense.
How do you feel about Tyler Reddick becoming the first NASCAR driver in ever? 70-plus years, 1949, I think it dates back to win the first 3 races of a season.
I feel that Josh Reddick made a bunch of huge outs in the World Series against the Nationals. That's how I feel about that.
Tyler Reddick got it done. You know who his owner is?
J.J. Reddick?
Nope.
No, it's Michael Jordan.
Michael Jordan, 2311 Racing. MJ with another three-peat, baby. He goes to all the races. He sits there. Just crazy to me. After these races, they're interviewing Michael Jordan about his car. Like, what a time.
What a time.
It's him, and I'll give you $10 if you know what NASCAR driver he co-owns 2311 Racing with.
Darrell Waltrip.
The 11 car.
I gave him the extent there. Jeff Gordon.
Joe Gibbs Racing. Long-time Joe Gibbs racer.
Wes Mantooth. No, Wes Martin.
He is from Virginia.
Oh.
Born and raised. Just outside of Richmond.
Grant Paul. No. I don't know, obviously.
He has the same last name as a famous Buffalo Bills safety.
Current safety? Or like all-time safety?
Current safety.
Okay.
Who survived a very scary moment on national TV.
You're talking about Denny Hamlin.
That's right.
There it is.
I knew you'd get it. See how easy that was?
Lead the horse to water. Literally cup water in your hands, put it in the horse's mouth, and then force him to swallow.
Grant and Danny, we will be in West Palm Beach starting Wednesday for shows in the sun in Florida, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday from Nats Camp. So make sure you plan on getting us locked in on those days and checking in on the program to find out when we've got our Nats interviews lined up. Next, the Beltway Blitz, and as soon as we return, we will give away tickets to see the Globetrotters. Beltway Blitz time coming up in a minute right here on The Fan. And every single day at 4, we jam content on your favorite teams into one segment, get you up to speed of what's going on in DC sports. All week long, though, ahead of the Blitz at 4 o'clock, we'll be giving away 4-packs of tickets to see the Harlem Globetrotters. Let's do that right now. Congratulations to caller 10 at 800-636-1067. You're winning a 4-pack of tickets to the Globetrotters. It's the 100-year tour, Saturday, March 7th, Capital One Arena. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, please go to thefandc.com.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Morad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Let's get you your Beltway Blitz. We'll cover the Wizards, the NFL, and the Commanders. So let's get it started right now.
The Washington Wizards.
And to take us onto the hardwood to talk about the Wiz, we've got our buddy Glenn Consor. You know him from his work on the Wizards radio right here on The Fan. We've got the game tonight at 7 o'clock. They tip off against the Houston Rockets. Good test tonight, Glenn. Houston 37-22 on the season. Set the table for us, if you would.
Well, you know, you think of the Rockets, you think of Kevin Durant, obviously, who's been playing phenomenal at 37 years old, averaging what he averages, 26 points a game. He's shooting 51% from the field and 40% from three. And he's whatever LeBron is taking, he's taking the same stuff. So he's been playing great. But what stands out about the Rockets is their defense. Amen Thompson is probably the best on-ball defender in the NBA. They lead the NBA in almost every defensive category, fewest points allowed. They're third in that category. They lead the NBA in rebounding. They're fifth in the NBA in shooting percentage. They're third in three-point field goal percentage for opposing teams. So they're a really good defensive team, and you got to take care of the ball.
Glenn, I haven't checked in with you in a while on my guy Trey Johnson. I just love his game. I love watching him. I love the way he gets his shot off, the way he gets his feet set, always underneath him, even in difficult spots. I'm seeing some of that offensive diversity start to shine through as he's getting more and more comfortable. Where are you at, though? You see more than I do, just in terms of his all-around game. Where are you at on Trey Johnson in his rookie season?
I love him. I absolutely love him. I love him, Will Riley. These guys are showing things. They're so young. And they're making adjustments based on what they can and can't do. For example, I think against Atlanta, both of those guys were turning the ball over when they were trying to make pocket passes, but then they go up against Toronto with a little guy, and they're making adjustments with big guys playing them and little guys on them, and so they're just kind of getting through it. But making those pocket passes against Toronto, they were able to do it. So they're reading the defense better, depending on who their matchup is.
You mentioned Will Riley. I mean, recently, 19, 14, 18, 11, and 12 points has been playing more. Had a 27-point game against Brooklyn going back to early February. What are you seeing from the big 6'9" rookie?
He is very unique. You can't speed him up. You can't rush him. You play him to the left, he's going to go there. You play him to the right, he's going to go there. He pivots well. He's got great crossover moves, hesitation moves. You can't guard him. He's to some degree a little bit like Kevin Durant in that he could just get to his spots whenever he wants, and he's unflappable. For a young guy, he just turned 20. Not to feel the pressure of defense on him, he almost welcomes it. He wants you to put pressure on him because he's going to go the other way. That aspect of his game is so unique. So he's a three-level scorer. He could beat you from three, mid-range, and then obviously wing shots 20 feet and out.
Glenn, when do we expect Alex Sarr back, and what do you want to see from him down the stretch?
I don't have. It's pretty unclear when he's going to come back, but I love the way he's played this year. He looks like a completely different player. You guys, we talked about this last year with Alex Sarr, the things that he needed to improve on. Well, he certainly has. And I think what you're seeing with guys like Alex and even the organization as a whole, this is where rebuilds start to turn, is when you see dramatic improvement in their games. And you're seeing it with Alex Sarr this year. pick and rolls. He's not fading away. He's not just shooting jump shots. He's attacking. He's welcoming the physicality. That's what you're seeing in Alex's game. Aside from his elite defensive presence, I mean, he can go out there and play the pick and roll game. He can go out there and help and block shots on the weak side. So we're seeing a lot of good things from. It's really exciting to see all these young players.
Glenn, quick one I want to squeeze in. Greg Fingerberg just reported that Trae Young's going to make his Wizards debut on Thursday at Cap One Arena against the Jazz. The team has announced. What do we expect from Trae Young? How's that going to go?
Boy, when he's on, I mean, he's a scoring and playmaking point guard. He's one of the few guys in the history of the NBA that has led the NBA in scoring and assists. He's a high assist guy. He's a playmaker. You know, I think he's going to come in and not only score when needed, but also set up the young guys to make their lives easier, putting them in the right place where they can score.
Glenn, should be fun, man. We'll be talking about this on the show. Thanks so much. Appreciate you as always.
Good to be on with you guys again.
Thanks, buddy.
Absolutely. There's Glenn Consor. Shams Charania, just 3 minutes ago. Wizards star Trae Young will make his team debut on Thursday against the Utah Jazz at home. We knew that he was going to play this season. We just didn't know when. They are still hoping to get into the bottom three so that they can have the best possible chance at a number 1 overall pick. You would think playing Trae Young makes that a little more difficult.
Yeah, and the Jazz, by the way, are sprinting in. They're taking a rocket ship in the other direction, shutting anyone down that's ever walked on 2 feet before.
Let's talk football.
The NFL.
Frank Schwab of Yahoo Sports joins us now on Grant and Danny to do just that. Frank, what's your big headline coming out of the Combine?
Oh, boy, I think it's I hate to be negative, but it's just this draft doesn't have a lot of juice to it. Honestly, who are we getting excited about? We know Mendoza's going number 1. After that, yeah, there's some interesting guys, Reese and Styles and Bain, and I mean, we'll debate who's going to go 2, who's going to go 3, and we'll make that interesting. But if you really, to me anyway, when I think about this draft, I just there's not a lot of stars. There's not a lot of quarterbacks going to go early. There's one running back that's going to go really early, and then we're going to wait for a while. There's going to be good players come out of this draft, but as I sit here, I'm like, okay, well, this is one of those drafts that is probably going to be a little bit unmemorable, and teams are really going to have to do their work to find impact rookies because I don't see a lot of star power in this draft.
What do you make of the David Montgomery trade?
I found it a little bit weird for both sides. It's unusual, right? Because for the Lions, I get it. Like, okay, Montgomery's going to be 29. He's pretty well paid as a backup to Gibbs, even though he's a highly used backup. And you get a 4th rounder, 7th rounder, and an offensive lineman back. Okay, that makes sense, but you still need another running back. Jahmyr Gibbs is not the type of back who's going to handle 30 touches a game for a full season. You don't want to wear him out. So it just creates a issue for them, and an important one. That's a big spot in their lineup as RB2. The Texans, in a vacuum, it's great to get David Montgomery. He's a good player. He does everything well. He's a good side. But if you don't have the offensive line for him, what's the point? I mean, the Texans' offensive line stinks, and trading 2 offensive linemen away today doesn't get them closer to the answer. So I kind of look at it like, oh, yeah, that's fine to get David Montgomery, but you realize that if your offensive line's not any good, you're really not going to go very far with David Montgomery. He's not going to put up the same numbers he did Detroit. So I come out of that trade kind of, okay, what's next for both of these teams? Maybe in a couple of weeks I'll be able to say, oh, yeah, now that the full plan is there and it makes sense. But right now I'm like scratching my head a little bit, both sides, and what they're doing with this.
Frank, I'm going to go through a plethora of the quarterback options for teams this offseason. Rapid fire here. Give me your best guess on where they end up or how their offseason goes. Ready?
Yeah.
Let's go Malik Willis from the Packers.
I think it's Cardinals. I do. They're the team that has the most cap space that really needs a quarterback, that wants a quarterback like that. I think the Cardinals start over their new regime with Malik Willis.
Kyler Murray.
They're going to overpay him. They're going to overpay him, by the way.
Kyler Murray of the Cardinals.
I have been saying for months, that is the most Jets signing I've ever seen in my life.
I agree. Yeah.
Very Jetsy, where we know what the outcome is. Kyler Murray stinks. He's not a good NFL quarterback. You're not going anywhere with him. You're not winning anything with him. But hey, his Madden rating was probably good, so Woody Johnson's son probably told him it was a good idea.
That's hilarious. Aaron Rodgers.
I think he's went back with the Steelers, although I think it's 50-50 for retirement.
Kirk Cousins.
I could see him going back to Minnesota, just complete the circle, maybe. I don't know. The Vikings just stand out to me with Cousins.
And then the last one, Derek Carr.
Nowhere. I just don't think that. It doesn't seem like there's much of an interest in him and the Saints to hold his rights. So you'd have to trade something for Derek Carr. So I'll say Derek Carr's still retirement at the end of the day.
I lied. One more. Mac Jones.
That's interesting. I don't think the 49ers trading him because I don't think somebody's going to overpay. And teams just don't give up backup quarterbacks that easily. And we've seen Purdy get hurt. And we've seen all the 49ers get hurt. So I think Mac Jones stays put because I don't think anybody's going to overpay for him.
Philadelphia. Grant and I were talking about this earlier. We've got a pattern here. 14-3 Super Bowl appearance, then like a dramatic, constant bickering, infighting, meltdown 11-6 season, then 14-3, 11-6. So we're on a 14-3 turn here for Philadelphia going to the Super Bowl. I got a lot of confidence in Howie Roseman to sort of push the right buttons and rebuild again on the fly. Where are you at on them heading into this next year?
Yeah, and I just did my a little bit of a free agency preview thing and trying to rank which teams are the most interesting. And I got to the Eagles and was starting to write about them, and I'm like, what do they do? Like, if you're Howie Roseman, you're like, yeah, we had a really disappointing season. How do I fix the roster? The roster doesn't need fixing. It's great. The roster's awesome. So I don't know exactly what comes next for the Eagles because I look at that team, and every team could use a guy, right? Like every team could use another pass rusher or use, if A.J. Brown gets traded, yeah, you got to fill that hole, and that won't be easy, but I don't know that he's going to be traded. But it's one of those things where you look and you say, well, last year was really, really disappointing. It wasn't really the roster's fault when you look at the talent on hand. How does that change then? I don't know the answer to that. I really don't. The offensive coordinator switch helps for sure, but I don't know. I'm really stuck on the Eagles and what to make of them because you could make a clear argument they still have the best roster in the NFL. It's just how you reconcile that with how disappointing they were last year. They seemed like they were the most miserable defending Super Bowl champions I've ever seen. They did not seem like they enjoyed one day together. Like they seemed like from September on, they were just like, when is the season getting done so I can be away from these guys? And I just don't know how you fix that. I don't know if that gets fixed in one offseason.
Frank, one more quick one. Danny asked you about the David Montgomery trade today. The Lions are releasing Graham Glasgow. It just broke to save about $5 million in cap space, who started 45 games for them at center over the last 3 years. Has their window closed? Is the step back from this past season kind of the beginning of a regression?
No, not at all to me. I think when you look at the metrics, the Lions were really one of the elite teams in the NFL, and I know people get yell nerd and all that kind of stuff at analytics, but the Lions were a good football team that ended up losing a lot of close games. Again, I think the talent level's just fine. There's more holes than there were a couple years ago, I'll grant you that, but I think the Lions are going to be just fine. I think the Lions are going to be one of the top 6, 7, 8 teams in the NFL next year and be a Super Bowl contender. There's just too much talent on hand. Now, there's work to be done. You alluded to it, the interior line for sure, defensive line, but I still have faith in this Lions team. I still think they're really good and they're not going anywhere.
Frank, thank you, buddy. Have a good one.
Absolutely. Appreciate it.
We will see you, dude. Hit that local 53 sounder, please.
The Washington Commanders.
By God, that's Johnny Cakes Allville's music. Flakesy from the Sports Junkies fame. Flakes, did I have the right pulse of the Junks this morning as I was tuning in as I want to do while I'm driving around Newton to boot?
Yes, yes.
That you guys would all pretty much now be disappointed if it's not Jeremiah Love at 7?
I don't know if disappointment is the right word. Now, Danny, you know me from having me on for so many years and from playing fantasy football with me over the years. And, of course, you play in a league with no waivers, which is the only correct way to do things. But that's beside the point. I love offense. I love offense so much. I love scoring a lot of points. I love scoring 30 points. And Jeremiah Love, I mean, look, he's a plug-and-play, 15 to 20 carry type of guy that, let's be honest, this team doesn't have. A lot of teams don't have. But if he gets snatched up early, say the Titans, want to pair him up with Cam Ward at number 4, then the Commanders are going to have the pick of the litter of a plethora of Ohio State studs like Sonny Styles. Hopefully he's still there at 7. Caleb Downs could be that jackknife, jack of all trades type of guy that Durant Jones, I'm sure, would love to plug into his defense. So slightly disappointed, but you're still going to get a great player at 7, even if it's not Jeremiah Love.
Cakes, is there a dream free agent addition for you out there going into free agency in a week, or maybe position that you would most want to sink some money into?
I I wish they didn't have to put more money and draft capital into this position, but tight end needs an upgrade. I mean, Zach Ertz, obviously with the ACL, he's not going to be there, and we know he's trying to get back, and like, kudos to him for doing that. He doesn't want to go out on a sour note with an injury to end his career. Ben Sinnott, this team, I thought, expected a lot out of a guy. Generally, when you draft them in a tight end in the second round, I don't know, call me crazy, I like those guys to run routes and catch balls and score touchdowns and be safety blankets for your young quarterback. Haven't really seen that from Ben Sinnott. So I think if you're really looking to upgrade one spot, particularly on the offense, tight end should be that spot. I think there are going to be players for Isaiah Likely. We know that Pitts got franchised in Atlanta. David Njoku is another name that could look good in burgundy and gold. So if they're going to make another splash, I think it has to be in tight end, because I don't think you can really count on the current cast of characters to be like an impactful guy that's going to catch 50 balls and maybe find the end zone 6 or 7 times.
Let me throw this out there, Flakesy. What about wide receiver? Terry McLaurin, probably, maybe, all likelihood, last year of his deal. I don't want to do the, hey, you were cut by another team in training camps, you're our number 2 for 2 years, Noah Brown situation. It's Jalen Lane, injured Luke McCaffrey, and you and me right now on that roster. Yeah. Why aren't people focused more on that, and why is that their number 1 need?
I think they should be. I mean, wideout definitely needs an injection. I mean, they drafted McCaffrey and Jalen Lane. I don't know if those guys are the answers. Those are not clear-cut number 2 wideout candidates. I think the only issue is I don't know how great the free agent pool is. So maybe this is a spot that they hit in the draft. I think guys like Romeo Doubs and Wan'Dale Robinson are going to get massively overpaid in a market where there aren't a lot of great wideout options outside of Pickens, and we know he's most likely not leaving Dallas, having gotten a franchise tag. But I'm with you, Danny. Like, it can't be Terry McLaurin and a guy that makes $4.5 or $5 million like Olamide Zaccheaus from a few years ago. Guys like that. They need to be better in that area. So I wouldn't be surprised if wideout gets addressed, draft or free agency, or possibly both.
Cakes, did I hear while listening to the Junkies today that your boy's getting married this weekend?
He is, yes, that is correct. He will be married on Sunday, this upcoming Sunday. The nuptials will be happening in downtown D.C.
I love that. Any chance that you cry?
Ooh, there's a pretty good chance, because I know my wife is going to cry. If I look over and see my wife crying, that's a trigger. I will probably start crying. So probably about as likely of a chance as the fact that it's snowing in my backyard right now, which is 100%. It looks like the White Walker is about to come over my fence.
My daughter came up to me yesterday and she said, "Dad," she's 6, by the way. And I said, "Yeah." And she goes, "When I get married, you're going to cry." And I said, "Like you've never seen anyone cry before." I mean, I cry when my kids, whatever, you name a dumb thing that they do, I cry. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's going to be waterworks. Now, this is going to sound silly, but maybe it'll be a little different for my son than my daughters. But with my daughters, just a running sink that was left on.
Yeah. I've got 2 boys and a girl. For the girl, for my daughter, it's going to be a lock. But actually, let me up the percentages. It's 100% chance I'm going to cry, because a couple of years ago, we were hosting a graduation party for 2 of my kids, and I tried to say a few words, and I became a just bumbling, stumbling idiot and couldn't get anything out, and was just a pool of sadness.
Are you going to do a toast?
Terrible.
Are you going to do like a speech, toast? Is it rehearsal dinner? What are you doing?
He's got to do rehearsal dinner toast.
Here's the plan. We are hosting the rehearsal dinner, okay?
Yep.
So I will do a very quick, succinct toast. I'm talking like 60 seconds, maybe 90 at the high end, okay? Just real simple, real quick to just minimize chances of crying and looking like just a big buffoon.
But is that a cry situation?
I think it might be.
There's potential. I can't say there's not going to be potential, Danny.
Yeah.
We're getting older. We're hitting these milestones and mileposts.
I get it.
Yeah.
Well, have a hell of a weekend. I mean, I don't need to tell you. I don't know anything about your kid getting married, but I just know from getting married, and obviously you were kind enough to come, and the Junks all showed up. I mean, it goes so fast, but it's just the best weekend ever when all those people are around for you. It's so fun.
Yep, I'm looking forward to it, and I'll probably have to bring just mountains of Kleenex to both the rehearsal dinner and to the wedding.
Everyone will be coming up to you and like patting you on the shoulder all the time, shucking and jiving. So much small talk.
Yep.
You're going to thrive. You're crushing it.
Oh yeah, because I love me some small talk, Danny.
Now I know you're not bish bucks, so you're okay spending a couple of shekels. But are you on a scale of size to Rick to be footing the bill for this this event this weekend? Where are we feeling on this one, Cakes?
As far as I know, we are only on the hook for the rehearsal dinner, and it's a small, intimate affair. I want to say that I don't have the final head count yet, but it's somewhere like 10 to a dozen to maybe a baker's dozen.
Wow,
you're getting off so easy.
Not a huge cash outlay for your guy Flakes over here.
Wow,
taking his fantasy winnings and putting it towards rehearsal dinner. I love it.
Oh yeah, I love to do that, Danny. You know how I like to roll those bones, roll them over.
Thank you, buddy. Have a great weekend.
See you, dude.
All right, boys. Talk to you soon.
Johnny Cakes Allville. I do not look forward to that, Danny. There will be tears. Starring Daniel Day-Lewis.
Well, I'll tell you this: there are a couple times where I was very emotional for my kids, very small. Like the first day I took my oldest son, my firstborn, just quote unquote school. It was like a 2-day a week, 3-day a week preschool type thing, and I was starting to choke it back, and I was like, okay, bye, buddy. He goes, bye, Dad, and just went inside. Didn't care at all, and because he wasn't emotional, it was sort of like, oh, I should probably get over it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Each time I thought there'd be a big thing I'm nervous to go, Dad. Well, and I'll be like, it's okay, son, you be strong. And then I would turn around and break down because he didn't care at all and just kind of went, bye, and just marched into the classroom like it was nothing. There've been a few of those where I go, maybe I won't be a total mess.
So you don't
when it's their time.
Have that very often with them where you get emotional.
Well, I do, but nobody else does. Everyone else is like, yeah, that's what we're doing. It's the next thing. Shut up.
You also have 3 boys.
Yeah.
That helps.
Yep.
The old 2 boys, 2 girls thing. It's those 2 girls. That one's tough.
It is, yeah.
The Cardinals of St. Louis, not of Arizona. Okay, it's the St. Louis chapter of the Cardinals. They're doing one of the smartest, best, most amazing things a sports team has ever done. We'll explain next on The Fan. 445, the Commanders rank way higher on a list of teams getting odds to make a trade for Max Crosby than you might think. We'll get into that coming up in 15 minutes. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. So credit where it's due here. The St. Louis Cardinals have gone outside the box, and they are deserving of attention and an award of some type. I don't know what award we're going to give them.
The award of correctness.
But God bless them for what they have done. Now, very, very important, Danny, when you talk about the Cardinals in sport, that we get the right Cardinals, okay? Mm-hmm. This is baseball's St. Louis Cardinals. They are introducing a ticket package starting at $29. That will include bottomless soda, bottomless hot dogs, unlimited chicken tenders, bottomless bratwurst, endless nachos, all-you-can-eat fries, bottomless popcorn, as many peanuts as your little heart desires, as many chips as you'd like to eat, and endless ice cream. I'm going to go back through the list again. Remember, the price point is $29.
$29.
For this package. It's a ticket deal. So you get a ticket with it, by the way. $29 for unlimited soda, hot dogs, chicken tenders, bratwurst, nachos, fries, popcorn, peanuts, chips, and ice cream.
10 things. That's 10 things and a ticket that you can stuff your face with.
Honest to God, $29 for unlimited soda in a ballpark where they don't do refills is actually worth it for people like me on a hot day. Because the Coke Zero souvenir cup that I would get and drink at a ball game is somewhere around $12 to $14 at Nats Park.
Yeah.
Now, they do a thing where generally you can refill it. I still spend $13 on a Coke Zero every time I go to the game, which is a disaster. But in some ballparks, like Cap One Arena, just now on the 200 level and in a couple of locations, serve your own, does like refills, but doesn't on a lot of different, spots around the arena. There's plenty of stadiums that don't. So I would be willing to consider doing that. There's a cup you can get at King's Dominion. We went this summer, and it was like $23. And I'm like, that's ridiculous. I'm not doing that. But if you're there all day, and it's this refillable, huge plastic cup,
yep.
Or you have to buy soda every time for like $8, as soon as you have 2 or 3, you've
right
paid
there.
for it.
It's worth it.
So I am in on just $29 maybe for bottomless soda.
Ticket and a soda for $29 is a pretty good deal.
With hot dogs.
Yeah.
So let me get 2 of those. With a chicken tender basket and fries. I probably only need 1 of those. Bratwursts. I'm not going to eat one of those if I've had hot dogs and chicken tenders, but maybe I'll mix it up. Maybe I won't do a hot dog and I'll do a brat. I'll leave the nachos for my guy Danny, but I'm going to pummel some French fries. I've got popcorn to snack on in the 3rd inning. I've got peanuts to snack on in the 5th inning. I'll get a bag of chips to wash everything down with my cola in the 7th inning. Oh, it's the 9th inning, and I'm getting ready to watch the boys rally for a win. Let's go top it all off with a chocolate ice cream. For $29. Darius, I need you to do this research for me. See if you can find Nats Park concession prices. I want to know how much it would cost for 2 sodas, a hot dog, a chicken tender basket, a brat, nachos, fries, popcorn, peanuts, chips, and ice cream. I mean, you're talking about
it's $100.
Easily over $100.
Yeah.
I think it's closer to like $150.
So these tickets are for Big Mac Land, which is in left field. It's where Mark McGuire used to go.
I don't care if they're in the parking lot.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And it's not bad seats. It's kind of their fun section. It's the equivalent of Nats Park, that scoreboard walk where Shake Shack is up top there. So $29, pretty good seats, all you can eat. So there's no, the way they put it, the way they phrase it is no tabs, no transactions, just baseball and bottomless bites. So I think if you have your ticket and you're in this section, you're good to go. You don't have to do a thing where you show it every time, or hey, I got my hand stamped, or I got a wristband.
So do you just scan a QR code and they bring it to you, or is there going to be...
I think you go get it.
So there's just like a buffet somewhere where you just keep refilling the tenders and the fries, and there's ice cream cups, and you can get whatever you want.
So here it is, how it works. Coca-Cola Unlimited ticket holders, that's what this is, will have their tickets scanned and receive a wristband at the check-in station near Section 265. This wristband provides access to the Unlimited concession stand at Section 265. Once checked in, simply grab your items, show the attendant your wristband, and go. No checkout or payment required. Food and drinks will be available from gates open until the end of the 8th inning. Explore the space. Oh my God, how great is that?
So this is the equivalent. Like if you have the really nice tickets at Nats Park, not the Terra Club down low, but like that President's Club above it or whatever they call it now, where there's that open area where it's just food and drink to your little heart's content. It's that basically in this section with these items, and it only costs $29. So to this I say, how do the Washington Nationals don't do something like this year? Why wouldn't they? How would they not?
Because the Cardinals, for the first time, maybe in forever, numbers approximate, are actually planning on being bad and rebuilding. They usually don't do that. They're usually like the Steelers of Major League Baseball, where they just kind of find one free agent, bring a couple guys up, and see if they can win 82 games. They're not doing that this year. They're going to be bad. Who does that sound like, right? And I don't know.
And they're not even going to be as bad as Washington. But to your point, they traded. You get rid of Nolan Arenado, and they move on from a couple of their really good players. And now they're turning things over to the kids. They're bringing up the top prospect infielder in baseball, J.J. Weatherholt, at 23 to make his debut. Their outfield's run by their center fielder, who's 25, Victor Scott. They're trying to get Jordan Walker, who's still only 23, going in right field. But to your point, this is a 90-loss team.
Yeah.
And it's a great sports town. It's a great baseball town. But you worry a little bit about attendance, and there have been some people opting out with them spinning their tires and not being very good the last few years. So right away, the result is we got to put some butts in seats. How do we do that?
And so what jumps out to me is that these aren't just $29 all-you-can-eat tickets. It's Coca-Cola Unlimited tickets, which tells me that that's how some of the cost is being offset. It tells me these are sponsored, partnership kind of branding things, which is really smart. That's the path for the Nats, or for anybody to do something like this, right? Is, again, I don't know. I'm not Sports Business Journal. I'm not John Orand or anybody like that. I have no idea. But that's my guess, is that they're called to certain special things so that everybody keeps saying Coca-Cola Unlimited tickets instead of the $29 all-you-can-eat tickets. That, to me, is kind of the way you could do it, right? I know the Nats already have Kids Eat Free on Tuesdays or however many days of the week they do that, which is awesome.
It's every day, by the way.
Yeah, it's every day.
It's the best thing that they do. I do it every time I take the kids to the park. You get yourself a little brown bag lunch, hot dog, chips, and a water. And Kids Eat Free. And a lot of times they'll say through this month or until August, and it always pretty much gets extended and ends up being the entire season. So I'm not trying to bag on the Nats here. They've done some good things. But where is this?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying.
This is what needs to happen.
Inevitably, my 12-year-old will turn his nose up at that, and then we're at Dippin' Dots 7 different times, and sort of that's the story, or we find something else, or whatever. But that's a good deal. I'm not saying it's not. This, for the 190, whatever, 95 loss team, this is the smart thing to do, is find, even if you aren't getting that ticket. It's such a buzz thing. It's a value thing. All it's showing is, hey, we understand. You know what I mean?
The Kids Eat Free thing is really smart for the families and people like me who have children who otherwise can't afford to go to the game because they're going to want to eat or whatever, and now all of a sudden I'm dropping another $50. The $29 all-you-can-eat and drink thing is for the people in D.C., the dudes sitting on their balcony listening to the game in the Navy Yard, or the group of 4 girls who want to go over and hang out and have some beers and hot dogs and watch the baseball game. And it's now girls' night out. To me, that's for the young people. That's for the business crowd in a city where that's what we've got. A lot of young single people looking for something to do. Oh, it's $30. Now it's dinner and a baseball game. And by the way, it's not just like, you can have a snack. It's whatever the hell you want. You can leave full if you want to. But it's such a no-brainer. It's so easy. And when you're not drawing people, why wouldn't you try something like this?
Again, the point I was going to try to make is, even if somebody doesn't get that ticket and wants to sit in a nicer spot or somewhere else, the gesture matters, I think, even more than the actual thing. I mean, the actual thing is awesome. But hey, we get where we're at. You guys are supporting us. Here is something for you. And that attitude of welcoming and being grateful that people are spending their time, energy, money, it ain't easy to get to the ballpark on a weeknight, especially in this trafficy area, especially in this spot that it is. I understand the metro runs there, but if you're traveling from the suburbs, points north, points west, even sometimes points to the south, it's not the easiest thing in the world to do to navigate this area to get to the start of a game. There should be more appreciation. Anytime you could do that for your fans, especially while they're sitting through a lot of losses, which we all signed up for, we get it. Our heads are on straight. Just acknowledge the situation where you are. I think that would be incredible.
So I know your days of going to a baseball game by yourself and just going and sitting and watching baseball are behind you, pretty much. You don't really do that. But in a world where you did, how much would you spend on this? Because I still will do that if the kids are asleep. Or I'll text the wife and be like, hey, I'm going over to the ballpark tonight, and I'll just sit and watch the game. For this deal, which is $29, easiest decision I've made, I think I would be willing, I wouldn't do it every Wednesday or something. I wouldn't do it every game.
Sure.
But 50 points would be a reasonable price point.
Yeah, $50 would be reasonable to me to do that. Because that's
if you're just getting after it, you're gonna have a few for me sodas, but like you're gonna have
because if I get there before the game and then I'm hungry again a little bit later, if I get I don't know, a dog and nachos and a drink, that's $30 at least, right? If I have one other thing, I've already gotten to that $50 point.
This would save us so much money the day we're gonna do Danny's Dog Day of Summer, where he's gonna eat as many hot dogs as possible in the Nats Park heat this summer. This would be really.
This is how you do it, yeah.
Instead of having to buy you
individual dogs,
17 hot dogs, now I've got to go just sit there and watch you consume $29 worth of all the hot dogs you can eat. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Bet Online put out odds on teams to trade for Max Crosby, and they actually have the Commanders at the very top of the list. Let's get into that next.
From free agency to the NFL draft.
ranking teams that Max Crosby could end up with, somehow still has the Commanders listed number one.
Number one. Are there no other teams in the league? There's no way, right? It's going to take commodities in trade that Washington lacks. I just don't see it. I don't know what anybody's hearing or trying to sell me on that one. I saw that. Darius pointed out to us, and I had a little jaw drop, and I'm going, okay, cool prank, bro. I don't get it. What am I missing there?
Well, look, they need a edge. Everybody knows they're going to be aggressive to get one this offseason, whether that means at number 7 or via free agency. It's not they might do it. It's a they have to do it. They only have a couple guys at the position on the roster. And they have been one of the few teams in the league in this recent stretch that has had no problem trading picks for assets. They just did it last year with Laramie Tunsil. They did it the year before that with Marshawn Lattimore. So maybe they're saying, which GM is proven aggressive enough to go out there and move first and second round picks for Max Crosby? And they think Adam Peters could be the guy.
I suppose. I have a hard time believing that Washington would be ahead of a team like, say, the Patriots, the Rams, who have won Super Bowls and been really close doing that exact thing with a veteran quarterback with a bunch of guys in their prime where they're maybe a piece away. The Eagles kind of looking to retool and again, continue to build on the fly as a team that's going to pick in the back of the first round. The idea that Washington at 7 with 2,000 holes and not that many bullets to fill them just doesn't feel like they should be the number one team to me.
Takes a team with massive cap space, too. And the Rams have a lot more of it than they have in a while, but that $40 million they have is going to go pretty quickly. Like, you probably need more than that, and they can maybe create some more space, but to free up what you need for Max Crosby. Or, the Patriots, another team where I could see them doing something like that, but right now they're linked to A.J. Brown every day.
Yeah. I mean, those are the kind of
You're
moves.
not going to get both of those guys.
Right. You're in the Super Bowl, and you've got a window now with an MVP candidate, a quarterback, and you could use a little bit more talent, a couple blue chippers, maybe one receiver, one defensive end. I think that's kind of fits the bill of what you're talking about. They're going to be linked to a lot of teams. That's the type of move that you should do if you're on the cusp, where you're a player away. Washington sacrifices this year's one, and I'm taking the Raiders at face value, but sake of argument, this year's one and next year's one for a player that, if Max Crosby's here, are you all of a sudden now a 12-win team? Probably not. You still need a lot of work to do, and now you have less means to do it.
If they didn't make the Lattimore deal, this is different. And honestly, and I love that they made the Tunsil deal, and they'll pay him this offseason, and he's their long-term left tackle. But if they didn't make that deal, I'd say the same thing. Now you have the luxury of doing this because you wouldn't have made the fewest picks of any team in the league last year. You wouldn't be in line to make the fewest picks of any team in the league again this year, which means over a 2-year span, nobody's adding fewer pieces in the draft, these cost-controlled, really important assets. So you don't have the luxury anymore. You're ruled out. But in a ranking, I would rather have Crosby at edge probably than either of the guys they actually traded for. As good as Tunsil is, and that's close. But they're so desperate. It's such a tough thing to fill, and Crosby is so good.
Yep.
5 Pro Bowls, second-team All-Pro multiple times, Defensive Player of the Year, finished in the top 3 a couple of years ago. You could make the case that would be where you would start in ranking those guys who you would most want to trade for, but they don't get to play that game anymore. You've got to keep your picks. If anything, they should be trying to add picks by trading back or giving up players like Durant Payne and eating some salary to bring on picks because they don't have enough of them.
Yeah, so I was so annoyed. Nothing. And again, they could have been told no for every single offer, but I just have to believe in my heart that there was some move they could have done to grab just one more pick, just to start that process rolling. Again, they didn't have a lot of commodities, but that's what's been so frustrating is they don't have picks.
Would you feel different if they got a 6th or a 7th? Because that's what they would have gotten by moving their guys. It wouldn't have helped much.
To me, it's the principle is we're not going anywhere. Let's get something. We need ammunition because that you get a couple 6th. The next thing you know, that 6 becomes a 5th, and who knows? Maybe you get it. I mean, you're buying lottery tickets at that point. Yeah, it's a long shot, but I just want more bites at the apple for a team that's in desperate need of young talent.
Grant and Danny on the Fan with you this evening until 6:30. I want to get into Washington's upcoming offseason because it does feel like everybody's expecting fireworks, and there have been very few of those under Adam Peters through 2 years. Are we sure that's about to happen? And it's not going to just look a lot like the last 2 off seasons did with a lot of 1-year contracts for veteran players. And the quote unquote big spending is just 3-year deals on guys like Tyler Biadasz or Frankie Louvu, who are good little players, but not stars. What will this offseason actually look like? We'll dive into that next on The Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Wizards basketball comes your way tonight here on 106.7. We'll take you up to pregame in the 7 o'clock hour. Show's brought to you by the law firm Kondorian Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions. They'll take care of whatever you need. You got to go to kmlawyers.com to get a discount. Mention us. That's kmlawyers.com. Those guys are good eggs. We travel with them every football season.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Those guys are the best.
We've enjoyed our time with them. Have you seen that this year's NFL Combine was the fastest combine in history? So I don't know whether to be impressed by this or not. And if you guys have a thought on this, you can call us at 800-636-1067. But by position, every single position group this year, the average 40 time was the fastest we've ever seen. So DBs averaged 4.44, number one all time.
Man.
Wide receivers, 4.44. Running backs, 4.45. Linebackers, 4.55. Quarterbacks, 4.60. Second all time was the only non-record. Tight ends, 4.63. Number I think a big part of this is that a lot of guys don't run anymore, and the players that do run are the guys that know they're going to crush it. If you don't think you're going to run a great 40, you want to control all the variables. You're going to run at your track. You're going to set it up on the downhill part of the field, post the crown. You're going to do everything the way that best suits your skills, not on some neutral site in Indianapolis where you've never been, in an uncomfortable environment. And so the reason that some guys choose to do stuff is, I'm going to help myself. The guys that might hurt themselves opt out. Well, that happened less and less 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago. So I wonder if the selective nature of just the best of the best actually doing the activity is why we're getting the best times by position ever, and if I shouldn't view it as this class actually being faster.
There's something to that. I'd push back, and the 5th round grade guy can't do that. He's got to run. He's got to move his way up the board or try to. Right? There's enough volume and depth to it that I think, the guys at the top, like the best corner didn't have to run. He can opt out because he's going top 10. The 7th corner, the 8th corner, the 10th corner probably can't do that. But I think in general, your point it makes sense. The thing that I think is happening is athletes are better than they've ever been. And it's across the board, everywhere, everybody. The tight end running 4.4 something is beyond insane. When I was a kid, I'm old enough where I remember on like a the before the game starts, like, here are the keys to the game, guys. Now watch out for this guy. They've got a 300-pounder on the offensive line. And that was a novelty. That was amazing that they had a guy that weighed 300 pounds. And it was like, and he's not just a fat guy, folks. Let me tell you, he's a big, strong ox. 300 pounds was a huge deal. Juniors in high school are 300 pounds and not like, 80% body fat dudes. It's now the most normal thing in the world. Everybody is bigger, faster, stronger. We know more about training and improvement and maximizing bodies than we ever have. And that's not going anywhere. I think it's as much the sports science of it as it is the point you're talking about. I think that's a data point. I think that's absolutely something where you're going to throw out the bottom 5. You know what I mean? Like, because they're not going to do it, or guys that may water that down a little bit. But I think by and large, athletes are better than they've ever been.
It's just, that's true. And that is where I stop short of saying this is misleading or I'm unimpressed, because that's not true. I mean, it is amazing. And I do think guys in every sport are bigger and faster and stronger. Like Talon Green ran a 4.36 40 at the Combine this week. If you look at the quarterback position all time, that is right there in the ballpark for the best we've ever seen. Vic ran a 4.33. I don't remember if that was Combine or Pro Day. And Lamar Jackson at his 2017 Pro Day ran a 4.34, which is almost identical to what Talon Green out of Boise State and Arkansas ran this time around. He played at Arkansas this past year, completed about 60% of his passes, 19 touchdowns, 11 picks. Incredible athlete. By the way, do you know how big this guy is that ran a 4.36 at a quarterback position?
I did not see.
6'6".
Come on.
Like, people shouldn't be able to do this kind of stuff. So I am amazed when I watch Sonny Styles, and there were 2 Styles that were breaking records at their positions. That mom who was in the crowd, like, what an amazing accomplishment and feat for that family. And if there was another Styles, maybe this would be the fastest class of all time. So I'm impressed I just saw that number come out of the number of position groups where it was the record average by position. And I thought, okay, let's contextualize this a little bit. Because I think you could do that in a lot of ways. Like the guys that choose not to lift are doing that for good reason too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, Kenyon Sadiq, the tight end, who is measured at 6'3", 241 pounds, ran a 4.39 40-yard dash.
Tight end.
Tight end. That's a tight end. That's not a wide receiver. That's a tight end that did that. He looks like an action figure. This doesn't happen. It didn't happen 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago. You've had freaks. I mean, every generation has one. I mean, Darryl Green, with just, he shows up with Tootsie Rolls in a sock and he's running 4.2s. There have always been freaks. There's always been guys who are like, wow, that's incredible. It's the across-the-board nature of it now that is just, they're training for this. It used to be a couple special guys who would get with the speed coach at IMG Academy or the agent knew someone that could help you out. Now everybody is geared towards maximizing these workouts, and they all do it.
The other funny thing I have thought a lot about since watching a bunch of Combine over the weekend was you are hearing this phrase a lot about various players. Oh, they're going in the top 5. They're not going to get to Washington at 7. I think I've heard that about 10 or 12 different guys at this point. And that math does not work. In other words, if you look at the very top of the best players in this draft class and you check a box if you have heard that player is probably not going to be there for Washington at 7. How many guys are on that list? I mean, Mendoza, will not be there. We have heard there's a chance Reuben Bain doesn't get to them. That's Jeremiah.
True. Yep.
Muaga, obviously, is not going to be there.
Reese.
Arvell Reese, we have heard that. Caleb Downs, we have heard
4.
that.
Bailey.
David Bailey. Sonny Styles.
6,
Jeremiah
7,
Love.
8.
I don't know if that's probably the end of the guys that won't be there for them, but that's 8 guys in 6 spots. That math does not work, in my opinion.
Indeed. That's one of those, this guy did himself so many favors, or, this guy's not getting out of the top 5. The math does work here for Washington at 7. You don't know that where the dividing line is going to be. Think about the NBA draft that's coming up. And there are great players in the lottery. There are. But there's a top 3 and then a line, right? I don't know where that line is in this first round. I don't think anybody does. I mean, obviously, you don't really know until years after you can look back and grade it. But once you get past, I'm making up for the sake of argument, Jeremiah Love or get past Carnell Tate or get past David Bailey or Sonny Styles, the beholder, is that where the drop-off is? Where it's like, okay, I guess I could do Kendrick Falk, the edge from Auburn. All right, we're here. The best of the rest is Spencer Fano, the offensive tackle from Utah. I don't know where that dividing line is for teams, but it does feel like Washington's on the good side of it, right? And you don't know as you're winning meaningless games if you're going to be in a good spot or a bad spot. Turns out I think they're going to be okay in terms of grabbing one of these marquee guys. We're going to feel like, quote unquote, fell to them at 7.
All right, let's hear from the most recent analyst to say that someone's not going to be there at 7 for Washington. And this
size, he's special. And I think you look at the top of the draft, right? We all agree that Fernando Mendoza is going number 1 to the Raiders. After that, I think it's going to probably be an edge rusher to the Jets. Maybe Sonny Styles gets into that mix. But then you look at Arizona at 3, Tennessee at 4, even the Giants at 5 with Scadaboo coming off of that injury.
Right.
I don't think Jeremiah Love gets out of the top 5, and it won't shock me if he's the 3rd pick in this draft.
I mean, there's no way to me that the Giants would take him. I would just bet anything on that right now. That's insane. But could I see some of those other landing spots? For sure. But that's where we are now, that a running back is not going to get out of the top 5. Last year, Ashton Genty, Heisman Trophy caliber, numbers we hadn't seen in decades. That guy didn't go in the top 5. He was can't miss. And I'm Team Jeremiah Love. I want him at 7. I'd be thrilled. But now we think he's going in the top 5? I don't see it.
I think it speaks to the class, though, I will say. Last year, better viewed than this one. So maybe. But again, I'm with you. It's a little bit, we're in hyperbole week, kind of post-combine with all the fallout, the risers, the fallers. Right. Nothing's really happened just yet, but it's just our eyes maybe catching up with what scouts already know or have confirmed. But I think last year, I don't think Jeremiah Love would go top 5. This year, he might.
My biggest fear is that he goes to the Chiefs at 9. And I just mean that as an NFL fan. I think it's a cheat code. If you put him after 1,300 yards and 18 touchdowns at Notre Dame in that offense with Patrick Mahomes, and I'm assuming Rashee Rice will be on that team and won't get in trouble with the law again, and he won't get suspended again, but that's a big assumption at this point. They seem to have no reservations about just playing him, and
when he's available, he plays.
Letting him keep getting in trouble. But they're a good defensive team. They're trying to improve offensively to help out Patrick Mahomes. That would be such a bummer to the rest of the AFC West.
Who would you rather have for the Chiefs get 200 touches? More, let's call it 225, like feature running back stuff. Jeremiah Love or Kareem Hunt next year?
Right.
I'd probably pick Love. I don't know what you would do.
So that's my fear.
Mm-hmm.
Sonny Styles to the Giants is going to really kill me if that happens at number 5, which I could see. Feels like John Harbaugh-led New York takes one of the defensive players that Washington covets. Probably not going to be an edge, so I don't think you'll see Arvell Reese or David Bailey coming off the board there. But Caleb Downs, the safety from Ohio State, would make sense for them if they fall in love with him. They loved Kyle Hamilton with Harbaugh in Baltimore and what they could do. And I don't like that comp. Everyone keeps saying Caleb Downs is that.
No, they're different players.
To me, he's Budda Baker. He's like a much smaller, multiple, excellent safety, but he ain't Kyle Hamilton, in my opinion. Or like Eamon Warrior. Everybody wants him to be Eamon Warrior. I don't see that either. He just doesn't have that size. But I could see the Giants going Sonny Styles, Caleb Downs there, and now I'm really bummed. But the beauty of this is, even though you'd rather be at 5, at 7, Washington is still going to have a pick probably between 2 of the guys they really, really like. Because Maui Noah is going to go to either the Cardinals or somebody else as the top lineman. There could be 2 linemen that go, and Mendoza. So just based on breaking out the calculator and doing some quick math, all of the guys that we talk about for them all the time can't be gone.
Yes, 6 spots, 1 or 2 of them might be offensive linemen, right? So now all of a sudden, when you start doing the math on...
If you go Mendoza's a lock,
right,
and 1 tackle, we'll go, those 2 players. Now there's 5 grab bag picks. You could still see a tackle or a corner, or like Logan's been pushing the idea of the best guard in the country, possibly in this draft where there's not anybody that's kind of beloved necessarily going there too. But at worst, 5 guys that the Commanders might take go, that still leaves someone for you.
When you add in Bain, Downs, Bailey, Styles, Love, Tate after that, I mean, the point is that you're going to get one of those guys in theory. Now, it depends on where they are in terms of if they like the guy or not, or if they love the guy, whatever. I mean, you're still at the mercy of the first picks in front of you. But the point is, one of these defensive players or an offensive weapon at a spot that they need towards the top of this board will probably be available to them.
Let's go to Joe's in Manassas, wants to join us on Grant and Danny. How are you, Joe? Joe, you there?
Hey, it's John.
Oh, hey, John.
I apologize. I don't know why I'm calling you Joe. What's up?
Hey, fellas. Hey, so I was calling just to piggyback on y'all's point about how it's the fastest draft in NFL history. So my point is that there's players that are coming in with their 5th and 6th and 7th year eligibility as opposed to years before because of the COVID year and all of that. And if you had a redshirt year on top of it. So they're more physically mature than players of the past.
That's interesting. I mean, I don't know. Generally, it's not like at 23 or 24 you're over the hill or something. I don't know if that would make you faster or if maturation helps in that. So I don't know if there's a direct correlation to years in college and 40 time.
A little more training, maybe potentially a little more time in the weight room, more time, enhancing your athleticism. I could see it, but it's not as if this class is a bunch of 24-year-olds.
If you wanted to tell me that the interviews have gotten a lot better or that teams find, the Wonderlic scores or whatever kind of S2 or whatever testing we're doing now, the grades are getting better, or just their conversations with players are more impressive, or they feel like when they get to the NFL, rookies are more capable now of picking things up because they transfer 3 times in college and they pick up offenses or defenses multiple times. I would buy that completely. I would need a little more of a sell on how that would help a 40 time, though.
Again, it's just more time training, more time doing the speed work, more time doing the agility of the ladder, more time doing the plyometrics, box jumps, the functional strength stuff that these guys do now. It's not just lifting weights.
Are these speedsters like 2 years into their career generally faster than they were at the combine?
Great question. I don't know the answer. I think with the wear and tear that negates some of that when you're getting all these impacts that these guys do at the NFL level. But yeah, I mean, more time training there's a certain point, like if I spent more time training, I'm not going to be faster than I was 30 years ago. There's nothing I can do. But if you're still in your athletic prime like these guys, maybe. But I don't know that that's enough of a correlation. And again, I don't think this is now 24-year-olds entering the draft. You still have the normal array of 21, 22, the occasional 23-year-old, but it's not as if guys are in their mid-20s more often than not. I think we're far enough away from that COVID year. Now, guys are getting extra eligibility, whether it's fifth-year stuff with the transfers and the like, but I don't know. It's not an army of 25-year-olds that are coming out.
My question, too, would be, if you have a thought on this, 800-636-1067, we're just spitballing on the fact that this might be the fastest draft class of all time. If you look at position group average speed from this year's combine, D-backs, wide receivers, running backs, linebackers, tight ends, D linemen, and O linemen all broke new records for average 40 time. Quarterbacks were second, barely, behind the record at that position. And I'm not trying to be dismissive, but I don't think it's maybe as telling as you would think to hear that. I think it's a little bit misleading because I just think more guys opt out now that might not impress and just run at their pro day. Like the better number I would want to know is, of all the players drafted, they're all going to run a 40 time?
Uh-huh.
Give me that average. And if that average is number one, now I've got my evidence. Now there's everything that I need to know. Let's go to RJ and Laurel on Grant and Danny. What's up?
Yeah, man, I'm just calling. I'm thinking like the speed of this draft and just the hype of the numbers just present us with a better opportunity with everyone else now likely reaching for players or being more eager to move up. It seems like the better question is like, should we be focused more on now trying to see what are the best opportunities to trade down since there's a lot of depth and speed, especially from the defensive scheme that we have, or should we just stay at that spot because there's going to be something really good that lands there? And it looks like Adam Peters is better picking when there's more of an obvious decision than him just, trying to find something.
It's a good question. I appreciate you calling. I think I don't want to speak for you, but I think trading down would be ideal. I've all but dismissed it as a possibility. Just because there aren't a bunch of quarterbacks in this class that people are going to get the steamies for. Occasionally, once a decade, you get a Julio Jones type trade where somebody moves up, or it's easy to say slide around the board if you can. Now, maybe a team like a Kansas City, for example, or you can pick somebody else that thinks they're really close. Goes, our one piece away is Jeremiah Love. We'll trade up to 7 and give you a whole bunch of ammunition for that. Maybe that's a thing, but I wouldn't count on trading back. I think I'd love to. You'd have to tell me where you end up going, but more is better when it comes to the draft. I mean, there's economists that have said that. They kind of figured out the formula for it. We tend to fall in love with players and think of them as accomplished, finished goals already, when the stats say that's just not the case. It's almost always better to get more, but I don't know that that's possible.
There's examples of teams trading up for non-quarterbacks, but they're rare. You think about the Cardinals and Texans swapping when Houston came up to 3 to get Will Anderson a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, how smart does that look?
That's pretty good.
That guy is a badass. I love him. I cannot wait to him win DPOY. I think he's one of the best, most exciting young kids in the league. Not just as a player either. He's an awesome guy, it seems like, from afar. But that was one of those trades, and it worked out. The Cardinals went back. Then they came with their ammunition back up the board. I think they took Paris Johnson, the offensive tackle, if I remember. So there's that example. You have the Lions in 2022 with Jamison Williams. Washington was a part of a trade back in the Jahan Dotson deal when the Saints came up and got Chris Olave.
Olave, that's right, yeah.
So, I mean, those are a little further down the board than 7, but it does happen. It's just really rare. And I don't think it's likely. The question is, as trade back Paulson, I know that that's the smart way to go, and it's what you should do. But now that I'm actually, at the puppy store playing with all these puppies, and I'm seeing Sonny Styles in burgundy and gold, and I'm salivating about Jeremiah Love, and I'm thinking about the possibilities of David Bailey, am I still able to move back in my mind? We can get into that next. I mean, I'll pose that question to people. 800-636-1067. Knowing what you do about where they're at, which is like actually a really good spot at the back end of that tier of player. As we're saying, you're probably going to get one of the last 2 guys from the top tier in this class. Would you move back, not get one of these guys and pick up more, knowing that they need the picks? Or would you rather stay put and get one of the studs, as they're perceived to be? Downs, Styles, Love, Bailey, that type of prospect. 800-636-1067. We'll get to that next on The Fan.
Legends are made of.
Here we go. Jeremiah Love running a 40 at the combine. 4.37. That's
That was his slower run. He did better than that the next time. 4.36. He is the same speed running the 40 as Jahmyr Gibbs of the Lions, but 15 pounds heavier.
And Gibbs can scoot pretty good. You may have noticed.
To quote ancient philosopher Buddy the Elf, I'm in love, and I don't care who knows it. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. So I am Trade Back Paulson. You guys know that about me. Every single time I've ever done one of the mock drafts on any of these sites, and I do them every night for about 20 minutes. Fun little exercise before bed. Wife gets angry as I'm scrolling the phone. Every time I've ever done one, I trade back. I never stay put at 7 and take a player. But now I've gone to the puppy store, basically. And I am playing with these little cute Siberian Huskies, these fluff balls. And, I'm playing with these little French bulldogs. And I'm like, I kind of like this little pug here. Doug the pug. I kind of want to get Doug the pug.
He's licking my face, and all of a sudden I got that little puppy breath.
I've imagined bringing David Bailey home. I've thought about what it would be like to have Caleb Downs. I know what it would seem and feel like to walk up to a press conference where Arvell Reese is being introduced. And the question becomes, can I still trade back, or do I stay put at 7 and take one of these studs? Because if you move back from 7, they're all gone and you don't get any of them. I know what the right thing to do is. I know what the right answer is. It's to trade back because they don't have enough picks and they need more of them. So if they did that, I will not be upset, and that is the right answer. But Danny, before this process started to play out and before I got attached, so to speak, to a lot of these players, I was team trade back, or if that option presents itself and you turn it down to take someone, you did it wrong. And I don't feel that way anymore necessarily. But the right thing to do still is trade back. This team does not have enough picks. They pick once in the top 70. They pick twice in the top 140. That is not okay, man. You don't pick until the 5th round after you choose once after the first round. That's a joke. So you need a lot more picks. It's the best way to build your team. Trading back is still smarter than just about anything else they could do. But it would sting if I'm turning down one of these really exciting pieces.
Yeah, I went with this years ago during the Chase Young lead up to the draft. The Nobel Prize-winning economist Richard Thaler, along with a guy named Cade Massey, another noted economist, demonstrated that NFL teams overvalue their high draft picks each and every year because of the phenomenon you just mentioned, where easily from an objective point, if you've never looked at anything, you just go, yeah, there's a better chance if you have more picks, you just do that. But you see a player run, you see that tape, you fall in love with the idea of his potential, and next thing you know, well, you can't pass on this generational player. Yes, you can, and yes, you should. Emotionless football is the way to go when it comes to this. Trading back is the smart thing to do.
Let's go to Chris in Glen Arden. Chris, you're on G&D. How's it going?
Hey, gentlemen, thanks for taking my call.
Got it.
I know you guys are living that dream of David Bailey making it to 7, but I don't think that's going to happen. But I would trade back. I'm hoping that you guys keep on hyping up Jeremiah Love so that the Chiefs go up there and try to take him. That'll keep us within the top 10. I think Caleb Downs is going to drop in the draft a little bit because there's so many great safeties that are available in this draft. So it might be a luxury to take him within the top 5, top 7. And then maybe we could get a Rodriguez in the 2nd round. And that fixes our defense right there.
So I don't hate that.
Appreciate you, dude.
Again, unrealistic, probably not going to happen. I'll acknowledge all that, right? But just looking at a draft chart from like a year ago, 7 to 9 is a difference of about 150 points, which basically is the equivalent of a late 3rd round pick. So if you were to go back 2 picks with Kansas City to 9, I think you might still get the last of the guys you like a lot. If whoever falls, maybe it's Downs, maybe it's Carnell Tate.
Mm-hmm.
I think he would be there. Honestly, I see him going like in that 11 range to the Dolphins.
Yeah, 7 to 11 range, yeah.
Something like that. But I think if you were to go back just 2 spots, stay in the top 10, and you picked up a late 3rd from Kansas City, or even if it was like a 4th and something next year or whatever, it's probably worth it, if we're being honest. But I also think that's the perfect scenario that just doesn't play out.
Right.
And are the Chiefs giving that up? Are they giving up a third-round pick to move up to get a running back? We already talked about how you're really getting aggressive when you take an RB at 7. You're going to trade up 2 picks to get a running back?
The way that would happen is if, I'm making this up, I'm trying to think of a team that might realistically want to do something like this. The Chargers are also trying to move up to take Love because that's the one piece to help out Justin Herbert that they need. And you're competing with somebody,
Hampton, though.
right? Yeah, so that's a bad example then. I'm trying to go through real quick and find someone. Minnesota is going to get rid of Aaron Jones. They need a helper for whoever their quarterback's going to be. You find out they're going to trade up. They're going to try to supersede you, get in front of you. Maybe that's the time you get something just to move up a couple spots to ensure that you get him. But again, I just think that's a remote chance.
I'm trying to think of the last time a team traded up for a running back in the top 10. It's got to have been.
Is it Ricky Williams for us back in the day?
It's got to be a long, long time ago. I mean, again, if you think drafting Jeremiah Love in the top 10 is rich, how about giving up draft picks to move up to then use the top 10 pick on him? Let's go to Bernie in Potomac Falls on Grant and Danny. What's up, Bernie?
Gentlemen, thanks. Real fast, what you're saying about college football and the speed in this draft class, I couldn't agree more. I think college football at an all-time high preaches speed. They want speed at every position. That's what, if you watch teams, they are fast. And I think that the NFL is getting the result of speed. But not only might I trade back, although I would love having Love, what do you guys, I would take a later number 1 this year and a number 1 next year. If somebody gave us our number 1, their number 1 next year and a number 1 later in the round this year, we'd still get a player. And then at the trade deadline, we'd have a number 1 pick we could burn if we wanted to pick somebody up. I don't think this is a 1-year rebuild. I don't even know if it's a 2-year rebuild. So Danny's right, too. You need assets. You need to be able to pick up other players. So that's just my thoughts, gentlemen. I know you got a lot of calls.
Appreciate you, bud. Yeah, I don't hate that idea. I think we're going to have a better idea of what kind of build Peters thinks this is going to be this month in free agency. How aggressive they are, what kind of shopping they do. Does it look like the last 2 years where they just go out and it's year to year and they kick the can down the road? Or are they actually going bigger? Are they spending a little bigger at top of the market free agents at a handful of positions and really getting aggressive to the point where they're going to have to move things around and add void years and cut guys in a couple of years because the money starts looking a little weird 2-3 years down the road? Like, if they're aggressive like that, then maybe you do feel like that they're not going to do anything about next season in the draft on draft night. But if they play the longer game and they're just kind of holding serve here for another offseason, so to speak, maybe they would be inclined to do something where they get picks next year. It feels to me like whatever you do has got to show up this offseason. It's a little bit of a make or break year for this group, especially the coaching staff led by Dan Quinn after the tumultuous regression of 2025.
Yeah. I mean, because the stage is set because of what happened in 24, right? If you had, a regular bad year the first year of a rebuild, last year was a mild step forward, and you averaged out the win totals, and it was similar to what we're at now, right? Where you won 8 games on average over 2 years. I don't think people would have the same level, but because the expectations are, hey, we need to get back where we already were 2 years ago, you're right. There's a shot clock on this thing.
Question for you guys is, now that you've seen what might be available at 7, are you able to trade back, or do you want to stay put for one of the top players in this class? A class considered to be a little bit weak at the top, but with some really talented guys that Washington's been linked to. Jack in Strasburg, you're on the Fan. Jack, are you there? You will get nothing.
Nothing.
And you will like it.
0 for you, Jim.
Let's go to Jim in Clarksburg on the Fan. Jim, you're on Grant and Danny. What's good?
Thanks for taking my call. I'm kind of leaning towards keeping the pick. I just think that at number 7, I believe we're going to get a difference maker, and I think we need a difference maker either on the offensive side or, more importantly, on the defensive side. I think the difference makers on the defensive side, we have I think a good opportunity of getting one of those 2 guys at number 7. So I know there's, points that you made about trading back. I just don't know, depending on how far we go back, whether we're going to still get one of those difference makers, or if anybody else can try to, jump frog us
and move up ahead of us. So I'm inclined to keeping several. We need a difference maker on offense, whether that's Jeremiah Love, and definitely one of those top players on defense will definitely be there for us. And again, thanks for taking my call.
You got it, Jim. What we don't know is, we need the crystal ball to look 3 years down the road back at this class to see who ends up showing up. Because there's going to be a guy taken in the 20s who is arguably the best player in the class.
Yep.
There's going to be that guy in the teens who ends up being a perennial All-Pro. So I'm just going to guess at names here. But Keldrick Falk is an edge that probably goes outside of the top 10. It was like the best of the rest after the guys we keep talking about. Let's just say that Auburn edge, who only had 2 sacks this year, with his length at 6'6", 276, becomes the next great edge in the league. And Washington moved back from 7 to 13. On draft day, that's not as exciting. There's someone else that gets Arvell Reese. There's someone else that gets David Bailey. And it looks like they passed on that guy. And then lo and behold, they didn't just do the right thing in terms of adding picks, but Falk becomes the great player. Or the corner from Tennessee, Jermod McCoy, who has not played in over a year and is hurt and recovering. And I've kind of taken off my proverbial board because he can't stay healthy. But all accounts are that guy's super talented.
Yep.
Let's just say he becomes the best corner in the NFL. Right now, he's mocked in the 18 to 20 range. Carolina, Dallas, Minnesota, those teams. If Washington gets him at 21, and then he became some all-pro corner and the next great corner in the league, what a win that is. That stuff happens all the time. We think we have the answers right now. We don't know anything.
It's always the fallacy, right? I mean, you go back to, again, 2020. Joe Burrow goes 1. Yep, that worked out just fine. Chase Young, Jeff Okudah, Andrew Thomas, Tua Tagovailoa are the next 4 players picked. Would you rather have Justin Jefferson all the way down at, 18 or 22, rather? Would you rather have Tristan Wirfs than any of those guys not named Joe Burrow? Of course you would. I mean, that's the nature of this thing. That's why when you fall in love with a prospect that has not played in the NFL yet, you've got to find that objective observer to kind of talk you back off of that. Because when you watch and study, it's so easy to go, oh my God, I'm in love.
Who you in love with, and could you pass on them by trading back is the question. Washington picks 7th. I've been advocating the trade back for weeks. It's getting harder and harder to do that, though, as you get more attached to some of these possibilities. 800-636-1067 if you want to join us to give us your thoughts on Grant and Danny. Wizards basketball in about an hour and a half right here on The Fan. We will take you up to pregame. We're Grant and Danny. I want to discuss traveling to West Palm Beach and airport clothing. It's become a hot button issue apparently in Florida. We're getting ready to go right into the teeth of the storm. See what everybody's planning to wear on our flight.
Indeed.
We'll do that coming up in less than 15 minutes. Before we get back to the phones, people want to hop in on the idea of trading back from pick 7, accruing more assets and more selections, staying put, and getting one of the supposed can't-miss players at the top. Did you see Ian Rappaport have a tough go of it today when he said originally that the Texans and the Lions had made the trade and that a 5th-round pick was the compensation for David Montgomery?
So I heard you guys talking about this. What was the... Did he get it wrong or something? I'm not quite sure what happened. So I didn't see the actual event in question.
It just wasn't a great weekend, I'd say, overall for the insiders, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Rap Sheet in this particular instance, this one was tough. So you're going to get stuff wrong. I think you just wear it and keep it moving, but he refused to do that. So when David Montgomery was originally traded, he said that a 5th-round pick would be going back in exchange for the running back. Then he came out and said, update on terms. It's the Texans' 4th-rounder, offensive lineman Juice Scruggs, and a 7th-rounder for David Montgomery. So 5th-round value, but a complex deal. How does a 4th-round pick as the starting point of a 3-item trade equal 5th-round value? He was justifying it as saying, so I got it right, it's 5th-round value. But it's a 4th-rounder, a 7th-rounder, and a player. And you're now claiming... When I told you it was a 5th-rounder, I didn't mean an actual 5th-rounder. It's just 5th-round value.
Whoa! You thought I meant 5th-rounder by saying 5th-rounder? What are you guys talking about?
That part's funny.
Yeah.
But one of the picks is a 4th-rounder, which is already better than a 5th-rounder.
Right, if you add a player to a 4th-rounder, that's better.
So that one was tough. Not as bad, I don't think, as Schefter, although he really doesn't care. He's just making millions of dollars.
At this point, yeah.
He's sending nice presents to like every team PR person who's just feeding him information. He does not care that you and I are going to do a segment joning. But... Shefty, over the weekend, took the 40 time of Carnell Tate, which was in the 4.5s. The agent obviously reached out to Schefter and said, hey, just so you know, there are teams that clocked him below 4.5. Less than a half-second difference, but the official combine time in Indy was wrong, and several teams think he ran a 4.47 or whatever it was, or a 4.78 or something. Or, 4.48 or whatever. And so Schefter puts that out there. All he does is just gets the text, rewrites it or copies and pastes, takes a couple of words out so it doesn't tell you where it came from, and hits send. And that's what he did here. It's just like, dude, sit that one out. Man. It's so obvious that you're just carrying water when you're telling us that the combine time is wrong and some teams actually had faster times, and it doesn't even matter.
And it doesn't matter.
The guy's still going to go in the top 12. He's still the best player probably in the country. And his 40 time wasn't a disaster. It's not like he ran a 4.9.
There's a big hill, and they need water up there. Somebody's got to get that water up that hill. He's Beatrix Kiddo going up to see Pi May with those couple buckets of water. He needs to get it up there. He knows where his bread's buttered. He built his empire. The days of meat grinding with 7 cell phones and digging up every nugget are long gone. He doesn't have to do that anymore. You already said it. It's the revolving door. Everyone gets the fruit basket. Right? So that means everybody funnels in the text and the age. So if you want the next agent nugget, you got to do me a solid on this one. Right? And of course you're going to do you a solid.
It's my favorite insider bit is just the occasionally exposing the nonsense of it all.
That was tough.
Andre's in Manassas. What's up, Dre?
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen? Yeah, I think you definitely got to trade back. Listen, I've been listening to you guys for a really long time. Today, just the last 45 minutes or so, I haven't heard you guys mention Bain yet. This is a year where Indiana, of all teams, the worst team in NCAA history, won the championship. I think we can't look at this draft with the same lens that we normally do normal drafts. This is different. You have the NIL. Football players are here for 6 years now. This is a Scott McLuhan draft. You have good football players in this draft, and I think it's going to be up to a skilled GM to find them. So I think you trade back, but I just can't look at this draft knowing Indiana won,
So it has to be different. Things are different. I guess, people aren't seeing it yet, but I'm seeing it. And, my next question is the NFL in trouble? I mean, first of all, boring Super Bowl, and everyone said this was a boring, combine. So
I can answer that one first.
I'm going to say no to that one,
The
Ray.
NFL's in no trouble. They still had 94 of the top 100 TV shows, in air quotes, I think, were NFL games this past year. They're going to be all right. People in droves were turning on the NFL Combine on NFL Network this week. They have an announcement about their schedule announcement. They're going to be just fine.
But Dre's point, though, in general, I don't know how that's going to manifest itself, but the world is different. Like, Indiana won. And I understand that, that's an event that happened. That's cool. How sustainable is it? TBD. But one of the craziest things in sports history did just happen. And the college football landscape is different. And how that's going to manifest when it comes to draft and the rest of the time of the league is going to be interesting.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. There's no doubt it's changed.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that has a whole lot to do with this year's draft class, though. And I think that what's unique about this year's draft class, and this will be cyclical, is just that the best players play non-premium positions. It's rare, but that happens. You can make the case that the two best players in this class, I was talking to someone the other night who thinks this, the two best players in this class might be running back and safety. Jeremiah Love, Caleb Downs. And if you want to get crazy, you could say Sonny Styles, who's an inside linebacker on the second level off ball, might be third, right? Those are three of the positions you would never draft early.
Yep.
So I think it's just really unique in that way. He mentioned Reuben Bain, which is interesting. I wouldn't want to take Reuben Bain in the top 10 at 7, but if they move down to 18 and he's sitting there, now that's a lot more appealing. Chris in Hyattsville, what's up?
What's up, guys? Danny, I've read the Massey Taylor paper, and it's good, but I think one thing it doesn't keep into account is positional scarcity.
Totally true.
Really high up.
No, sorry, but I didn't mean to cut you off. You're 100% right about that. They don't consider positional value, future contracts, things like that. It was just kind of an objective search on player performance based on the draft. But didn't mean to cut you off there. You're wrong. Go ahead.
No, generally you're right, but I just think you may only have one chance per decade to draft a quarterback.
Yep.
So if you have that opportunity, you do it. But anyway, Grant, I'm generally team trade back as well. Again, though, if the team is confident that they are going to get a game-changing player, I'm comfortable with them staying pat and drafting that position because they're not giving up any capital to do it. What I would not be in the favor of is what they've done in the last couple seasons is give away draft picks through trades or whatever, or trade up to acquire somebody because I don't think this draft is that deep. So whether they stand pat or trade back, I'll be happy. I would really love if they got Jeremiah Love, though, because I feel like he's a game-changing athlete.
To double-click on what I think Chris was getting at, too, every draft is different. So while I actually tend to agree with the point of that study, the thesis, every single year is going to be a little bit different.
Yep.
And some years, that philosophy is better than others. It's like these studies we've seen where essentially a stadium's never good for a city. Well, sometimes, like the Nats Park one in the Navy Yard has worked out pretty well, and everyone's going to get paid out already, well ahead of schedule. It's not always that bad if there's enough dates and it's inside the confines downtown, and you look at the businesses that are created or whatever. Right? Sometimes it's terrible. Sometimes it might actually be beneficial. Right? In this case, I think that this draft it's kind of like the perfect storm of one of the rare times ever. In a year from now, I might be saying, you can't take running back that high. This is just different. I think Love might actually be that much better than some of the other guys in that top 10 conversation, which is how we get there. If you want to hop in, 800-636-1067, talking about the draft, the 7th pick, the possibility of trading down. Also, we're getting ready to fly. Florida wants us dressing our best if we're getting on that airplane, old school Titanic style. Next on Grant and Danny. Special run of Grant and Danny taking you up to 6:30 tonight, live on The Fan. What are you doing to protect your family's assets? The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Kondorian Murad, can help you to draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. They'll give you a discount if you do. Again, that's kmlawyers.com. They've got a Fairfax-based office they'll take care of you from. Danny, what are you going to wear to fly to West Palm Beach?
That's a great question. I want to do layers because I haven't checked the weather yet, but I imagine it's warmer there than it is here.
Looks like
right?
It's going to be 70 to 80 just about every day we're there.
Yeah. So I hate, and I mean hate, being hot in long sleeves and long clothes. For whatever reason, being hot in general sucks, but being hot in bigger clothes is miserable for me.
I change as soon as I get home every day.
Yeah.
Basically, I go upstairs. Like, I cannot sit on my couch watching TV in jeans and this sweatshirt or, whatever, like polo or whatever. I put T-shirts and shorts on, and I come back down, and that's how I'm watching TV at night.
So ideally, I'd have like a Chicago Bulls style set of tearaway pants and a warm-up that I'd be able to just take off as soon as we get to the airport and stuff it in my backpack or something. But I don't know. I'll probably have to do like a jeans bit and just sort of wear it on the way to our Airbnb. Until then, I can finally change into comfortable wear.
Presumably, you've seen the scuttlebutt over the last several months.
I have.
Of basically travel and the fact that people nowadays essentially wear pajamas or kind of dress down when they travel. You're trying to be as comfortable as possible. So there are people that roll out of bed for our flight is sub 7 a.m. Like, we're getting on the plane, loading up at 6:30. We're in the air by 6:55, I think. There's going to be people on that flight who are just in whatever they slept in. That's what people do now. There is an airport, and this is done with some tongue-in-cheek, but it's on the heels of this much larger discussion that's taking place on what people should wear when they travel. And it's in Florida, not far from where we're flying to West Palm Beach. This is the Tampa International Airport, though. Last week that sent out this post. They said, "We've seen enough. We've had enough. It's time to ban pajamas at Tampa International Airport. After successfully banning Crocs and giving everyone the amazing opportunity to experience the world's first Crocs-free airport, it's time to take on an even larger crisis. Pajamas. At the airport in the middle of the day. We know this decision would be disruptive to someone in your life. It's time to have a difficult conversation with them. You can do this. We believe in you. The madness stops today. The movement starts now." You can tell by the tone, this was meant as a funny...
It was fun.
Tongue-in-cheek thing.
Yes.
But there is like a bigger conversation happening about how people dress and what they wear when they fly. There was a time, apparently, and I'm just not old enough for this, where it used to be like going to church. If you were traveling, you wore a jacket, shirt, and tie. You don't have one, buy one.
Yeah,
Can't afford one, borrow one from the old man.
You watch Catch Me If You Can, and like the idea that like an airline pilot was coming to a college was like it was a celebrity, where he could pull the women out so he could fly to the Miami airport. I mean, it was a different world. Like, you're an airline pilot for true? Can I have your autograph? Like, it was that level, and it's not now. They still do an amazing job, but it's like not the same level of cachet to it. So yeah, the world is certainly different in that regard.
You know me. I am just not a guy who would ever really spend a lot of time thinking about what I'm going to wear. I'm not Mr. Dress Nice or whatever. Jeans, khaki shorts, polo shirt, whatever. I've always been uncomfortable. Like, I don't do sweats in public. It's just a weird thing. If you want to call that old school, I don't know. But, like, it's just weird to me. We've talked about it in the past. I would never wear sweatpants to work. I find that strange a little bit.
I'm doing it today.
I'm not. You're doing sweats right now.
Yeah.
You do it a lot.
I do it all the time.
But it's not like I'm judging you for it. It's just,
no, I know.
I'm not comfortable wearing sweatpants outside. Like, I don't even like wearing them at my house. Maybe if I was comfortable and I liked them. But I could probably count on one hand the number of times I've worn sweatpants in my memory. I want shorts. Like, I have sweat shorts that I wear from time to time. Now, again, I would never wear those in public either. I'm not wearing those to the airport. But I guess, I am a travel in an outfit that I can get off the plane and go wherever I need to go after kind of guy.
I'm not
going to
least resistance.
But I'm not going to dress less than that either.
Well, the phenomenon, I saw this forever ago. This is not new, but in the mid-2000s, when my wife and I were living in New York, you'd go to like a brunch place, and then there's the dude that was so proud of the fact that he was wearing pajama pants that would roll down for his reservation and strut in there like, I'm so hungover. I just want to let you know how hungover I am. It's like the most look at me, but why are you looking at me phenomenon. And that crept to everywhere. So now it's like you're in public and people will just take their socks off, take their shoes off, put their feet up. You see it on airplanes all the time. People like massaging their bunions, whatever. Just like the level of it's my experience and everyone has to live with it is insane. And that has spilled to pajama wear. So good for them for trying to crack down. I mean, I don't know how you can really do it. But
again, they're doing a bit, I think.
Right.
They probably would prefer it.
Yeah.
I think it's only something they post because it is out there. I don't remember if it was the travel secretary or what public figure, someone in the administration or something was like, we need people to start dressing like they used to dress in the 70s. Like, actually, no, we don't.
Yeah, I'm not going to suit up for this trip. I'm not going to do that. But I fully condone, please don't let your Piggly Wigglies fly and, put your feet up or put your seat back because that's the ultimate act of selfishness.
That's a good question. What rule would you, if you could make one rule in terms of dress code for an airplane, what would it be?
The only thing bare and exposed should be hands, face, all things head.
Sounds like we're in a different country now.
And from kneecap down. You can wear shorts on the plane. That's fine. You wear like khaki shorts or whatever. I want no feet. I want no midriff. I want no like.
Wow, Danny's really going.
You know what I mean? Just put clothes on, man.
No midriff?
Yeah, like some people are going to take their shirt off or like kind of untuck and just be all spilly and out there. Like right next to you? You want that?
Well, I mean, no dude is walking around with his belly showing. You're just,
plenty.
You're just saying the girls that are wearing like crop tops that are showing off some abs or whatever. You don't want that.
No, I'm thinking of something totally different.
Well, what is midriff? I don't.
I'm like for the.
Is there a guy wearing a jersey that he cut like Ezekiel
Elliott?
Elliott?
The gross shirt that just so now your gut spilling out from it, and now you're sitting next to me and our side fat's touching. I don't want any of that.
Well, who are these people?
I don't know.
Flying back from doesn't cover their gut.
Flying back from Arizona, the heaviest person on earth sat next to me in a middle seat. By the way, I'm sure that was fine.
I'm right here. By the way,
no, you weren't. It was 3 of you, dude, at least maybe 3.5, 4. And this guy comes waddling down, the last person on the plane. I go, I think I'm gonna have an empty seat next to me, and I didn't. I had the most full seat in the world next to me.
And
our side fat touched the entire time. I'm literally with my right knee over my left, basically fully trained at a 90-degree angle to the left for 6-hour flight.
Are you talking about like when he reaches up, you can see his belly? Or are you saying like all flight long, his shirt didn't cover his stomach?
I'm saying that. I'm saying that.
I think that was probably, it sounds like a one-off, maybe.
Yeah, I don't want that again is my point. Okay. I don't want that to happen again.
All right, I'm going to go with my rule for our flight to West Palm Beach. I would say you cannot take off your shoes. That's number one. I don't care if you have socks on. You have to keep your shoes on. The other thing I would say is the most extreme I'd be willing to sign off on, and I don't think they should necessarily even do this, is like literal pajama pants. We don't need pajama pants. That makes me think you literally rolled out of bed and just went to the airport. You could put on some pants.
You probably could. You could manage it.
If you don't have those 5 seconds, just catch the next flight. But that would be as extreme as I went with the apparel. It's pajama pants. Tobes, what are you wearing to the flight? West Palm Beach. We're heading out Wednesday at 6:50 a.m.
Probably just my golf attire, golf shorts, quarter zip.
Would you ever
polo.
Go full pajamas on a flight?
No, absolutely not. But I'm not crazy like you. Like I'm willing to wear sweatpants, which is comfy, but looks presentable in public.
Debatably, but yes, a nice sweatpants could.
I mean, like I'm wearing sweatpants today. They're fine.
What kind of sweatpants are we rocking?
I mean, they're just regular sweatpants.
Like sweatpants you'd wear around the house.
Like sweatpants I wear out in public.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say, he wears them outside, yeah.
I mean, apparently. I mean, we lead the league in sweatpants, it sounds like.
Yeah, around these parts.
People should just wear what they want to wear in general. As long as I don't have to see your toes, I'm good. That's kind of where I'm at on airport.
Yeah, like to me, just the general rule, and this is with all things, and especially with air travel.
Do they tell someone, by the way, do they tell people to put their shoes back on a flight? I don't think they do.
I don't know they do.
Why would that be acceptable? Why does anyone think that's okay?
That's my point, is stop making your thing everyone's thing. No one should get to do that. We need shame again. We don't shame enough. That's your kid is screaming, I'm supposed to deal with it. That's as soon as I can, I'm going to move my seat all the way back so that my headrest is in your lap and you can't eat or you can't watch anything anymore. My thing trumps everyone else's experience that we've broken down. It's the end.
Logan had a weird experience. All right, so Logan Paulson, my co-host from Take Command, a Commanders podcast, who's out in Indianapolis. We did a great breakdown of a bunch of the guys at the Combine, and if you want to go check that out, it's out today, brand new episode. You should listen to it. It's fantastic. But Logan got on his plane to go out to Indy, and I asked him about this, and he turned around, because he's a big dude. Logan's almost 6'4", okay? And he asked the guy behind him, he said, would you mind if I put my seat back? And the guy said, no. How awkward is that? Now what do? I guess you can't put the seat back. But would you ever say no to someone if they asked you? I think that's just the courtesy that you have to extend. Hey, man, can I put my seat back? Knowing that it's an obligatory yes.
Yeah.
I would never tell, especially.
It's that token invite, right? Where you don't really want them to come and you know that you're not supposed to go.
But yeah, and I know that the answer is I'm not going to accept this.
It's like, oh, did you want to come too? Of course you say no, thank you.
Right.
Right.
Someone sees you, like you're walking into a place or whatever to pick up food for your family, and your neighbor's like leaving the gas station next door. They're like, "Hey, you need me to grab you something?"
As a matter of fact, number 6 with a Coke.
Exactly.
What?
Like that? It's literally a courtesy. I'm just doing the courtesy. This guy said no. I think at that point, now it's okay to put it back. He was a jerk.
No.
You be a jerk. Now, I am team never put my chair back.
Ever.
I'm 5'8". I think if I was 6'3", I would feel the same way. I never get that upset if someone in front of me does it, but I think, okay, this person's kind of inconsiderate. I don't like them as much as I would had they not have done that.
Like, if I sense it's coming, I stiff arm it. I put my hand out to try to prevent the seat back from going. And I'm hoping that they'll encounter a little bit of resistance and then give up. Sometimes they push through it and they overcome the stiff arm, but I will do that.
I've done that with my knees.
Yeah.
I'll just push my knees up against their seat so they can feel my kneecaps.
Yeah.
So they think I'm a little longer than I am. They think I have...
It's the light and the angle.
Well, it's the Reuben Bain length of my legs, it's an issue. So they think that my legs are longer, and that way they're like, oh, well, I got a tall guy behind me. No, you don't.
No.
But you got a guy who does not want...
You got a guy who wants to be comfortable
leaning back.
and not have your head and shoulders right in my chin.
Dad, what are you wearing to the airport? What do we got planned?
I don't understand why anybody even thinks to put their seat back on an airplane. I just don't get that. It's the most selfish thing I've ever seen in my life.
It's incredibly uncomfortable not to. And if you're a big person like Logan or a tall guy, you quite literally struggle with space if you don't.
Sure, I mean, I would love to put my seat back, but no. There's somebody behind me. Why would I do that?
I'm with you. I would never do it. I hate people that do it. But you said you don't know why someone would want to. I think it's pretty obvious why they would want to. You're saying why they would execute the plan.
Exactly.
Okay,
yes,
that's
my
reasonable
point.
enough. Yeah. But that's why Logan's a nice guy, and he's like, hey, man, would you mind? And then this dude said no. I mean, that is, I can't imagine the balls of someone.
I would not say no, but I would hate it more than anything in the world. I wish I could say no more.
So if a dude said, would you mind? You would say, yeah, go for it? That shocks me about
I know, and I'd be like, oh, totally, no problem, and hate him the rest of the time.
I don't know if the guy is 6'7", I might have to say yes. I guess for wearing to the airport. See, it's tough because I don't think we're going to be able to check into our residence when we get down there. Maybe if we can, but if we can't, then I'm going to have to wear my attire, which I'm going to wear to the ballpark, which would be khaki shorts and a polo.
But the conversation is less about the specifics of our situation.
Sure.
Normally.
Oh, in general?
Yeah.
In general, I would wear
sweats. You want to fly comfortably, but you've got to find the lane where you're straddling comfort and presentable.
Yeah, like I'm not going to wear anything where I have to wear a belt, for example, because I don't want to sit on a plane for, let's just say, 2.5 hours with a belt poking my stomach.
See, that's one thing I hate is it's not about the poking of the stomach, which is terrible too, but I have to wear a belt everywhere with the jeans or whatever, khaki shorts, what have you. It's the taking it off when I go through security. That I despise. That is the one part. I'm George Clooney up in the air for everything else, but the belt is always let me stand here for 3 minutes and loop it back in.
Well, someone else is right next to you, like staring down the barrel of where their bag's coming from.
So that's one of the reasons I've considered in the past, like, I don't know if I own sweatpants, but like that would be better to not have to worry about a belt while I'm flying for that reason only. Because that's just an annoying addition to an already annoying process.
100%. 100%. There was a while where I strategically didn't wear stuff that I have to take off. Obviously, shoes you have to. I mean, that was the rule. But the belt situation, I would get like track pants, even certain kinds of shorts that would like stay up on their own. I would purposely not do that because it was such a hassle.
What is the female equivalent to sweatpants? Would it be yoga pants? I mean, I don't think you're allowed to fly without wearing yoga pants at this point, right?
It has to be full matching yoga
right.
suit. Yeah.
But, I mean, so if you're getting rid of sweatpants because they're not, dressy enough, then if you're getting rid of yoga pants, like now everyone's just dressing like they're at work all the time.
But
I don't think that's necessary.
Yeah, we shouldn't get rid of yoga pants. Let's keep the yoga pants.
No, I agree.
They're right.
I'm fine with yoga pants. I'm just saying, if you're getting rid of like this idea when they go, let's dress up to fly, let's take some pride in our appearance. If we're getting rid of sweatpants, what I'm saying is now everyone's just dressing in khakis and a polo. I think that's unreasonable.
I don't want that either.
Let's be comfortable. Let's just all band together.
There's a big space between pajama pants and Crocs and like normal clothing that humans wear. That's all I'm saying. Let's get to normal clothing that humans wear. Like I think sweats are fine. I know you're not a sweats guy, but like the athleisure wear now has taken over.
Yeah.
It's comfortable. It's functional.
The sweatpants you're wearing right now. Let me see those.
I'll stand up for you.
To me, those are honestly, I would even say nice. Like I think when I think of sweatpants, I think of the big cotton baggy.
Yeah.
Like catching it your pocket on the the armrest as you walk by because they're way out.
Right.
That's a nice slim sweatpants.
Yeah.
It looks like you could wear that to a function where people are.
Right. A sweatpants function.
Yeah.
A place with people.
You could be a coach. But you know what I'm talking about.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Cottony sweatpants.
The trend is now a little bit towards more form-fitting with the sweatpant, which is interesting because that gets into a whole other area. But it's this fleece, the joggers, they're hugging a little bit. The old school sweatpant was like the MC Hammer pant. It was like if the wind blew in a certain way, it was like a sail. You know what I mean? Like moving you around. I'm with you that's less formal and a little, not grosser, but it's a little bit more ratty.
So what I'm taking from this conversation is on Wednesday morning, we're all showing up in 3-piece suits.
So that was going to be my other suggestion.
I'm just not suiting it for this one.
What if we flew
I'm not doing it.
In suits? I think that would be kind of a good bit.
It'd be a great bit. But
we
then
all showed up dressed in our best. We go straight up shirt and tie, cufflinks, our initials sewed on our sleeves.
But now we get to Florida and we're in suits. And we can't check into our Airbnb or we're going straight to the ballpark.
We look incredible in the Nats clubhouse. Everybody asks, why are you dressed up?
Why are you guys in suits?
We said, well, because we flew in today. They're like, yeah, but what else are you doing? We're like, no. We were on the airplane. We had
You guys have team rules when you travel. These are our team rules when we travel.
And what if that became a new show rule moving forward? Whenever we travel, we do a straight up sports team thing where you have to be in a collared shirt and slacks or better. Is that something we're interested in?
Oh, man.
You love dressing up. I mean, it's your favorite thing in the world to wear some weird color and be, very pocket squarey.
Yeah.
You're not in on this?
No. Now I'm huddled into a plane seat that's big enough for someone half my size. Just wrinkling my coat. Am I going to hang my coat up now? No. Going to be all hot and steamy on the plane. Get to Florida where it's all muggy. No, I don't want to do that. Now, do I want to stand in front of a group of people wearing a suit and a pocket square and get compliments? Of course I do.
Think about when you get to spring training that people get to ask you about your pocket square and your suit.
That is pretty appealing.
Got to be one of the best days of your life.
That's pretty good. It's a good counter.
Where does that come from, do you think, your love for dressing up? Like, was that the case when you were a kid?
No. I don't know when it started exactly.
Did you have to get really dressed up at St. Albans?
Oh, yeah, shirt and tie.
So that's where it comes from.
Yeah, shirt and tie and blazer every day.
Then that's where it comes from. That's your formative years. You're always dressing up. You're wearing nice clothes in a nice environment. That has to be it.
It's got to be a huge part of it. But there's some guys that, didn't care about it all and now actively care less than you could possibly could. And it's like, the only thing I'm happy in is a loincloth in the wilderness. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure that's part of it.
Let's go to Brian in Chevy Chase on Grant and Danny. What's up, Brian?
Hey, Brian.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up, bud?
Doing well.
Excellent. I know it's the end of the show, so I'll be quick. I don't know if you guys are doing a bit or not, but Have you guys heard of pre-check or global entry? You don't have to take your belt off or your shoes off anymore. You guys travel enough. You should have that.
We don't travel quite enough for it.
You would think we do. There was a time maybe. We don't anymore. I have Clear, and it is odd to me that you still do it there. Like, Clear is the best thing ever. They walk up. I have like a personal assistant who walks me through security. It's the wackiest thing. But then you still, when you get to security, you're still doing everything like everybody else. So I'm still doing the belt bit. Now, I'm sure TSA or one of these pre-check things, you could not have to do that. I'm not in that club.
When did you get Clear? Because you joned on me for having it a couple years ago.
I've always had Clear.
But you didn't care to use it during the different times?
Why I joan on you is you go up with us to the airport on these trips together.
Yeah.
And then there's no line, and then you go completely different from us to some other area
to go to
of the
Clear,
airport.
yeah.
To go to Clear so that we could still get to the front at the same time.
Same moment, yeah.
So I just stay with Darius and help him carry something or whoever we're with, and I just travel with them on the trip where we're all together. That's why I joan on you. But yeah, I've had Clear for a minute. It's great. I think you have TSA pre, right?
No, just Clear.
Oh, look at Danny.
Just Clear.
Are you going to do that again?
I don't know. I imagine it's 6 o'clock in the morning. It won't be as
Hasn't
packed,
stopped you before.
but maybe. Who knows?
Dad, how old is that tale as time? I mean, Danny just leaving us to go to a weird line where we're also not in a line with people.
There's not been one time where Danny has beat us to the destination.
Ever.
It is uncanny.
Really is unbelievable.
It's insane. It's uncanny with two N's.
It's on Chris Canty.
Canty is the former Virginia lineman. Who
Good career.
Got hit in the eye or something and had vision issues in one of his eye. Am I right about that?
I don't know.
Let me check.
It was Orlando. Wasn't it Orlando?
I can't leave that out there just in case it didn't happen. No, you're thinking of Orlando Pace?
Yeah.
Or
no, Orlando something who got hit in the eye.
Orlando Jones?
Maybe. That's the actor?
Yeah. There was a guy with that was another thing. Orlando Thomas?
Maybe.
Orlando Brown.
Yes?
It was Orlando Brown.
I think it was Orlando Brown.
Former NFL defensive lineman Chris Canty suffered a severe injury to his left eye in 2005 after being hit with a beer bottle during a bar fight.
Oh, no.
This incident resulted in a detached retina. To continue his career, he wore a special design protective big grill face mask. You sleep, you sleep, you sleep.
You nailed that one.
Thank you. Enjoy your evenings. We're back at it at 2 o'clock tomorrow. Thanks to Ryan, Darius, Toby, Grant, and Danny saying so long. West Palm Beach, here we come on Wednesday. Won't be long now. This is The Fan.